Black Key Books presents The Dance of Gods by A.R. Knight, performed by J. Aaseng. Chapter 1 Harrow's Edge. Every day, Eujo would wake up thinking she'd never been colder. Then the next morning would prove her wrong. Their foursome, Eujo, Wax, his sister Bliss, and the thief Torny, crossed Went's frozen isle by night and day, thanks to the scars wrapped around her wrist and hanging from a necklace round Wax's neck. The little gems were with her every morning, too, whispering nonsense colored with emotion in her mind, chit-chat that, by now, Eujo forced into a buzzy background. Bliss slept next to her in the ramshackle bed, while Torny and Wax sprawled on straw scattered about the skinflint room. Wood and rock bonded together to form the ill-fitting inn they'd been staying at for near a week now, preparing and recovering in equal measure. Selling their stolen sledge, the exhausted oxen, and extra Najan gear they didn't need, bought the quartet their stay, their meals. But time kept moving on, and soon they'd need to as well. Rumors would spread, even if Harrow's Edge seemed a town where everyone had secrets to keep. The inn's morning crew, slurping gruel and bone meal soups in torchlight, with Dawn still some time off, greeted Eujo's descent with nothing more than flicked eyes and silent nods. Dressed in thick furs, warm leathers beneath, hard work's dirt brushed over her skin, Eujo looked nothing like the queen she was, nothing like the renewal she had been. When she asked for her own bowl, the barkeep presented it to her without ceremony, complete with a small stone cup filled with fresh snowmelt. Save the world, save your isle. A queen's burden, or so Eujo had been told after the Najan put out the renewal call. Gather the scars from each isle, ascend the Aegis's throne, and hold back the fiends until you become a withered husk. An honor, and, for those first few weeks, one Eujo bought into. The ultimate destiny for a street rat with enough luck to wind up at the top. Immortality among the saviors. Now she was as hunted as Eujo had ever been. The Najan, for reasons Eujo didn't know, ended the renewal, demanded the scars and their power for themselves. Her own isle, Kant's, and its other queen were doing the same, attempting to hoard the stones as a bulwark against dangerous creatures, against possibly more dangerous isles and their armies. Which left Eujo adrift, which left her spooning gruel into her mouth, the warm fat and grain running as easy now as it had in her childhood. Comforting in a bland way, like seeing her old shanty at the bottom of Kans's towering sky spires, knowing it still existed, the rags and ruins giving someone else a small reprieve from life's terrors. "You like eating alone?" Wax asked, the vis almost unrecognizable beneath his layers. He, too, had his own steaming bowl, sitting across from her on the small wood block table. A fire burned, always burned, with the cold so harsh outside, behind them, a blackened hearth guiding the heat. "I thought you were asleep." "You're not as sneaky as you think." "Is everyone awake?" Wax shrugged, left a slight smile. "Bliss and Torny weren't ready to get up yet." No secret what that meant. Not anymore. Enough hazards, enough time together, had sparked a fire between Wax's sister and the Bandit. While they'd yet to out and proclaim it, since escaping the Najan at the Golden Gash, Bliss and Torny had been even more inseparable than before. Eujo and Wax had guessed at what nudged the pair into intimacy, and Eujo's bet lay in the days after the flight, when she and Wax had been stuck in a delirious unconscious, the effort stolen by the skars to effect their escape, draining them to near nothing. Torny and Bliss had guided the sledge, had prepared their meals on the tundra, pitched camps, and kept them moving. A shared stress that must have let their hearts open. Good for them, Eujo said, dipping back into her gruel. At least our guardians are having fun. Wax drifted his spoon in a lazy line around the common room, getting more crowded as other guests and Harrow's Edge locals came and went, the day's start edging closer. What, you're not? In this place? It has a charm. Daily fiend attacks, treasure hunters, wild rumors, and everyone thinking about knifing you? Wax laughed, low and quiet. Definitely has something. At least nobody cares about us. Eujo took a deep breath, inhaled some soot from the hearth, and coughed once, twice. Shook it off. We should have received the reply by now, if Diu ever got our message. I say we go. We're ready. Ready to do something none of us have ever tried, you mean? Isn't reckless bravado your thing, Wax? Sure is. I'm game. Let's run the ice. See if we make it to the other side. Eujo chuckled. Hard not to, faced with Wax's merry, glinting look. The Vis had a guileless charm, and Eujo wasn't stupid enough not to see, feel its gradual effects. They'd been adventuring together for nearly 2 months now, in almost constant company, and despite some near deaths, some deep questions about their lives and their purpose, she and Wax had helped each other come out the other side. She didn't doubt those questions still lingered behind Wax's grin. But, if anything, getting tossed from celebrities to outcasts had only emboldened the Vis. As if winning now, getting all those skars, and... What are we going to do? Eujo asked. Not really Wax, and not really herself. A question to the gods, but one Wax decided to answer anyway. After we get them all, you mean? Eujo nodded. Easy. As Wax said the word, though, his grin faded to a serious line. A hand reached up to his necklace. Eujo, we know what these skars can do. The fiends come from the dark below. If we can't replace the Aegis, then I say we do what she can't. Use the skars to stop this. Forever. Harrow's Edge lay on Went's eastern coast, its farthest tip, and amid an inhospitable blend of mountains, forest, and cragged cliffs. The town itself sat above the water, a place where little more than small fishing boats would dare risk sandbars, hidden rocks, and, in the winter, sudden jagged ice. Isolated, and not Eujo's intended destination after their frantic escape from the Golden Gash. A place Bliss and Torny chose after catching words on the way from small tundra towns, word suggesting the Najan would pursue, that the obvious, larger ports to the southeast would be flush with bounty seekers. A good place to watch the world turn. Now, Eujo looked away from the rumors, the small homes and hunters tending them to a fractured sea, one whose gray surface undulated like a thing alive. Balancing on its swooping waves were the Floes, white patches catching sunlight here and there like beacons. Some held sway over massive sea patches, almost islands in their own right, while others scurried about on the slightest current, like insects searching for food. They'd need to use them all, make the precise jumps, plant their spikes and grapples just to keep from slipping off. At least here you'll get a few seconds before you die, Torny said, the bandit looking overstuffed with a large pack on her back. She and Wax would haul the emergency rations. Bliss played scout and assistant. Eujo would pull the small sledge, the Kant Skar whispering with her the whole way. Ready? Wax asked, standing down the beach, where ice intermingled with dirty sand. The day's not getting younger, and there's no way we're hopping these in the dark. 3 days on the Floes. That's what the Harrow's Edge ice hunters said. A straight crossing to the northernmost tip of Tamas. How far they'd have to travel then, and through what, Eujo didn't know. The hunters here didn't care. Tamas wasn't their kind of place, save for the ale that drifted north in the sweeter summer swells. When you are, Bliss, Wax's sister, signed. She'd bartered for another weathered staff and slapped a pointed pick on its end, giving her a strong pull for the ice. She'd insured similar sharp points, laced all their boots, ready to grip. Preparation Eujo appreciated, preparation she'd learned about as it happened. For a queen, she'd spent enough time in the darkest, dirtiest places. But gutters didn't teach you about the wilds, about the gear necessary to survive a night on a frozen sea. If, though, any fear threatened, Eujo found it easy enough to ignore. Wax took her attention, took all their eyes, and more than a few watchers from Harrow's Edge, wondering what these fools were doing. Wax leaned down, put his hand just over the lapping ocean's edge. The sea shivered, ripples breaking against the current, before the surface turned a lattice white, snowflake patterns spreading and vanishing in turn, as solid ice shot forth from the beach towards the floes. A clear path to walk, wide enough for the sledge. Practice, practice, Wax said, standing. Who says a scar can't be taught? Bliss took her brother's words as a signal, stepped onto the ice bridge like she had the others over the last few days. They'd come out here for hours, forging bridges until Wax would nearly collapse. Eujo did the same now as Bliss walked along, testing the ice with her pole. The Queen's Kant scar picked up her desire, Eujo's furs going almost weightless, the effect tracing along the straps flowing from her shoulders to the satchel-stuffed sledge. What had taken the whole group to guide down to the beach now creaked as it rose a hair's height above the sand. Ready, Eujo said, the Kant scar humming in her ear. With Torny taking up the last spot in the queue, the quartet marched onto the ice, a journey made possible with magic stones, the same ones that had saved the 7 Isles for so long, and that might again. And yet, as Eujo walked over those waves, the ice crackling beneath her feet, the scar's energy flagged, felt its first drinks, the power drawn not from some dead god's might, and instead from Eujo's own will. Like a ceaseless exercise, devouring her muscles, her mind, her everything to keep the sledge afloat, her pack light. The Aegis died quick as the scars zapped her. As the crunching walk stretched before Eujo, she could only wonder how fast the stones would drain her, too. Chapter 2. The Jungle Isle. Her sweat marked her a foreigner. That and skin not so touched by the sun. Annalise watched the day come into being from the inn center, a fanned-out bamboo floor sprawling several times her height off the muddy forest ground. She'd been in Kid-Eye for several days now, bartering time to think with her minor possessions. Fish, fruit, and sweet wine parlayed with her hours, suspicious glances nibbling away the minutes, and sudden ideas snapping at seconds, only to be dashed with an odd despair. Annalise, just a few weeks ago, had everything. A lab and assistants better than any in the 7 Isles, almost unlimited resources. Even fiends to test her ideas could be captured and hauled in with little notice, as if her whims served as guidance for untold dozens. At first, a heady thing, a momentous position, and one she'd carved into world-saving efficiency with Gladdring's help. All that, now, gone. What she could save packed into a satchel, given a freezing swim and a secret escape aboard a vessel delivering Rana rice and equipment to Vis. A short, miserable journey laying low below deck, and now here she was, unseen and utterly useless. What was it Quick had said to her? Flee to Vis, restart her work, and return better than ever? Annalise, a hot coffee, warmed over coals, in her hands, pictured the hunter without much effort. She'd been talking to his image, muttering asks late in the night about this or that Vis curiosity. A distraction, and one she needed to put aside. Today was the day. She'd packed, procured extra food and foot gear suitable for hiking through the wet winter jungle. Even a knife, big enough to ward off sniffing predators, lay on the table before her, sharp and ready. The trek wouldn't be a short one, but Annalise had a destination, given to her, again, by Quick. They'd swapped stories in the sand, with Quick kept in his prison on Ami's hard orders. Annalise would talk about Went, about the stone soldiers, the schools, the isolation imposed by hard winters and harder laws on doing, well, anything for the other isles without getting a profit back in return. Hardy folk, her own, and ones not caring much for the rest of the world. Quick delivered his own version of the same. This, jungle tribes resplendent in their own perfect place, and as unwilling to leave it as the Went were their tundra. Yet visitors weren't shunned, weren't turned out for what they had and then tossed back into the sea. No, Quick had said, a person could come to Vis if they wanted to escape, to start again, or simply to disappear. Svard had, the old guardian. Quick spoke about the barbarian's cabin, somewhere to the southwest, past a great fen. A solid building, and now Annalise's hope. She could get there, bring her tools, her skars, and start again, without fear some Najan spy would slip a drug into her drink, a dagger into her heart. Because Gladdring had been a traitor, and Vassal did not suffer traitors. 2 satchels tied together on her back, a water skin at her waist with a big knife opposite, and the skars tucked away in a pouch along her thigh. Annalise had traded off her Najan clothes, too heavy here, for Vis weaves, the thinner plant threads resting lightly on her skin as she walked towards the city's southern edge. Loose and scratchy compared to real cloth, the jungle apparel nevertheless drew eyes away from Annalise as she moved, casual glances confirming she likely wasn't a trader seeking a deal or a traveler ready to be sold something she desperately didn't need. That perception held true until Annalise reached Kidai's southern border, where the main road split into several paths, each one offering advertisement on its destination by way of their upkeep. To the left and west lay the sturdiest road, the ground padded with constant steps, rutted here and there with cartwheels, and occupied by comers and goers. The middle, a straight south journey aimed, so Annalise understood, at Vis's Central Lake and its surrounding luxuries, showed care and enough travel to walk unafraid. The third, to the east and bending south, gave warning with muddy tracks and a hunter standing by, leaning on his spear and watching Annalise with mild interest. He chewed on some spiced leaf. Others bent their way around the scientist, ignoring the odd jangles from her satchels as metal instruments bounced into one another. They picked their paths, none choosing the eastward road. "Why?" Annalise asked the hunter as the crowds eased. "No towns that way?" "There were," the hunter replied, giving Annalise a look that said her prospects that direction were, well, dim. "The fiends destroyed them, or scared the people enough to bring them back here. When the renewal's done, we'll take them back." "The renewal's over." That word had come fast. The Najan, declaring it was time to march on the fiends directly. A compelling idea, curdled by their insistence that all the Isles had to obey Fassel's commands, give up their skars, and obey Najan's soldiers. Annalise figured Went would laugh the suggestion away, much like the Vis had. Like this hunter was right now. "Our renewal is still out there," the hunter replied, grinning. "He'll gather up the skars and take the throne, no matter what those weak bones in their towers say." "The Najan hold the wound, though." "If they won't let our renewal through, then Kidai will march, and the Najan will see what the jungle can do." Confident, this one. Then again, weren't they all? Annalise had noticed the displaced villagers in the city, the ones living now in lean-tos and hasty thatched shelters on the ground, while the city's residents kept their homes in the trees. That living location was the only difference she'd found, though. Even the ones who'd lost family carried themselves with a defiant vitality, diving back into the jungle to gather fruits, hunt prey, or craft new tools. They fought life's hard turns and showed no signs of breaking. Maybe the hunter was right. Maybe the Najan would regret pushing Vis. Not that she would be here to see it. She took a step past the hunter, away from the intersection and onto the softer ground. Was about to take another, break into mid-morning and onto her journey, when the hunter's spear swept up from the dirt to bar her path. "This isn't the road for you," the hunter said. "It's dangerous." "So am I." The man's eyes twinkled, the same look Annalise had seen in Quick, a laughing appraisal. "Then what are you looking for, dangerous one? Only fiends, the fen, and death wait that way." "A fresh start, for one." "Then take it at the lake shore, or walk to the eastern mountains to Modelan, those cursed fishers. You can lose your years like they do, throwing nets and whining about us." Annalise snorted. A compelling choice. The hunter let his smile fade. "But one you don't intend to take." "I know where I'm going." Annalise started forward again, and this time the hunter let her push past his spear. "I'll be fine." He said nothing as she walked by, said nothing as she wobbled on her first muddy steps, her Vis shoes lighter than the Went boots Annalise had worn her entire life. Only when the road began a bend, when encroached upon by unnamed thorns and grassy stalks, did the hunter call out one more time. "Stay off the ground at night, fair one, if you want to see the morning." Annalise heeded that warning at the first day's end, an altogether pleasant hike below the thick canopy. Bugs that might have been unbearable amid summer's heat poked and prodded with lackadaisical curiosity. Animals Annalise didn't know and barely caught peeked at her from behind trees and ferns. No fiends, nor evidence of them, made an appearance. Still close enough to Kidai for regular patrols, she assumed. How long that would last, who knew? Fear didn't bleed in as the sun dipped. Instead, adventure took its place. A confidence in herself and her abilities, in the tools Annalise carried with her. The skars, silent in their pouch, but ready to be grabbed and deployed. Far from helpless, ready to handle the wilds. Annalise, the first went in who knew how long to tackle Vis's mighty jungle. She might have grinned the whole way up the big tree, a climb Annalise made after far too many attempts, after hacking out handholds with a knife when branches didn't seem enough. She carried up one satchel and then another, rising far enough up to ensure a fall would break a few bones, but probably wouldn't kill her. She tied the satchels to the tree. Vis seemed to operate entirely on ropes. then set about balancing herself between two thick branches, unwrapped a smoked fish package, and added some scavenged tubers, a found mushroom. Back in Kidai, once she'd decided on her course, Annalise had spent her time learning what she could about the jungle, pestering hunters, merchants, and anyone who came through the inn on how to survive among its verdant environs. As ever, she had her small notepad, taken from the Went University, and kept with her all this way, now filled with scribblings about what to eat, how to tie herself to the branches at night so she wouldn't fall, how to survive alone. In the dark, a dead dark with so little Sichi light flowing between the leaves, Annalise took a scar from her pouch and listened to its whispers. A Rana one this time, and it picked out the dew forming as the night cooled. With a little concentration, Annalise let the scar suck some moisture from the air, pull it into her hand, and give the scientist a fresh, pure sip. "You're my friends now," Annalise whispered to the stone, feeling only a little strange as she did so. She'd have to get used to this. She would, too, have to get used to the noises, the rustles, the howls of creatures making their way. Some trundled right beneath her, putting proof to the hunter's advice. Others whistled by overhead, either swinging or flying. A strange noise, but not too far from the urban music Annalise knew, and one that served to sing her to sleep before long. When morning came, when Annalise twitched, only to find herself unable to move because of her own ropes, the scientist set about to untie herself. She sat up, her back aching from its hard branch bed, turned to reach for her water skin, and stopped. Her satchels, so carefully tied to the tree, were gone. Her branch bent, the air moved, and Annalise looked back ahead. There, balanced on the branch's end, 1 foot before the other, holding a spear so feathered and lethal it belonged in a myth, stood a huntress. "Welcome to my jungle, Najan," the woman said. "Tell me your story, and if it's good, I might not leave you for the fiends to kill." Chapter 3. Hunters of the Dark. The turn had come some time ago, though Ami couldn't tell precisely when. The days had disappeared, time tracked only in exhaustion, in their dwindling supplies, buttressed by what they could forage, could kill in the dark. They traveled by luminescent mushrooms and mosses, the dim light the skars in Ami's face could give off when their whispers turned up in the Guardian's mind. The cave floors started the same, but as their boot soles wore down, Ami could tell the difference between rocks, between slippery grains, between the grooves worn with running water and the ones etched by a fiend's claws. Ami had come to favor the monsters and their distractions. The fiends came large and small, with the human pair avoiding the more dangerous ones and preying on the less. Sawi was a capable enough hunter, able to slink around a fiend and either pelt it with a stone or distract it for an Ami ambush. The pair would set traps, draw the creatures into fashioned spikes or a shadowed strike. After, they'd start a flickering fire, hot enough to cook whatever monster meat they'd found. In those moments, Ami would catch Sawi's face behind the meat, filthy yet vibrant, eyes always distant, but not gone. "Home," Sawi would say, when Ami asked her thoughts. "This." At first, the response carried some hope they'd find the isle eventually, that their abilities would lead them unerringly south to the jungle isle. A foolish dream, one required to even undertake vanishing into the dark below. Else their odds would have been better darting around Noctia, waiting for the spring thaw and a secret ship. Instead, that delusion faded into fragments, a lurch here and there whenever the tunnels seemed to veer in a southerly direction, only to die with the next descent, the next dead end. "We'll be down here forever, won't we?" Sawi asked later, as they hiked through a gnarled stretch with low ceilings and a dying stench. "We'll never see the sun again." "Start talking like that, and you definitely won't." "What? The truth?" "You'll warp your mind." Fody had enough stories like that. Miners lost in tunnels that went too deep, found days or weeks later muttering about the dark. Smarter groups strung lines behind them now, an easy rope to follow back to the surface. Cheaper ones, well, they relied on easy labor to replace the lost. Not that anyone would replace Ami, not that anyone would want to. "How are you holding together?" Sawi asked, her voice, like Ami's, parched. What water they found came courtesy of cave streams, stuff they'd drink after boiling it over their little fires. If they had the chance, anyway. Otherwise, what did sickness matter when you weren't going to make it out of here anyway? "Vengeance is a powerful motivator," Ami answered. "Is that all you have? Vengeance? Ever since I met you, that's what you've gone on about." Revenge upon the Circle for what they'd done to Katya, the Aegis. Revenge upon Gladdring for stuffing Ami away in his tower. Revenge upon Svard for abandoning her and his guardian's oath to go squat in a cabin for 10 years. Ami could go on. "It's easier than forgiving." Sawi laughed. "Is that what you really believe, Ami?" Sawi asked. "Because I don't think you stuck around Noctia this long because you're angry." "No? Please tell me, Vis. You're half my age, haven't seen anything beyond your vines and these dark caves, but you want to tell me what keeps me going?" "Anyone who's been in love can see it in someone else." Ami stopped, fast enough for Sawi to run into her satchel, jostle their gear. "What are you saying, Sawi? Speak carefully, or I might gut you here." The Vis laughed again, the same chuckle that had had real life back in Gladdring's tower, that held none of it in the dark. "I'm saying everyone knows." Sawi spoke soft now, realizing, perhaps, that she'd tread far from random bluster. "I'm saying we, Annalise and I anyway, respect you for it, for standing by her for so long." "I took an oath." "Then maybe that's your reason, right?" "Why do you care, Vis?" I don't know. I'm sorry I brought it up." "Don't be sorry, and don't question me again. Not here, not anywhere." Sawi didn't reply. They kept on. The sounds came after they'd settled in for the night. A whistling hoot bouncing through the tunnels, every burst followed by rapid scratching. Both Ami and Sawi sat up from their bedrolls, each one grabbing their weapons. Ami had her harpoon, Sawi a large fisherman's knife. Without speaking, they split to either side of their narrow chamber. Every day's walk ended when they found a suitable resting spot, one with a single entry and exit. Easier to defend, easier to secure, easier to lure some unsuspecting creature into a trap. Ami nodded towards the entry, the jagged arch. Sawi knew the signal, didn't protest, slipping into the tunnel beyond. Ami shifted to her right, turning to press her back against the cold stone. Purples and blues, shallow glows, clustered around their backpacks as the ripped-off mushrooms and mosses fought for life. They'd fade, get tossed, and new ones picked within another day or two. Another cycle down here. Her gloves, worn down, passed through the harpoon's chill. Its touch brought the Vis skars, all two, in Ami's golden plate to life. Their curious whispers filtered through, like a dream's fading touch. Ami couldn't understand the words, the gods' old speech, but she knew their tones well enough. What stupid thing was she up to now? The hoot came again, the scratching, and this time the noise carried a hungry edge. Sawi's footsteps, louder than they needed to be, pounded back Ami's way. The Vis scraped her boots on the rock, ran her knife along the stone to draw the creature further. Sawi was getting better at this, proving to be adept bait. Ami slowed her breath, tensed her muscles. The scrabbling, the hooting, drew closer. Without warning, Sawi dashed through the entry, slipping a hair on the stone and scrabbling towards their packs. The Vis rolled, put her back to the satchels, and drew the knife, eyes wide and mouth open, an extra terror sprinkle to draw the creature in full. And the fiend bit. One Ami hadn't seen before. A shallow body like an arch, bent and frothing with feathered claws. The bird-like thing hooted its triumph as it darted in at Sawi, those far too many points reaching towards what should have been dinner. The attack stopped quick when Ami struck. She didn't aim to wound with a thrust, but kill. A blow right at the monster's waist, at the arch's bottom, where the thing's claws shifted their stance and became talons. The harpoon bit right on through, the fiend's feathers a poor defense against a well-aimed blow. The monster straightened, its hooting breaking with surprise, with anger, with obvious pain. Its head, continuing the arch in an unbroken line, twisted Ami's way. Just in time for Sawi to cut in with a grace note, right beneath the monster's noisy mouth. It didn't utter another sound. Hope dwindled, hope sprang, hope survived by the dimmest lights. Sawi and Ami found another as they cleaned the monster's odd skin, picking off the gnarled, dirty feathers. The creature seemed meant for bright skies, not the tunnels. An unlucky twist for it to find itself down here, but lucky for them. "Is that a bolt?" Ami asked, more to herself than Sawi, as she pulled the feathers free from the creature's back. Hidden amidst their gray fronds was just that, a narrow, short shaft with crow fletching. It had burrowed into the fiend's back and stayed there, offering a curious question. "Where'd it come from?" Sawi asked, leaning over the dead thing to get a closer look. "No chance this fiend passed the Aegis's net," Ami said, referring to the protective shell the Aegis cast over the isles with her skars. A fiend could fight through it, and plenty did, but they'd earn burns, hard penance for their efforts. This one seemed far too unscathed. Which means someone shot it down here. Ami picked at the fletching. This is in good shape, too. The wound must have been recent. Who'd be down here shooting random fiends? Ami sat back, shook her head, blinked. Rumors had come from Went in the weeks before everything fell apart. A warlord and an army, an expedition into the depths. One led, in part, by a former guardian with too much bravado and not enough brains. I have an idea, Ami said. Go see if there's a trail. Sawi didn't need more than that. The Vis slipped away while Ami continued the butchering. The scrawny fiend wouldn't make for many meals, but anything helped. Her work went faster now, her mind slipping away to the possibilities. The Vis scars lighting on Ami's renewed enthusiasm to whisper thrills. It's there, Sawi said, coming back as Ami finished the last of the feathers. Thank Vis this thing has so many claws. We can follow the scratches. Amazing what a little possibility could inspire. For the first time in too long, the pair had a plan, and with its fire, they moved fast, finished carving and cooking up the fiend, ate, and would have started right out if Ami's sense hadn't taken hold. They'd already walked for hours, and the dark below remained deadly. Sawi, stating jungle rules were much the same, didn't argue. The scratches were both numerous and deep enough that they wouldn't vanish fast. Ami expected sleep to be fitful, but it came on quick, as if pushing despair away made it easier to relax. Yet, even as she drifted away to dreams of civilization, a niggling worry remained. The bolt had been in good condition, yet the fiend lived. What, then, had happened to the shooter? Chapter 4. The Bandit Lord. Leaving the Najan quarter always felt like blinding 1,000 eyes. Gladdring kept the thick hood pulled up, the bulky winter furs matching the stature, if not the Najan's purple and black, of someone who meant good business. Dodging an adept's finery for less notable clothes was one thing. Sacrificing respect for a disguise was another. Neither guard, in their glossy black armor and skyward vulges, gave him a glance. A success, albeit a minor one. Still, campaigns like Gladdring's depended on minor victories. Noctia glowed in winter's depths, its many stone windows greeting the midday with a lantern's flicker. Snow piled in the corners, shoveled off, sometimes with hands alone, by those who needed bread, soup, survival. Gladdring passed by several more now, hacking at ice with stone chisels. The boys would get their labor's due, enough to sate their stomachs for a night, enough oil or wood to keep their homes warm. At least till tomorrow came, and demanded it all over again. The thought drew Gladdring's eyes skyward. Scattered clouds, a scant sun. No storms on the horizons. Bad fortune for the street cleaners. Good for him. Perhaps the job could get done sooner. Perhaps... No. Hoping for this very night would be setting himself up for disappointment. Undue haste would mean risking... Gladdring scowled at nothing and nobody, tromping along the manors scaling the westward cliffs, making his way south. Private guards and well-dressed groups shuffled to business or pleasure lunches, though the winter meals in Noctia lacked summer's cosmopolitan flavor. Vis and Kant's fruits and fish, what went potatoes had been stored, would suffice until things thawed. His palate ached at the thought. No, haste. Moving fast was what brought Gladdring here in the first place. Too much attention paid to overthrowing the circle's irritating leader, and not enough to shoring up his own position. The scars were weapons. Gladdring had proved that now, but the guards he'd entrusted to keep his secrets had decided their loyalty to the purple and black lay above loyalty to him. A problem Yarvik would fix, among several. If only Maseo still lived. She understood, as Gladdring did, that true power lay in saving the Isles, not keeping them in chains. A statue to Demian, the first Aegis, dominated the plaza Gladdring now walked through, as if confirming his own statement. Cruelty and iron fists didn't create legends. Deeds worthy of remembering did. Demian had been the first to gather the scars, to put all the world behind their power. Gladdring would do one better than her, would marshal the scars and the Najan together to obliterate the fiends at their very source. Funny how that direct idea came from one particular guardian, a Fodi lost to his own ambition. Gladdring had been there that day, when Svard raged his proposal at the circle, declaring a strike into the dark below the only sure option for saving their lives. In that moment, Gladdring found his direction, a larger purpose than simply deposing Fassel, a goal subtly shared among all the tenets, as it had been as long as the circle existed. The argument, of course, was who would take over once Fassel's reign ended. Icy stairs to a southern beach marked a poor man's path, one whose residents, carved into cliffside hovels, couldn't afford to keep clear. Instead, as Gladdring noted while passing several, the people living here jammed nails into their boots for traction, damaged the soles to save the skin. Gladdring himself fell on old traits, a perfect balance honed in a childhood on Tamas, where one's ability to hold a pose made as much of a man's life as his skill with a sword. Eyes found him now, but Gladdring didn't get the shivers he'd find back in the Najan quarter. These were curious looks, tired ones. People who had too little incentive to move for something that didn't promise food or a fire. Of those, the flickering orange flames, Gladdring saw plenty, smelled them too. Not the wood-burning luxuries back north, but loamy, smoky flames, fed by mosses and trash. Survival. Gladdring could never forget what it took. The caves beyond the hard, frozen sand offered little more than darkness for the first several strides. Only once he'd passed a few jagged black obelisks, again using a dancer's eyes to keep track as the daylight died beyond the rock overhangs, did Gladdring spy a home's glimmer. Here, too, he felt stairs, had detected the shift once his feet hit the beach. No, Gladdring himself hadn't. The stone in his pocket, set by Annalise in a ring on a left-hand finger. That's what let Gladdring know the impressions directed his way, and he'd best not forget it, not if he wanted to keep a level head. Because here was a place where hands could be lost if one's head went the wrong way. What looked to be a ragged sea cave broadened through unnatural efforts into a large chamber, one with straw-matted platforms scaling the sides. Rope bridges crisscrossed above the central floor, where several fires burned, some cooking, some cleaning, others serving as warmers for the human variety on display.
Truly, all the isles can't compare to what you have here, Yarvik,
Gladdring said as he approached, drawing no looks from the people inside, save one. They knew who he was, had probably known he approached since Gladdring left the Najan quarter in his bumbled disguise.
A collection of skills, no... Quit your flattery,
Yarvik, the only one who'd turned his way, said. The bandit lord held a White's appearance, as if he'd risen from some rat-infested grave mere moments ago, with ironic vengeance his sole cause.
It's been some time, Gladdring. When Fassel caught wind of your little plot, I expected your head on a vulge. Pity.
Yarvik grinned as he finished, showing off resplendent teeth long ago bereft of their natural white. Instead, gold, emerald, and other gems shone through, hewn down to fit and sharpened to glittering fangs. A casual look might assume it a powers play, a sop to strength. Gladdring knew better, knew what whispers echoed in the bandit's mind thanks to the unusual dental work.
I convinced Fassel my death would be more annoying than otherwise.
Gladdring stopped his advance on the cavern's edge. To move further without an invitation would be unwise, said the whispers.
I hope my continued survival can prove profitable to you. It already has.
Yarvik rose, a stone plate with picked-over fish in a hand, as he strode Gladdring's way. Lanky, with more meat seemingly on the fish than on the man's own bones, Yarvik moved with a slithery lurch, Gladdring unsure which direction a step would take the man until it arrived. One of Yarvik's many unnerving traits.
But I like your thinking. How can you help me, Gladdring? How will your new adept raiments help the nimble fingers? Fassel has no love for you,
a truth known to them both, but best to establish facts.
Vassal has uses for me, and I him,
Yarvik countered.
but he would prefer you dead, and all your thieves.
The bandit only grinned further at that. Let him try, glimmered those teeth. And Gladdring had to agree any eradication would probably be a futile enterprise, with too many knives and too many backs to be worthwhile.
He's announced a change,
Gladdring continued, taking Yarvik's silence as an invitation to keep on going.
The Najan are stealing all the skars, because I've shown him what they can do.
We know.
Then you ought to know, too, it won't be long before he's surrounded by the God Stones. And once he gets that power, we won't be able to stop him. Enough skars, and the man might live for centuries.
Enough skars, and so might you. Or me.
Better us, then, than him,
Gladdring said, keeping his hands in his pockets. The whispers suggested Yarvik was amenable to Gladdring's argument, a fact Gladdring would prefer to remain with him and him alone.
You thrive on secrecy and backdoor power. I would give you both.
You failed, Gladdring.
I failed up, Yarvik. I'm closer to Vassal now than ever before.
Easier for him to watch your steps. Gladdring tilted his head, acknowledged the truth.
Even so, I'm here because there is an opportunity. I can't wield the knife, but I can get Vassal where you can do it.
Gladdring hesitated. Yarvik kept his gleaming grin going. Not a no.
Before I go any further, I need your word. Your binding word.
How much is a bandit's word worth, Gladdring? Yarvik's ash-grated voice echoed around the cavern, and Gladdring realized every other conversation had died. A traitor comes to a thief to ask a favor. Who can trust who?
Profit and power, Yarvik. The only currencies you and I care about. A promise on those.
Well then, spill your secret, Gladdring, and we'll see if you have any power left to trade. The Tamas scar on Gladdring's finger hummed. Words in a language beyond Gladdring's understanding, but flush with tones Gladdring knew well. He'd failed in his first attempt to overthrow Vassal, a rushed, scar-driven rebellion put down with grim authority. That had been too open, too kind. In Yarvik, in the man's thieves and their many knives, their crossbows, their poisons, Gladdring had a different tool, and a plan to go along with it. Yarvik, as Gladdring gave the details, kept up his grin, said nothing when Gladdring finished, save an ask to leave. A message, one way or another, would find its way to the adept soon. Until then, Yarvik called after Gladdring's retreating steps along the ice sand. Stay alive, adept. You're so much more fun than that circle you serve. Stay alive? For once, Gladdring's own grin matched Yarvik's. He planned to, and far more besides. Chapter 5. Hopping the Floes. Hopping the Floes became familiar fast, even with the skars aiding in the adventure. Eujo, growing up in Kant's gutters, spent more days than she wanted to admit scurrying along narrow lines, leaping between buildings and floating sky islands, and that sure footwork made its benefits known, as the hours, then the first 2 days, burned in a gray blitz along the ice. Clouds and cutting gales completed the scene, frothing waves tilting the smaller floes as the foursome ran across the snow-slicked surfaces. When energy flagged or light dimmed, they'd find the biggest ice block, chisel in spikes to tie down thick bedrolls, and all burrow in together. They lost their tent on the first night, ripped away by a howling bluster. After, they stuffed themselves together, foregoing impossible fires for body heat and 40 skars. The ale-slopping drunks back in Harrow's Edge estimated 4 or 5 days on the ice to reach Tamas's tip, and halfway through the third, Bliss thought she saw a smudge on the far horizon, a line visible as twilight neared, thanks to the clearing skies and mellowing bluster. A break, as if Tamas itself wanted to extend a welcome. The alacrity made sense, with the skars boosting their speed, and Eujo allowed herself a bit of optimism, rather than the dead certainty their lives would be lost forever among the ice. So, of course, things went wrong. Chiseling out their nighttime shelter went as fast as ever, the quartet splitting hammering duties sped up with the hope that they were close to salvation. Eujo, the 40 skar leaping at the chance, sparked up some salted fish in the lone pot, long salt-encrusted itself. The godstones suckered themselves on Eujo's own exhausted energy, but the fish soon sizzled, and, paired with potato scraps and some ragged bread, they shared a meal amid the setting sun. Torny told another tale of her thievery gone both right and wrong, some chuckle-worthy pilfering of a Noctia mansion and its owners after a drunken revelry. She'd fled from an unlucky Najan patrol, leading the cursing guards through one dock warehouse after another, before eluding them by clinging to the underside of a pier, only to lose the stolen gains when a curious fish nipped the hanging pouch off her hips. "Such is the life of a thief," Eujo said, when Torny's story concluded, a dramatic sigh dropping off her lips. "Even when you think you've done it all right, it goes wrong." "Ever try something like that?" Torny asked Eujo, the venom that had started off their relationship dying out with their dastardly bond. "I stole for food, not for a career." Eujo grinned to keep the words from cutting. "If I'd had the chance to get something better than moldy pears, I would have. On Kant's, it's not so easy." Torny seemed to measure the statement, as if deciding whether to boast about her own prowess, only for Bliss's snapping hands to draw their attention. "On Vis, we don't keep valuables for ourselves. No thieves." Wax coughed. "Well, no good ones anyway. Those who try get shoved into the worst jobs, so nobody bothers." "Sounds great," Torny said. "But wait, I just remembered, you guys live in trees." "Better than this." "What wouldn't be?" Eujo added. As the meal died down, the stars emerged, as clear a blanket as Eujo had ever seen, covering the night sky. Normally, a fire's light, at least, would disguise some of the beauty. But here, wrapped in their thick clothes, winter wind kissing their noses, nothing sat between Eujo and the glittering above. Beautiful, breathtaking, and more than a little bit frightening. "Do you think the gods made all those, too?" Wax asked. He lay next to her, Bliss next to him, and Torny on the outside, opposite Eujo. The subtle pairing was obvious to them all, but went unspoken nevertheless, as though by acknowledging the way Torny and Bliss stayed close to one another, their soft glances, their signed jokes, would be to ruin some just-sparked delight. As for Wax, well, Eujo wasn't sure what to think. "If they did, then what went wrong with us?" Eujo's whispered reply rose above the wind, the waves brushing up against the ice. She and Wax kept one 40 skar between them. The other passed over to Bliss and Torny. The small stone added to the blending, forcing both renewals to keep their hands in its pouch to draw the skar's warmth. Fingertips touched, an ignored sensation with survival at stake. But now, with their success seemingly assured. Wrong? Wax asked, returning Eujo to her own words. They killed each other here. Why? What was different about this place? Us, probably. Eujo blinked, flicked eyes towards Wax to see him still searching the stars. Are we so bad to drive the gods against each other? Or too perfect? Maybe they all wanted to keep us for themselves. They couldn't share, and now look. So every one of those lights is a broken world the gods left behind? An experiment gone wrong? Wax sniffed a soft laugh. Better than the alternative, right? Which is? That we're the worst of them all, and that's why they died. Wax, knowing you, that's absolutely the case. He laughed. She smiled, and they shivered beneath the thick blankets while the stars flickered overhead. Until the damn floe lurched. Eujo's eyes snapped open as the berg tilted sideways, putting their chiseled stakes to the test. Wax, Bliss, and Torny rolled through their blankets, yelping and cursing in equal measure, to mash against Eujo as her view shifted from night sky to frothy sea, one no longer just waves, but bearing an unmistakable otherness. A fiend. No, Eujo changed her assessment a second's fraction later, as the floe lurched back the other way, landing with a splashing crack on the waves. Not one fiend. Many. And they were boarding. Like a jelly mass, the roiling shapes surged around the berg's sides, crawling up on too many tiny legs. In the silver starlight, Sichi was nowhere to be seen despite the clear skies. The critters, looking like eyeless lumps, came at the foursome from all sides. The tiny legs scratched the ice, a raspy skittering sure to haunt Eujo's nightmares from then on. If, of course, she lived. Skars! Wax shouted, an obvious order Eujo decided not to call him on, reaching instead for her forearm and the Kant stone waiting there. Its whispers, light and flighty, were the first she'd heard, escorted to Kant's peaks by her soon-to-be traitorous Queen's Guard. They'd picked out the stone, with Najan watching, and gave her a polite bow when Eujo slotted it into the bracelet, the first mishmash flowing into her mind. The scar's words remained gibberish now, but its actions were easy to understand as Eujo gave it a panicked order. The closest fiends, their skittering dull purple forms, blasted away as Eujo stood. They rolled and flipped, splashing into a sea that had no doubt returned them soon. Nevertheless, time bought was time used, as Eujo reached for her staked pack and drew the rapier she'd carried with her ever since her royal ascension. The thin blade made a poor weapon to execute small masses, but the Kant scar continued to play its starring role, changing its bluster from a blowing gust to a swirling one, whipping the fiends up and around Eujo so they bobbed, helpless, in the air. A simple skewering, one after another, the surprise fading with every stab. They bite! Wax called again, and Eujo turned from her latest stab to see the Vis Renewal waving his thicker blade in an awkward dance, feet shuffling closer to the berg's edge, more mite-like fiends coming up behind him. The Vis's main concern seemed to be the mite attacking his boot, wrapping its body around his front toes like some latching cloth. Wax smacked it with his sword, scraping off the shell, but leaving the wriggling monster beneath. He cursed, and Eujo darted in, forking the bug and wrenching it away. The thing bounced into several of its friends, bowling them back into the water. Bliss, at least, had more success. She and Torny whirled in a weird concert, the Vis sweeping the fiends away with her thick staff, while Torny stabbed any making it close, holding their ground for now. "We need to move," Eujo said, relying on another Kant's gust to give her time to slip on her pack. "Grab your gear and go!"
"What about the bedding?"
Wax asked, flipping the blade to his offhand as he grabbed his own satchel.
We can't. We can and we will. Now!"
The Queen's guise fell on, a habit she'd cultivated quick once they placed the sky diamond tiara on her head. Giving orders, expecting them to be obeyed, a commander's calm fell on Eujo as she repeated the order, as she guided Wax towards their two guardians. Bliss and Torny didn't question the idea, falling in fast as they leapt to another flow. The fiends followed.
"Here,"
Wax said as they dashed along a narrow, icy line, its edges a smudge against the dark water.
"Let me go last."
Eujo, already huffing as the Kant's scar sucked at her energy, was happy enough to swap places with Wax, brushing by him on the ice, only to stop at Bliss's concerned look towards her brother. Torny, beyond, kept right on running, as she ought to.
"Go,"
Eujo said.
"You'll be fine."
Bliss signed something Eujo didn't catch. Let Eujo get by her. Loyalty to sibling and renewal. Admirable, but unnecessary. Wax had an idea. Best let him. The flash tripped her, a sudden flare skipping Eujo ahead into a flat fall along the thin ice finger. She skidded, turned, saw Wax doing what the renewal always seemed to, blowing fire back at the ice behind them, the trailing fiends igniting like so many poppers in the dark, their forms rolling off the floe into the sea. Bliss tugged at her brother, their forms only shadows against the Fody scar's light. Too much and not enough. Eujo planted her hands, started to rise, felt Torny's helping grasp on her shoulder, but that wasn't the concern. Wax, his big moment done, almost collapsed into Bliss's arms, his sister twisting to help the renewal along the ice. They hadn't slept long. The scars hadn't recharged from a day leveraged to run along the ice. Worse, the fiends weren't done either. The roiling mass, their many legs seeming to work in concert as they bobbed as one in the dark waves, moved around the flame, circling the floe, cutting the quartet off from their next jump.
"Surrounded,"
Torny spat, drawing her daggers again.
"Guess we go down fighting?"
"We're not going down anywhere," Eujo snarled, flipping the bracelet around, engaging a different, slippery whisper.
"Hold on." "To what? This is an iceberg?" "Hold on to me, then."
If Torny made another crack at that, Eujo didn't hear it. Instead, she told the silver scar what to do, and the stone responded, leapt at the idea, at the far horizon holding Eujo's eyes. And the floe, surrounded by fiends, began to move. Chapter 6. The Warrior's Demand. Amazing how a spear to the throat brings out the truth. The Went Academy wasn't much for torture, for interrogations. Such things, on the rocky northern isle, were best left to the pits and their hungry, angry rabble. Instead, Annalise and her friends asked questions, ran experiments, sought the truth through trial and error. Knowledge earned over years and years, bought by Vis now in moments on a tree branch. "So that's why they want the scars," Teshiva said, the two of them sitting in a soft clearing after a night swamped by conversation, by slight threats and easy turnabouts. Annalise gave the hunters what they wanted, and more besides. What did she owe her old home that had cast her out?
"There's power," Annalise agreed, "but that's not the only reason. Control, too. The Circle's always afraid of what the Isles might do. Gladdring told me as much."
She'd given up the Tenet's game, explained his whole plan. Overthrow Fassel, unite the Isles with the Skars, and work together to destroy the fiends. Annalise didn't have an answer for Deshiva's skepticism at the idea. Gladdring's motives had always rung true to the scientist. "That, at least, you have right," Deshiva replied. Fresh coffee, boiled up over the campfire, cooled in small wood cups in their hands. Shadows moved around them, Deshiva's hunters keeping a perimeter. "The Najan are only interested in control." Deshiva looked every bit the wild Vis rumors told of the Isle, sporting a dress Annalise hadn't seen much of during her brief stay in Kidai. Tight woven clothes streamed around inked skin, sigils Annalise would have loved to learn about, interrupted by holsters and straps for a bow, arrows, and more tricks than Annalise dared imagine. Deshiva's hair split into twin taut braids, tied with a slim, corded headband matching the summer ocean's clean blue. That Annalise felt more than a little out with her fresh weaves, her scant satchel, returned after the hunters cleansed it of tools and treasures, and utter lack of deadly weapons would be an understatement. That Deshiva didn't care one bit was equally clear. "Vis scars belong to us," Deshiva said next, unprompted, jerking Annalise up from her coffee. "We've let the Najan keep them for the renewal long enough. They cannot have them for their own wants." Annalise blinked. "What does that have to do with me?" "You're going to help us." "Help?" Annalise looked left and right, hoping some hunter would be there, ready to disabuse Deshiva of the notion this went woman far from home would be any help at all. "I'm not a fighter." "Now you're the one who's lying." Deshiva smiled. "You spent the last hours telling me, in detail, how Gladdring had you working with the skars to develop weapons, to turn armor into more than just a metal wall. You'll do the same for us." Another blink. A dull lack of surprise found its hold. Gladdring sounded much the same, albeit without the threats, when he first came to Went, found her amid the few skars in the Academy stores, and asked whether she believed the stones only belonged to the Aegis. That conversation, her showing off what the skars could do, had brought her here, an inflection point she saw again rising up over the campfire's dwindling embers. Dive into the fray again? Get used by someone again? Quick flashed. Their conversation on the dock, in the Najan port while they dried off. Escape, survive, and maybe save the world. Optimism in a hopeless situation? Maybe, but wasn't that why she'd left her warm cliffside workshop on Went? The march didn't go right back to Kidai, the hunters veering east off the main path, finding a way through thick trees and plants that Annalise didn't know existed until the flat, leaf-coated forest floor appeared before her next footstep. 2 days blurred by, Deshiva monopolizing the mornings and nights between the long walks to scrape the scientist's mind for more. Annalise, eventually, did the same in turn. Had Deshiva and the hunters show their methods, how they tracked and fought, turned a fiend or a Hanako's assault into an ambush, how they held their weapons, and where a scar might find its best place. Habits died hard, and Annalise scribbled page after page on her charcoal pad, diagramming ideas, pitching them to Deshiva, and when they arrived at the southern lake, all thoughts of Svard's cliffside exile had died a simple death, buried by possibility. Tree houses circled the lake, many beginning low on a thick trunk before spreading up through branches to neighboring trees. Spidering rope bridges kept the Vis off the ground, making Annalise almost feel like she was back on Noctia, where people were always above and below. Fronds and ferns replaced the stones and slate. Tropical bird song matched the cawing gulls, though the air lacked Noctia's endless soot, an industrial tang Annalise didn't miss in the slightest. "This is you," Teshiva said, escorting Annalise personally to a squat, wide tree near the lake's eastern end. The water lapped a verdant border, a sole beach kept clear by vis attendants, and fish frolicked, jumping, splashing, and getting carried away by happy raptors. A natural miracle put on pause when Teshiva opened the thin bamboo door. "We built it to what you said." "What I said? You mean when I told you what Gladdring had for me?" Annalise asked the question, but the answer was obvious. Much like in Noctia, a central slab, this one a hefty stump, chopped and cleaned, dominated the space. Smaller tables ringed it, each holding a small chest. A rope ladder led to a lofted bed. Netted windows spaced the wood floors and walls, letting in far more light than Annalise ever had in Gladdring's grim tower. "This is what you had, it's what you need, right?" Teshiva asked, her tone at once risking frustration for a missed detail and hoping otherwise. "There's little time. The Najan are already fortifying." Annalise didn't take a step inside. Not yet. If the walk, if the discussions had filled her notebook, that had all been a theory. Everything for Gladdring had been science, tests for practical application, but not yet a manufacture for war, for death. And that, too, had been for use against fiends. Annalise started, faltered. Teshiva grabbed Annalise's shoulder, twisted her so the scientist saw the vis leader. The sun descended at her back, giving Teshiva's inks a fired glow, her eyes an intensity stealing what remained of Annalise's thought. "This is not a choice, Annalise," Teshiva said, mauling each syllable, a promise and a threat. "You will do this. Without it, the Najan will overpower us. They will take this isle and subjugate everyone on it towards their ends." "Which might be noble. They might—" "If the Circle wanted our cooperation, they would ask for it. They have not asked. They will not. You know this. Pick a side." Teshiva said the words like Annalise had a choice, but grim looks, both from Teshiva and two waiting hunters, said otherwise. "Do you even have any scars?" Annalise asked, and Teshiva at last gave a slight smile, nodded past the scientist into the treehouse. "We have yours." The smile dwindled to a frown. "Your scars and the first pieces for them are inside. You'll work tonight. We'll leave tomorrow." "Leave? We only just arrived." "A short trip," Teshiva said. "A Najan ship has docked at Kidai. They're going to take the scars. We won't let them." "I'm not a fighter. I don't—" A smirk now. "That's not true. Fiends, the Najan. If you aren't yet a fighter, you are now. Get to work, Annalise. This is it. What you were meant for." Those words stuck with Annalise as she went into the treehouse workshop, looked over the space. The chests held her pouches, the scars Annalise herself had carried, making a start. Hardly enough to equip an army, though, or enough to fight the Najan. Annalise went from one stone to the next, picked them up, heard their whispers. What had once been so marvelous now sounded different, almost sinister. Not a new universe to explore, but one to exploit. Her colleagues would be ashamed, in shock, or disappointed, as they'd been when Annalise first announced she was leaving with Gladdring. Her first step away from science towards something practical. This was just the next. What she was meant for. The Vis were raiders, stealthy and swift. Nothing like the Najan, like the massive Went armies back home. A few skars, put right, could change everything. The scientist looked over at the spears, the weaves stacked inside the treehouse door. The first thing she was to work with, to transform into something special. They wouldn't do. The hunters did as she asked, running into the twilight. If they found what she asked for, then maybe the isle long written off by the rest of the world would have a chance. Or Deshiva, Annalise, and all the hunters would find themselves speared on a Volge's end. Chapter 7. The King Beneath. It wasn't long into their first stretch following the bolt's blood trail before Sawi admitted she wasn't a hunter. Not in the formal Vis sense, anyway. Not one of the dangerous trackers who'd helped lead Ami, Svard, and Katya through the jungle paths to the Great Sana 10 years ago. Instead, she was barely an adult, one tossed into gathering fruits and watching the days pass without a threat. "You could have mentioned this earlier," Ami said, as they slipped down a narrow crevasse, a break-off from their tunnel, but one still sticky with the fiend's drying, bluish blood. Not that the blood itself glowed that color, but the mosses coating both travelers' satchels painted it as such. The blood's reflection helped, but Ami found the strong iron smell a better guide, as they stepped slow and careful among the dark below's too many twists and turns. "You would have known it already if you'd even once asked about me. Stopped doing that when my friends kept dying." Sawi, a couple handholds below Ami in the descending gap, paused and glared up, her eyes putting up a good flare as Ami hesitated. "Quit acting like some sort of martyr. I'm over your act, Ami. Sorry about Katya, but she knew what she was doing when she became the Aegis. Friends that died? Who? You certainly didn't seem depressed when we were working with Annalise. Every morning, barking orders, demanding this, and keep moving. Keep talking if you want, but keep on moving." Sawi took Ami's points, both of them. She rattled on, a raging flood obviously building for some time. What prompted the outburst now? Ami's tossed-off remark? A line tinged with truth that simply sounded good in the moment? Or was the Vis beset by more problems than her traveling companion? Lured away from home by Gladdring, stuffed into an experiment, and then an attempted overthrow. Told to ignore a close friend. Left to rot in a cell with certain death the only outcome till Ami happened on by? That might bend someone's mental state into a broken place. "I've been there," Ami said, when Sawi's rattle dwindled, when the two reached the crevasse's bottom. A last drop, high enough for Ami to catch herself on all fours, the harpoon jagging against her back. Scrapes and cuts tweaked, itched, and were ignored. The Vis scar embedded in Ami's faceplate whispered. She'd pop it soon, give it to Sawi at the walk's end to prop the Vis back up, and endure a painful few hours. A penance of sorts. For what? "Yeah, you've been everywhere," Sawi muttered, crouching before Ami until the Vis located the blood trail. "Experienced all there is to see. We're all just repeats to you." "I'm trying to say there's no use in self-pity." "Who's pitying themselves? I'm telling you we're going to have to work together to track this thing, and you're talking about self-pity?" Ami laughed once. Sawi had it right. The Guardian had gone down another mental rabbit hole for no real reason. "The dark does strange things," Ami finally said, as they started off again. I swear, Ami, if you lose your mind down here, don't expect me to carry you home. As if you could find it, gatherer. Sawi shrugged, a silver-blue shadow amid the encroaching, mossy dark. They kept going. More hours burned. Conversation picked up and maintained, dropping to whispers if either heard another noise, but the fiends had grown quiet, either listening to the pair bumbling through their territory, or, like the one Sawi and Ami had killed, leaving. Where to and why, who knew? Hopefully, the bolt's owner was the reason, and hopefully they were friendly, because Ami had long since decided she and Sawi had no path, no plan, and no chance of getting out on their own. It ends here, Sawi said, slowing to a hunched stop in a small chamber. Several tunnels interconnected, leading off in different directions. There's a mark where the bolt hit. Then, nothing. The pair gave the chamber a good once-over, found no other markers. Ami was about to declare the spot good enough for a night's rest. The multiple entries weren't great, but small tunnels spread noise. They'd have warning and close quarters to defend, better against higher numbers. Yet, just as Ami sloughed her pack off into the dirt, Sawi whistled. Soft, low, and curious. Look at the splatter, Sawi said when Ami asked. The bolt struck. There's a spray back this way, most of it. Whoever shot the thing would have been standing in this tunnel. Then that's the way we go. Ami reshouldered her satchel. Nice work, Vis. Sawi threw Ami a skeptical side-eye. Thanks, but that was kind of obvious. Not to a Fodi miner. Sawi snorted, but Ami swore she saw a little grin play about that face. Sawi did, too, lead off the walk with more spring than before. Ami started to rationalize it, throw a secondary reasoning into why she'd given Sawi the compliment, then stopped herself, shook her own head in the purple-blue gloom. Sometimes a kind word could just be that. Just because Gladdring tried to turn everything into manipulative layers didn't mean Ami had to. As if rewarding Sawi's efforts, the chosen tunnel didn't branch for a long time, instead snarling in a curling dance without choice. It descended. Of course it descended, but the pair could at least believe they were following the right trail, going until their legs felt leaden, their eyes were half shut, and Sawi began bouncing off the walls as her steps veered. An easy state for an ambush, and one commenced as the tunnel widened, split into a fork. To the left, darkness and further depths. To the right, as Sawi's sucked-in breath announced, a crossbow and a curious stare behind it. No lanterns, but as the pair's moss cast its light, Ami recognized the outfit. A fur and leather collection, albeit thinned out, as the dark below settled into a warmth cozier than the frigid winter above. Went, Ami said, striding up next to Sawi and keeping her hands free. No drawn weapon, no decisive kill, or so Ami hoped. You're a long way from home. So are you, Fodi, the scout replied, a grizzled woman's tone emerging from the thick cloak. I don't recognize the other, which means she must be a Vis. An odd pair. With a stranger story. Ami let her left hand drift toward Sawi's, putting it in a spot to grab the Vis before Sawi could do something stupid. Yet I bet yours would match ours. It might. A long silence. Both sides gauging the other. Ami tried to place what a Went expedition might be doing this far down. Too deep for mining, but maybe not for scouting. Some small party whose delusions of hidden treasure had taken them far off course? or...
"We're lost and desperate, damn it," Sawi said, breaking the standoff. "We were trying to get to Vis through these forsaken caves and need help."
To Vis? Through the caves? With Sawi breaking them open, Ami didn't try to stop the Vis. She spilled it all, except their branding as traitors by the Najan. At least clever enough for that. Without the gear or willingness to pay the high price for winter travel south, Sawi said they'd tried to be enterprising and found themselves doomed instead. And when the scout pointed out their weapons, the fact that they were still alive, Ami seized the opening.
"We're good fighters, hunters," Ami said, "and we'd be glad to put off our trip if you need our skills."
That drew a different look from Sawi, more curious than angry. A swerve to their intended plans. But if Ami was judging the scout right, from the well-filled water skin, satchel, lantern, and gear in top-notch repair, then she belonged to a went party with good supplies. Supplies Ami and Sawi could use. And, though she'd never say it aloud, Ami was ready to be done, at least for a time, with blind walking through the dark.
"Then pledge an oath," the scout said. "Right now. Promise you won't injure, steal, or hinder our efforts in any way. Do so, and keep your hands clear of your weapons, and you can come with me."
"Hinder your efforts?" Sawi asked.
"You found Hochi's expedition. My name is Olgada, and down here, we are going to save the 7 Isles."
A declaration like that deserved some backup, and Olgada delivered, albeit over 2 days' travel. The scout, after a slow trust thaw gained through shared dinners and stories, though Ami and Sawi continued reserving their Najan status, gave Hochi's whole plan away. The warlord had built a network over the last month, grinding outposts into the dark below, all the way from Went's surface. Scouts co-opted from across the Isle patrolled neighboring tunnels, warding away wandering fiends and mapping chambers for useful ores, pools, and plants. Meanwhile, Hochi himself had set up camp near the Wound's base, in a place they now called Dreamhold. A basic name, Olgada admitted, but clear enough in purpose to attract adventurers, where he sought a way to close the gates.
"The gates?"
Ami asked.
"Where the fiends arrive," Olgada replied. "There are 7, matching our isles, and through them come all the monsters. Our problem now is how to destroy them."
The tunnels they walked through grew brighter as they approached Dreamhold, with lanterns hanging and signs already of engineers shaving off rougher edges. The air no longer smelled mossy, instead crackling with ash and industry. Words, indistinct but still actual words, drifted along between hammers, drills, and saws. Ami found it hard to keep a smile off her half-plated face. Somehow, they were going to survive. Somehow, they were going to... The tunnel broke into a larger one, a massive tube overlaid with production, with rolling carts. People, from Went soldiers to miners, to the merchants supporting them all, churned, and most in one direction. Ami stopped, stunned at the sheer number.
"How?"
she asked Olgada.
"How are there this many, so far down? Winter in Went normally means hiding, waiting out the cold with ale and boredom. Now, our isle has possibility instead. A chance to do something new, something incredible."
Olgada glanced at the pair, giving them another once-over, a search for something she didn't find.
A chance, too, at glory, at resources beyond what Noctia and the Najan could hope to match.
"I thought this was about the fiends," Sawi asked.
"The fiends,
and throwing off the circle's oppression. This is more than a chance to save the Isles, Vis. It is the way to break the chains binding them. Whatever Ami's feelings about those chains, the Najan seemed impossibly distant down here in this underground world. She forgot about them soon after, as Olgada led them through another massive chamber, this one sealed along one side with glittering, pointed iron fortifications, and into a strange city. The houses and buildings seemed oppressive, flat walls and empty windows just starting to get dressed up with repairs. Sawi noticed it first, the Vis's experience keeping any scream away from her lips. Many doing the work bore blotchy skin, faded eyes, or missing limbs. They didn't speak, didn't have satchels with food or water nearby, and lurched about in doubtless purpose. Yet Went people didn't spare them a second glance or worked alongside the shambling strangers. "What are they?" Ami asked, following Sawi's discovery. "That answer," Olgada said, "waits where we're going." As for who gave it, the most impossible turn yet. He sat on an odd stone chair in the center of the town's largest, only temple, upstairs and behind smooth walls. A gigantic, jagged blade sat in one hand, its point driven into the clean slabs at his feet. Nearby, as if waiting on him, stood two others, watching Ami and Sawi approach. One, a wild-looking woman with wide eyes and a fierce grin, almost menacing, and the other, so laden in furs and with a beard so big as to be Hochi and nobody else. Yet Ami found her focus on the man in that chair, the one who had no right to be alive, whose body looked more gray and scar-coated than ever, yet in whose bright eyes and set smile lingered real hope. "Ami," Svard said, as the pair entered the chamber. "Are you ready?" Chapter 8. What Queens Desire. A visit to the Circle's private chambers never came easy. Even now, wearing an adept's gold-gilded garments, Gladdring took the carpeted steps slow and with a scowl. The broad hallway narrowed in its descent beyond the main room, where the vast round table served as meeting place for anyone seeking help from the Isles' greatest power. Lanterns burned, portraits spaced the walls, holding the grim visages of Circle leaders past. Their eyes didn't seem to follow Gladdring, but instead stare off into a hard distance, as if their struggles against the fiends, against hostile Isles, continued long after life left them behind. A rosy prospect for his own future, but then nobody who sought real power was blind to its consequences. Or, at least, he was not. Neither, it seemed, was Facile. The man waited alone in a circular room with a central table and 3 chairs, all plush and immaculate in their Noctia purple framing. Facile himself wore a plain black robe, a silver necklace vanishing beneath its high collar. No gold, no medals, no ceremony. A hot teapot smoked in the table center, 2 cups already poured. No guard stood nearby. The only observers, a single portrait pair, Demian and her long-lost guardian, drawn from hearsay, the oils giving them a determined, brave stand against their unseen foes. Would that Gladdring could find the same courage. At least, with Yarvik's knives at his back, Gladdring wouldn't worry about weapons. 3 times, Facile said, by way of greeting, nodding to the chair opposite him. 3 times I've summoned you to these chambers, and yet
this will be the first in which, I hope, we can work together.
Gladdring didn't need reminding on the first two. One, a simple series of threats, laying out Gladdring's coming doom, followed by stripping his Tenet rank and throwing him into the Circle's secretive, most desolate prison. The second, when Fassel decided the skars could be more than just propaganda, could prompt a revolution, had been to drag Gladdring from the awful and offer him an adept's cloak instead. Loyalty's bargain. An easy one to take. Far easier to overthrow Fassel from his side than in a dungeon's deep cell.
I was surprised to get the summons,
Gladdring said, sitting.
I thought we were well on our way. Any grand plan runs into problems.
Fassel lifted the tea, drank. Gladdring had to copy. Tasted the anise from Tamas, a little cinnamon tossed in for flavor. Hot and perfect for winter.
Your reputation as the trade Tenet, and not as a traitor, brings you here. How may I serve?
A frown.
Don't be dumb with me, Gladdring. I know every word out of your mouth that isn't cursing me causes you some pain. So let me appeal to something that, I hope, makes some measure with you. The Najan's cause.
What cause would that be?
The skars, Gladdring. The damn skars. The key to keeping our power.
And stopping the fiends.
Yes, of course.
Fassel dashed off the words, shook his head.
Not every isle sees our approach as welcome.
The frown carved harder lines.
No surprise. The fiends remain. They grasp at what weapons they can find.
As they should.
No. If your little show proves anything, it's that the skars can't be wielded by those who don't know what they're doing. Already, the Went outpost has sent word of renewals using the stones to destroy their buildings, ruin the path to the Isle's skars. A single fool. Can you imagine the same everywhere?
I can. Disaster. A sharp nod.
Then you know we can't let that happen. We must control the skars, and we must bring them here. Voti, Rana, and Tamas are already ours.
Gladdring sat forward. Voti? I thought...
They have no leaders, only merchants and miners. We slapped down their petty attempt, and they turned back to their forges quick enough.
Another swirl and sip of the tea, its burn seeming to settle Fassel back into the moment.
When 'tis under repair, but the golden gash remains ours, while the rock-biters send all their warriors into the dark below.
A doomed effort, no doubt.
A lucky one for us. By the time any, if any, return, we'll control every city. Their remaining powers want security, and I've delivered it to them. But that's not why you're here.
Oh? You didn't call me just to complain? Gladdring let a raised eyebrow linger.
I called you here to give you a task, one worthy of your skills.
Then tell me. Fassel sniffed. Gladdring shifted his right hand, sent it into his robe's pocket to the Tamas scar nestled there. The stone's whispers brushed Gladdring's thoughts, caught Fassel, and suggested truth. What the circle was about to ask would be genuine, not some trap.
Vis and Kantz are the only two isles with any doubt remaining, Fassel said. I'm sending more forces to the south. The shipping lanes remain free of ice, so we will crush those jungle dwellers should they protest. Khans is a different matter.
Ah, invading the Sky Isle would be a disaster. Other than Noctia, Khans was the only isle with real leaders, with martial abilities beyond random raiders and haphazard warlords. The two queens commanded loyalty and lethal troops, enough to make a Najan incursion both bloody and long, if not impossible.
They've removed our soldiers from the outpost, Fassel continued, stripped them of their weapons, and sent them home. We have no presence there any longer. None.
Khans won't trade their skars?
Trade? Gladdring, I thought you understood. This isn't about trade. We take, because if we do not, then there will only be turmoil. You must convince the Queen of this. You must break her resistance. Offer anything, save the stones. Turn her mind and be rewarded, not just by me, but from all these isles you claim to serve.
If she won't make a deal? Fassel refilled his cup, made to do the same to Gladdring's.
They have two queens, yes? If the one coming here will not play her part, perhaps the other will.
As to what might happen to the refusing queen, Gladdring held no illusions. The adept ignored the snow as he waited by the private Najan docks. Quiet in winter, with ice blocking most aisles, he stood now amid a crowd of purple and black, some with volges and the sharp chakram discs, others ready with nothing more than ropes and a willingness to get a ship into port. And what a ship it was, too. The Khan's queen came in on a vessel that seemed to float on the gray waters, gliding along the wave tops, never descending into any roiling valleys, instead flagging its sails with such precision as to rest alongside the black rock pier without ever once touching it. Anchors, silver-stained, dropped from either side to lock the three-story craft and its sloping cabins into place. Workers scurried, ramps descended, and the retinue disembarked at speed. A full 10-soldier squad of Kant's Queen's Guard, their glimmering armor the perfect version of armed cold. Double that many in servants carrying chests, gear, and shrouded heads. Several advisors came next, all approaching Gladdring with welcomes and receiving them in turn. And last, of course, the Queen herself. Somewhere north of Gladdring's age, and frosted with Kantz's classic demeanor. She swept down the ramp wearing thick boots beneath an equally burly cloak, one frilled with silver feathers at its edges, as if she might suddenly decide to take flight. Then again, with a Kant scar, such a move wasn't a total impossibility. Some nameless Najan assistant whispered pointers into Gladdring's ear, ranging from Kantz's harvests and notable trading partners over the summer to the Queen's preferred foods, daily habits, and apparent love of the Laloon flowers filling the wound's crater. Gladdring only kept that last, shuttling it away as a potential evening destination. The best diplomacy happened out of doors and away from listening ears. The Queen had her own sources, as she marched down the pier without an eye or a look at anyone else save Gladdring. If she was impressed at his regalia, nothing showed on her face, shrouded, like her various underlings, in a silk, silver-blue hood. Beneath, as she squared up to Gladdring, those boots put their heights close enough to match stairs, Gladdring saw not the killer Fassel made the Kant's ruler out to be, but rather someone curious, compelling, and ready with a question.
"Are you Fassel's lapdog, or do you have a mind of your own?"
the Queen asked, loud enough for the mousy assistant at Gladdring's side to hear. Her voice had a crystal's clarity, each syllable announced like a dart strike into the thick boards dotting so many Noctia taverns. "I do what the Circle desires," Gladdring replied, his traditional honey tongue a poor match.
"And that is everything Kantz owns?"
"If you would give it." Gladdring grinned. The Queen didn't match his lips. No joking to be found here, then. His fingers rubbed the ring, the scar, but he pushed away its offered advice. Too much reliance on the scar would dull his own instincts, and the stones could be stolen at any time. "If not, then I hope we can find a way to keep both our isles and all the others safe." If the words touched the Queen, she didn't show it. Instead, she seemed to trace a line around and through Gladdring, measuring him in every way. Gladdring had done the same many times before, to a partner on the Tamas stage before a rehearsal, a performance, an audition. He let her, hid nothing.
"Fassel invited me here,"
the Queen began,
"with a letter. It said the Najan needed help, that I had to let them take all of our skars. He stuffed his lines with pointless words about unity, fiends, and nonsense."
"But you came anyway." At last, a grin's fraction.
"I came because true power doesn't hide in her castle or behind a closed door. I came to tell Fassel, to his face, that the days of Najan supremacy are over. The Isles are not yours to claim. You can have your trade, but you will get nothing else from us. Ever again."
For the first time in far too long, Gladdring felt his heart tremor. A smile rose as he gave the Queen the slightest bow. The world might be under assault. The Najan might be destroying centuries-old tradition, and the consequences could mean the end of everything. But this would be fun. Chapter 9. Thorns. Gloved hands gripped ropes, each other, anything on the ice, to keep themselves from rolling off. Splashing into the dark ocean wouldn't just mean a soaking, but would guarantee a fiend swarm, a quick numbing, and a slow death below the waves. That dire fact hummed along Eujo's periphery as she let the Kant's scar run with its own wind, shoving the lanky ice floe holding their distraught foursome across the churning sea. Sometime after its lurching start, Torny collapsed on top of Eujo, pinning the Queen to the ice with her own body and a desperate chisel hold. Curses streamed from the bandit, only growing as the skittering, bug-like fiends continued to clamber over the flow's edges. But not so many. The fiend-filled waves broke as the flow shot forward, those grubby monsters not already climbing up left behind, as Eujo's scar-fueled desire shattered their creature-created raft. Behind, according to Torny's more lucid moments, clung Wax and Bliss, the sibling pair riding the flow's trailing edge after Wax's Fody bomb failed to do more than light up the sky. The skars, like the gods that made them, were fickle friends. Eujo's silver stone sang, a melody rising like a new dawn, though the night around them held only stars. Strong and joyous, Eujo found herself wincing at the volume, the scar's song picking up speed along with the flow. The ice tilted, threatening to throw its front end beneath the surface, only to surge free, a shift narrated by Torny's frantic shouts to Wax and Bliss to stay at the flow's back.
Not a boat I'd choose, but I'll take it, Torny snarled near Eujo's ear, swapping the chisel hold to her left hand and drawing a knife. Ahead, 2 clawed, shelled fiends picked their way across the ice. Don't suppose you can slow this ride a second, Eujo? Give me time to pick off these bugs? The queen parsed the words, wanted to find a reply, but the scar took it, a mad rush siphoning Eujo's air. Her lips sagged, her eyes drifted near shut, and Eujo found her hands and feet numb. Movement seemed impossible, improbable, a folly against the scar's continuing song. Guessing that's a no? Torny muttered. Don't blame me if you get a bite, then. The fiends spread, each sliding, picking their way towards Eujo from either shoulder. The queen couldn't find the energy to move. Trying felt like attempting to shove a whole ship on shore by herself. Panic. A skittering fear washed her, blotted out the scar's song as the fiends closed. She couldn't do a damn thing, not a thing to save herself. For all her life, since she could remember, Eujo had always depended on her skills to steal food, to escape pursuit, and, if necessary, to turn that pursuit into partners when they caught her. Now, her fate depended on a bandit, a fickle thief who... Torny moved, climbing up and pressing down on Eujo's shoulders. Her dagger, a flash to Eujo's right, lanced and speared the first fiend. Yellow goo flew free, splattering down the flow, onto Eujo's hands, her face, and she couldn't do a damn thing about it. With a flick, Torny sent the fiend flying, shifting to go for its partner. Too late. Eujo wanted to scream, the scar's tune jolting, sending the ice slashing leftward. Stinging pain radiated from her left wrist, Eujo rolling her eyes that way to see Torny stabbing the second fiend, pushing it off and away with yet another, somehow different, curse. Sorry, Torny hissed, moving again to clamp down on the red leaking out from Eujo's coat sleeve, staining her glove, the ice beneath into a lurid pink. Bugs move fast. How bad is it? Eujo didn't even try to answer. With the fiend's dispatch, her last lingering focus dissipated, her eyes lolling back towards the horizon and Tamas's shrouded line. The scar sang, and its song, like the wind slicing through the palace among the sky islands, swept her away. You try, then. Torny's voice again swam into Eujo's muted world, quiet, dark, and wet. It's not like I'm some sort of strongman. Then get out of the way. Wax? He sounded alive, at least. Better than Eujo, who seemed unable to open her eyes, to do much more than breathe. Her every muscle twinged in exhausted depletion, unable to muster even the slightest twitch. The Vis scar now led the whispers, all the others barely a murmur. The jungle stone's fierce muttering told Eujo all she needed to know. Wherever they were, however they had survived, the drain to get them there had nearly killed the queen. Something pulled at her shoulders. Eujo felt herself slide, dirt or sand beneath her shifting away as someone, Wax likely, dragged the queen up some slope. Questions dashed. Eujo, too tired to hold on any single one, gave in to frustration instead. Easier to be angry at what she couldn't do than be rational about it, especially now, when she couldn't even see. The Vis scar reacted, spiking up into a curious burble. Eujo's eyes itched, a sudden bloom, as if a crusty coat were being cleared. Look at you, a sword's length. So strong. Torny again. At least she's off the ice now. Wax, the reply. Silence, then a Torny laugh. Your sister's right, Wax. Want to be the Aegis? Better bulk up. That way, there's more of you to waste away. Because right now, I'm guessing you'll be all bones in a week or two. Maybe I'll hand you all the skars once we get them. See how you like it. Sure, and I'll sell them right back to Fassel for his stupid war. Torny's cut didn't land, the group fading to a more awkward silence than the first time around. Eujo, so close to opening her eyes, could guess why. All was hard to laugh at a real disaster. Tamas emerged in a blink, a blank black to beauty. Oranges, purples that would have taken Eujo's breath away if she had any to spare. Her sight's bottom chunk was only the beach, its black grains a sharp cry from the white and brown sand elsewhere. Further up, where the small dunes ran into Tamas proper, lay vivid life. Swooping leaves dangling from gnarled bushes, squat trees dotted with spiked indigo flowers, and all tinged with winter's frosty kiss. Roots ran over the ground, reaching high enough to, Eujo figured, smack her knee with a wayward step. A thick loam meshed with the ocean salt, odd enough to prompt a cough, which Eujo turned into a sputtering groan. Hey, she's waking up, Torny said, bending over and staring Eujo right in the eye. The bandit, for her part, looked both worn and well. An arduous trek survived. Guess she didn't kill herself after all. The bandit glanced away from Eujo's face, over the queen's back, and frowned. I know she was breathing, but just because the body's kicking doesn't mean there's anything left upstairs. I'm here, Eujo said, the words a bare whisper. Torny sighed, clicked her tongue. Too bad. Could have fetched a great price for those skars. Guess we'll have to do things the hard way. The hard way, such as it was, would have to wait. As Eujo crawled back to life, a step-by-step emergence aided by devouring what little remained from their reserves, Wax and Bliss had both lost their satchels in the fiend flight, they learned reaching Tamas wasn't the same as, well, reaching Tamas. Their landing point, marked by the Floes' crunching beaching on the black sand, seemed remote, with nothing so much as a chimney's smoke marking the morning's chilly blue sky. No trails made themselves known to Bliss and Wax as the Vis pair took up an initial scout, returning to report the thick roots lay in every direction save one, a walk down the coast. That gave them a chance in the early afternoon, when, with Wax's helpful shoulder, Eujo forced herself to put one foot in front of the other in a halting walk. The ice floe hadn't even left their sight, though, before their beach walk began to disappear. Tide's going to cut us off, Wax said. The Vis had been throwing Eujo one concerned look after another all morning, but he'd kept his focus where it ought to be, keeping Eujo upright. Now they stopped, Bliss hiking up the sand to the snarling root and plant combo with a shaking head. It's going to be worse than snow in there, Bliss sighed. Every step's a trap. Why don't our magical friends here burn it? Torny asked. Clear path, send up a signal, and give us some warmth. 3 things I'd be happy with right now. Don't know if either of us have the energy for that, Wax replied, the waves now kissing their boots with every splash. Wait this out and go at low tide? We'll starve before long. Or go cannibal, Torny added, coming to help Wax walk Eujo up the beach. Bet you're pretty gamey, Wax, but I'd give you a try. Thanks. Torny's right, Eujo said as they joined Bliss, looking at the roots. Thick, brown, and constant. We're low on food and water. Any town might be days away. We can't wait, and we can't struggle through this. As she finished the words, her voice dropped to a near whisper. We shouldn't need much. Wax sighed.
felt beneath his coat for the Najan necklace. Its slots, now more filled than not, shined in the dull sunlight. "A little," Wax said. "That's all. No explosions." "No explosions," Torny agreed, as if she had any say. The Bandit and Bliss helped Eujo away, leaving Wax staring at the plants, one hand wrapped around the necklace, the other reaching out, as if he was going to give the plants a nice pet. At first, nothing happened. No sound save the wave and some far-off bird calls Eujo couldn't identify. Then the air shimmered, a blur between Wax and the closest roots. Wax began breathing hard, and the roots blackened, smoke rising before the first faint orange flicker burst up. Several more joined quick, a small fire lighting before Wax stumbled back, falling to a knee on the dark shore. "Well, look at that," Torny said, only for the fire to sputter and die. "Oh." "They're alive and wet," Bliss sighed, going to her brother's side. "Burning them won't work." Eujo looked to her right, hoping for a chance and finding one, though not quite how she expected. When the ocean filled her view, the Rana scar on her wrist piped up a new note. A possibility, if only Eujo wanted to swim. The scar would push the water around her, propel Eujo all the way to anywhere she wanted to. A shapeless urge defeated by Eujo's own exhaustion and the fact that they had two scarless people with them. "But," Eujo muttered, drawing a curious eye from Torny, "maybe we don't need to swim." "You're right, we don't need to swim," Torny said. "Not getting back in that drink, Aegis or no." "If I'm right, we won't have to." Eujo took a step towards the approaching tide, Torny getting the gist and helping her along. The Rana scar caught the Queen's idea and leapt at it like a dog to its dinner. Beyond, as if someone took a spoon to the incoming wave, the water split, the wave washing up around Eujo and Torny, but not touching them. A bubble of sorts, and temporary. "We take turns," Eujo said, catching up to Wax and Bliss. "Keep the waves away. Keep walking, as long as we can." Chapter 10. Life Strike. Through properties unknown, a wielder could feel a scar's power through a handle, a jewelry band, or just by holding the stone. Annalise hadn't found a metal, wood, or other material that would block the scar's whispers, while at the same time hadn't found any way to conduct the scars, save by touch. In other words, no matter how close she hovered her hand over the Vis scars piled before her in the treehouse, they remained silent, as did the small collection set in boxes around the room, once taken and now returned to her by Deshiva, arms for the hunters going into battle against the Najan the next day. She'd been tasked with slotting all these stones into spears, daggers, and whatever else Annalise could devise. How the Vis would handle the scars suddenly in their minds, their whispers urging the warriors to this and that, Annalise wasn't sure, so she planned to play things as safe as possible. Vis scars only, for now, wrapped into weaves, slotted into bracers. A boost to keep Deshiva's warriors alive without causing wild catastrophe. An edge that might let the Vis win the battle without charring the jungle to ash, causing a river to flood a village, or simply stealing everyone's souls. The opals, all three, lay separate from the other scars. Annalise regarded them as the night ticked on, the Vis scar and a simple necklace helping keep the scientist awake. Among all the tests she'd done with Ami, Sawi, and Quick, she'd kept the Noctia scars away. Saved those for later. A later Annalise never really wanted to arrive. A plan Ami had agreed to. The power over death was too fraught, too frightening, too strange to gamble with until the other stones had been mastered. "And I'm definitely not giving you to them," Annalise muttered to the black stones. She kept her voice low, given the 2 hunters guarding the treehouse door. The bamboo building up the shelter wasn't exactly soundproof. The noise from the lake's multitude still went strong. Music, whooping calls, laughter, and song ringing out in hard opposition to the methodical war-making going on in here. Annalise would expect those guards to report everything they heard and saw to Deshiva, who'd probably jump at the chance to throw whatever death those black scars could deal at the Najan. Najan, who, Annalise had to remind herself, were mostly made up of the Isle's poor and desperate, recruited and shoved into roles, hardened both with pledges and the security that came from hot meals and soft beds, weapons, and the training to wield them. Not evil, just opposed interests. Which was why Annalise had been tucking scars into wrist and shoulder wraps, too. She'd pitched the plan to Deshiva. Anyone who took a bad wound could have one of these around till help arrived. Keep the Najan alive, and maybe Vis wouldn't find itself crushed in a brutal war. Maybe Annalise wouldn't have nightmares waiting every time she settled in to sleep. Her eyes drifted to the bed, a leafy mat sprawled off to the right. A slight concession to reality. Annalise would have to sleep sometime, and, despite the Vis scar's best efforts, the day's march and her subsequent hours burned here had taken their toll. A collapse seemed in order. She'd already prepped a dozen weaves, half again that many bands. More than double that many Vis scars still lay waiting, but Deshiva's own people could copy Annalise's efforts quick. The scientist deserved a rest. The sting woke her, sharp in her shoulder. Annalise blinked into the dark, the Vis scar still on her chest, rising in a spitting fury, gibberish flush with effort. She rolled her head left, blinked again. She'd doused the lanterns before laying down. It seemed foolish to leave a fire lit, unattended, in a treehouse, so the only light coming through came from Sichi's pink glow and distant torches, small rays dancing through tiny gaps in the bamboo slats. Enough, just enough, for Annalise to see the dart sticking up from her shoulder, black and purple fletching visible. A Noctia weapon. The realization, along with the spreading burn, had Annalise sit up, throw the mossy blanket off her. Her eyes ran along the space, saw nothing in the shadows, until a shape landed, cloaked and quiet, in a crouch before her. A hand reached inside robes, the person's face unknowable beneath the hood. Annalise opened her mouth, tried to scream, and only sputtered instead. Her throat spasmed, croaked as the dart's poison seeped further. The assassin, who else could it be, Maceo's third hand following Fassel's orders, drew a thin knife, angled it towards the scientist. A single jab would be enough. The killer stabbed the blade, and Annalise threw her arm across, intercepting the strike, catching the knife in her hand. The pain seared, Annalise's right palm blazing as the first blood dripped, but the knife drove past her neck and stuck into the wood behind her head. The assassin dropped the hilt, reached back into the robe with a soft curse. Annalise didn't. The Vis scar roared, the poison simmered, and she pulled the knife free, even as it cut deeper. Her backhanded swipe had little skill, had desperation, and it cut across the assassin's shadowed face. A hot spray told Annalise she'd struck, and the assassins stumbled back, abandoning the second weapon draw to catch themselves on the treehouse's center table, the one holding all those scars. No sound save the lightest creaks as the assassin's soft shoes pattered on the wood. Nothing to draw those guards. If Ami had taught Annalise one thing during all those training sessions, it was to never let up, to press until you found success, or failed hard enough you either died or had no option save to change. Annalise held to the Guardian's fire now as she rose from the bed, let her grip on the knife slide to the hilt, wet with her own blood. She noticed, with no small satisfaction, the blade's tip held red, not her own. Again, Annalise tried to find her voice. Again, she mustered only a croak, a soft rasp.
"You should be dead already,"
the assassin snarled back, pushing off the center table into a swift charge. Annalise swung the knife to meet it, found her hand blocked by the assassin's left arm in a simple parry. A new, bruising ache erupted from Annalise's stomach as the assassin's other hand struck, pushing her down to the floor, back shoved against her own bed. The assassin followed the punch, pinning Annalise's knife arm to the floor and bringing up their right hand to grip her throat. Taut Najan leather pressed in, stealing the scientist's breath away. No way Annalise could fight back against that strength. No way she could outskill a third-hand killer. Not alone. Annalise twitched her right hand, a flick, all she could manage with the killer pinning her down, that sent the stolen knife skittering across the treehouse floor, the metal clunking where it struck the boards. The assassin jerked their look after it, kept their grip on Annalise's throat. And Shiva's guards proved their worth. The wood door swung in, ropes creaking, and a question flying from the first guard's mouth, one dying into a wordless, angry whoop as the guard found the scene, met Annalise's eyes. The assassin cursed again. The killer's grip went steel, as if deciding a quiet choke was no longer fast enough. Annalise, her every nerve afire, the vis scar keeping up its frustrated hissing, bucked, kicked up her knees, flailed her left arm in a push against the assassin's face, and nudged the hold off just for a second. Long enough for the spear to arrive. The assassin leaped back as the vis hunter stabbed between them and Annalise, the feathered spear cutting like a pink line between the pair. From their robes, Annalise still couldn't catch a good look at who lurked beneath that cowl. The assassin pulled a short sword, used it to deflect the second guard's lunge. The killer hopped onto the central table, scattering scars across the floor. For a moment, the foursome seemed caught in time. Annalise on the ground, trying to catch her breath, the two guards aiming their next strikes at the assassin just above them. A frozen dance that snapped back into motion as the assassin broke at the second guard, flicking a snared scar at the guard's head. The hunter moved their shoulder, deflected the stone, and missed stabbing the assassin as the killer vaulted past, breaking for the door. With another whoop, one answered now by coming reinforcements, the first guard broke after the killer. The second turned to Annalise, concern pairing with frustration on the huntress's face. "You're alive?" the huntress asked. Annalise nodded, the poison starting to subside. A cooling following the acid spread, the vis scar doing its work. "Noctia," Annalise said, the words a struggle. Exhaustion followed in their wake, sudden and confusing. How could Annalise be ready to collapse this quickly after a fight for her life, with her hand still bleeding onto the wood at her side? The only answer seemed to be the words streaming in her mind, the vis scar filling Annalise almost to bursting with its unintelligible ramble, working to keep her alive, and at the same time, draining her? The huntress was talking again, Annalise realized, a slow blink taking her focus back to the guard as the vis wrapped the cut on her hand. Already, another hunter pair had entered the treehouse, were lighting the lanterns and scouring the place for more hidden killers. They found the entry fast enough, a thin cut in the thatching overhead. More whoops echoed outside, the chase continuing. "They'll catch him," the huntress said. "Or her. It won't matter. These are our jungles, not theirs." Annalise would have liked to believe that, would have liked to put her faith in the vis, but the third hand didn't send scrubs on missions like this. Gladdring mentioned them often enough as another weapon in his trade Tenet arsenal, willing and able to put a fatal, or the threat of a fatal, end to anyone standing in Noctia's way. The man hadn't been afraid of Maceo's group, but he'd respected them, a fact that had Annalise even more nervous. That the Najan cared this much to send one of their assassins after her? "You're alive." Deshiva's voice, somehow not sounding tired in the least, broke Annalise's soporific slurry. The guard had lifted the scientist back into her bed at some point, pulled up the blanket. "I don't need to ask why, or how that poison didn't kill you." Deshiva loomed over her, tapped at the necklace Annalise still wore, and the scar within it. "You'll keep it on at all times, and we'll make our own for my hunters." Deshiva looked back over the treehouse, a straight-laced stare, as if judging the attack on facts and facts alone. "Noctia doesn't want to let you go, which means you're even more valuable than we thought. Your guard will be doubled. One will stay in here with you at all times." Deshiva turned back to Annalise, reached down, and pulled up her blanket. "We haven't found the assassin yet, but we'll keep looking." Now she knelt, her words falling to a whisper. "We cleaned up the scars, but there are some missing. The black stones. What can they do?" Annalise said nothing, sleep snatching her away, but not before fear's cold spike promised death's own nightmares. Chapter 11. Wrangling the Dead. "What are they?" Ami asked, as she and Svard, crouching, peered through a narrow hole into a brilliant abyss. 7 circles spun in the deep pool below, a pit as wide as a small city and bordered by sloping rock. Water rippled, frothed on its surface, a sign no peace waited beneath. Every circle held its own color, the shade matching a particular scar. It was, as Svard had said on the walk over, not hard to link those spinning discs to the isles and the gods that made them. Harder, though, was why they existed here, deep down beneath Noctia's craggy shores. "We only have ideas, not answers," Svard said, and Ami suppressed the flinch this time. Her old friend's voice had lost its timbre, sounding raw and shallow now, as though its life had been ripped away. Which, Ami supposed, it had. "The dead king and Demian with him never found out what they were, only that the fiends come from them. Doorways, portals, pick your word, but they open to places beyond our world. Or on the other side of it." Their tunnel, a small branch leading off the battlefield chamber, where Hochi and Svard's dead minions continued building, enhancing fortifications, had been expanded by the Went engineers. Small globed lanterns flickered every few strides, buttressed by planted purple-blue moss patches. The end goal, one achieved just a day before Ami and Sawi arrived, had been to get an eye on the fiends, on what the enemy planned. And what they planned was invasion. The burning obsidian monsters launched their constructs from the pool seemingly every minute, small and large muttering machines climbing onto the stone, sometimes pushed, other times gnawing up the ground to find a cliff or a new built platform to rest upon. Metalworks latticed the space above the black waters now, worked on continuously by the flashing fiends. Buildings unknown and strange, some mere skeletal frames marking activities, while others became enclosed bulbs, dotted the massive chamber's gray rock sides. Hochi had the grate Ami looked from, now occupied at all hours, spies watching, learning, wondering what the fiends might do. What they'd learned had been passed from Svard to Ami and the walk here, a day-defining list of fiend activities, everything from their sleep patterns. The fiends seemed to cool, their hot skin swindling to a soft orange as they stood stock still for hours, to what the monsters did for joy, throwing burning stones towards one another, only for their target to hit the scalding rock with a metal bat, the fiery missile launching over the dark pool to land with sizzling smoke. Then the next would step up, a contest to see how far their blasts could go.
Even if these doorways opened across the ocean, that wouldn't answer why now, why at all,
Svard said. The great jagged blade that never left his side jiggled against the stone floor as Svard shifted, planting a curious look at Ami, one she forced herself to take, the man's gray visage as unnerving as his voice.
The fiends attack more frequently now, in greater numbers and with more desperation. Even these burning creatures are bringing in more than they can handle, faster. Look.
The fiends had families, though the only dynamic Ami could pick out lay in size. Smaller, sparking versions dashed around the pool's edges in clusters. Parenting seemed to be shared among the working, larger monsters, with rotating supervision, a necessary fact given that the other portals hadn't quit. Even as Ami watched the 5 children, hardly that small, all matched Ami in size, their 4 arms, 2 legs, and glittering dark stone heads as alien as ever, the pool frothed near their cleared rock field. Play, kicking around some ore fashioned into a crude ball, stopped at the first splashes. A full-grown fiend stomped down from their watching perch, unlimbering their flail, while the smaller set scrambled up metal stairs, sparks following their every step. 2 more familiar fiends, flesh-colored, tooth and clawed creatures, limbered onto the rock and snarled at the large firewalker opposite. There was no negotiation, no discussion of shared purpose in invading the Isles. The obsidian fiend swung its flail, the chain and iron whistling through the air to strike the first dog and send it flying back over the pool, splashing into its deep center.
It'll drown before it gets back to shore,
Svard muttered.
Let's see if the other can do any better.
As he spoke, the 2 scouts Hochi had posted at the grate whispered side bets to one another. Ami frowned. She didn't object to the gambling, but one of these small fiends against a full-size firewalker? The dog thing didn't hear Ami's doubts, instead barking up a wheezing, spittle-infused storm and charging the firewalker. The big fiend yanked back the flail, sweeping the return along the floor to catch the charging fiend's feet. Too slow. A leap, all 4 claws extended, teeth wide, seemed destined to strike the firewalker as the flail slid harmless beneath. Destined, but denied. A rock, burning, struck the leaping fiend from above, barreling into the creature's front left shoulder and spinning it aside. The attacker hit the firewalker with its naked right, driving a wild bounce to the floor, the fiend steaming from the firewalker's skin. The shock only lasted a moment before the firewalker slammed home with its other 3 arms, a triple strike driving its enemy into the ground, one of several that... Ami looked away, back down the tunnel. She'd seen enough death. "Can we go back?" she asked Svard, who waited till the hits ended, watching every one.
"I try,"
Svard said, as they walked the narrow tunnel home.
"I try every time to find a connection. The dead king never could, but I think it's possible. I've tried with the firewalkers who've died, but their bodies turn to ash. They burn all the others."
Another tale folded in with all the rest in the short time since Ami had arrived. The grave blade, or so Svard had come to call the sword. How the Noctia skars blended with the dagger Vis forged so long ago to tie its wielder to those lost bodies around them. At first, the connection came with instinct, a spastic sensation, like a lingering dream, a feeling of being somewhere other than yourself. "Like understanding the skars," Ami replied. "They all have their own language, and once you learn it, or at least enough, they'll give themselves to you."
"And take."
Ami nodded. If Svard had stories to tell, so had she and Sawi. The godstones and their powers seemed behind most everything warping their lives, and accepting that the scars inset to her face weren't tools, but dangerous, fickle friends, made more sense. Just as the gods themselves had obviously been flawed, so were their creations.
"But if I can break through, then we'll have a chance,"
Svard said.
"We can drive the firewalkers away and do what the dead king never could. Fortify and contain the pools, all the fiends.
Forever.
Until we find a way to close Noctia's gates."
"So we sit tight while you play with your sword. Is that what I'm hearing?" Ami asked.
"Even Hochi doesn't have a better idea. The firewalkers have too many constructs. Any drive up the tunnel would end in slaughter. They're not stupid either. They've poked what we've built, lost their fiends in the process. They won't try it again till they're ready to break us."
"So it's a race then. You against them, with us caught in the middle." Svard grinned.
"Once again, you need me."
"Nah," Ami countered. "Katya and I could always find another way."
"She's not here this time."
"But Sawi is." Svard didn't follow Ami to the plain house provided to the pair as a sort of living quarters. Set across from Svard's hollow, gloomy cathedral and its throne, the severe block of a building stood several stories high, kissing the dangling cave ceiling with its roof. The rough construction, with slabs seemingly sheared off with endless whacking by bodies who knew no end to their endurance, made the building seem like a child's puzzle squeezed together. Touch it hard enough at the right point, and the whole thing might come down. Hit it at the wrong spot, and it might withstand a giant hammer blow. Gray and black shades dominated, broken up here and there by went lanterns and the ever-present moss. Smoke and ash filtered on through, overpowering the underground's natural loam flavors with cooking mushrooms, fiend meats, and whatever else the Went scouts managed to dredge up from the dark. Sawi had some soup now, shoveled into an earthen bowl and scooped with a concave rock into her mouth. The Vis, as Ami walked through the doorless entry, seemed to stare at nothing as she ate. Not in silence. The Went crafters, their dead assistants, worked too hard and too constant for the caves to ever be free from ringing, cracking, slamming sounds, but in relative peace. Not contentment, no. Ami picked the stress out from Sawi's tight jaw, the way she sat rigid on the stone bench, the slab table low before her. Sawi's hair and skin collected dirt just like Ami's, but the Vis hadn't taken a trip to one of the watery spots nearby, where streams and small pools offered a chance to clean off. Neither had Sawi ventured to any Went cookfire to talk about, well, anything with the warriors and workers sharing their space. Ami had found Hochi's hardy force a refreshing change from Noctia's political populace. Everyone here seemed more concerned with smashing the fiends and finding their next mug of ale than who might stab Fassel in the back. Better still, the Vis skars meant getting drunk came without hard consequences the next morning. "I have a job for you," Ami said, announcing her entry and drawing a slow look. "I don't want a job," Sawi said, a little soup dribbling from her lips' end. "I want to go home." A short laugh. "Vis, if you think that's an option, then you've already forgotten our wandering. You don't need to come with. If you want to die, Sawi, then go ahead, but don't do it uselessly." Sawi flinched. The snap action found her focus, and when Ami sat across from the jungle hunter, gatherer, whatever Sawi wanted to call herself, the young woman didn't seem quite so lost anymore. Anger was ever the cure for despair. "What do you want, Ami?" "I want your mind and your ambition," Ami replied, leaning forward, clasping her hands above the table, just the way Gladdring did when he wanted to manipulate somebody. "Svard has a slow-burning plan. I want to speed it up." "How?" "I need you to find us some fiends." Chapter 12. A Note at the End. The request came 2 days later, after the Khan's queen had her welcome feast and her first meeting with Fassel. Gladdring listened for word, and found it through the usual channels. Loose-lipped guards with too much ale, ones who in turn heard the results from the queen or Fassel's angry muttering. A refusal, no alliance, no easy access to the Khan's skars and their wind-warping powers. Plans made for crossbows able to launch bolts buttressed by a gale's force were neutered before they could even begin. A tragedy. Gladdring mulled over the reports delivered to his room every morning, an adept stew. They described a Najan force on the move across the Isles, solidifying holds on Fodi, Rana, Tamas, and Went, while struggling with Kant and Vis. All fitting with reputation. Rana cared more about raiding and drinking than their own governance. Fodi wanted to forge and gamble. Tamas obsessed more about the stage than strategy. And Went, well, most of Went seemed to be missing. Disappeared into the dark below for weeks upon weeks now, with no sign of return. Fassel was already salivating at the thought of migrating Noctia's more miserable citizens to the north, turfing them to the deserted villages and farms, and calling it a gift. Loyal expansion. And, for once, Gladdring couldn't find much fault in the man's argument. Valuable land ought to be used, and if Went sent its people to the fiend's slaughter, then why not raise the petty from poverty? A better opening in their political power game arrived that same morning, however. An invitation from the Khan's queen to take her to the wound. A last viewing before she embarked for home tomorrow. Why Gladdring and not Fassel? The letter suggested the queen wanted someone with a more interesting tongue and less blatant objectives. She'd already refused the circle's leader. Better to talk about flowers, fiends, and the Isles' future with someone less greedy. If only she knew Gladdring. Nevertheless, he put on his gilded purple-black robes, this time atop a cozy wool undershirt to keep Gladdring warm amid winter's continuing clutches. Noctia's snow blanket had by now reached the deluge stage, where wide streets became single lanes as drifts overwhelmed the isle's ability to cast off the thick flakes. Ice floes clogged the port, a checkered white and gray visible through Gladdring's tower window. Ramming boats, their prows bolstered with Fodi-forged breakers, cleared lanes for essential trade, scuttling back and forth like frantic insects. Smoke spiraled into the gray sky from 1,000 chimneys, their acrid scents showing Noctia shifting to mosses, coal mined from the cliffs, and whatever else would suffice for heat. The Najan quarter wasn't immune to the change, and Gladdring joined the coughing crowds as he walked through the squares en route to the cliffside trail. Scholars and soldiers alike hustled, clanking armor and boots mingling with glib conversation, an excited energy ever present since Fassel's announcement. A world at last going to war with its monstrous opposition demanded enthusiasm, and if that war called for some subjugation of lesser isles, well, that was only a small price to pay. The heroes had to go on. The Queen waited for him, standing so alone that Gladdring didn't recognize her at first. The silver-blue robe and regal bearing should have given it away, but against the snowy stones, and without her guard's usual glittering armor, Gladdring walked right on by, stopping only when she spoke. "Not as sharp this morning as usual, Gladdring," the Queen started, the arch tone as ever accompanying her words. Had she ever uttered a sentence with love? Gladdring wouldn't bet on it. "Distraction is a constant these days," Gladdring said, spinning as well as his frame allowed, and dipping into a bow. "My mind is always afar." "Then bring it back. I didn't request your company to be bored by it." "I shall do my best, Your Majesty." The Queen, head shrouded by an indigo frill along her silver robe, gave Gladdring an icy nod, then glanced up the trail. "I came here once, when the Aegis was installed. My mother was still queen." "And you were?" "Horrified." The Queen began the walk, leading with strong strides, confident despite the hard ground and frosted pebbles. "I'd never seen a man so withered. He nearly died the moment he left that awful throne." "Less than a year for most, when their time is done," Gladdring acknowledged. "A terrible honor." "An easy one to leave for someone else." A bold thing to say aloud, no matter how real or common the sentiment, or that Gladdring agreed with her. The Queen didn't let those words linger, instead launching into a retelling of the last 2 days, of how Fassel had hounded her, pitching one offer after the next for a Khan's capitulation. "Surely not his word," Gladdring said. "Surely his meaning," the Queen replied. Getting feted and giving the same was, of course, a familiar refrain for the Khan's queen, and she rebuffed the circle's advances with the cold logic she displayed throughout her reign. The Najan couldn't do without Khan's trade, and if they wanted the Sky Isle skars, they could buy them at an appropriate price. There would be no surrender, no more Najan outpost. "So then came the other offers," the Queen said, as they neared the guard station outside the wounds tunnel. "Ships and swords, food and medicine from across the isles, all delivered to our shores by the purple and black." "You were unpersuaded?" "Fassel seems to think I cannot strike my own deals. He, you, and this isle are not the center of everything." Gladdring's scar, the topaz lingering in the ring on his hand, trembled at that. A whisper dangled in his mind, suggesting the Queen's certainty faltered there. Noctia did lie at the literal center of the 7 Isles, but Gladdring figured the scar had something deeper in mind. The Queen worrying, perhaps, that Vassal could starve her people. He chased the connection as the Queen continued running along her many partnerships with other Isle leaders. She'd come here to tell Vassal no to his face, something that could have been done by letter, or even via the ambassador every Isle sent to this one. No, she'd come in person because the refusal wasn't meant to be so blunt. A massaged decline, one meant to open as many doors as it closed. "He's not listening to you?" Gladdring asked, stalling off what had become an almost embarrassing rant, the Queen's hot words spilling steam into the chilly morning.
Vassal only listens to himself. You know that.
Gladdring let a slight smile touch his face, a slighter nod. Solidarity, beginning to smooth the way for what would be coming, for what Yarvik had passed along the night before. His thieves, listening around every corner, reading every missive, had discovered Vassal's real plan. And now Gladdring had that same revelation in the pocket opposite his scar, waiting for the right moment. Vassal would die by a knife to the back, like many other men, but ascending to his position and securing the Isles' safety would mean allies. Few would have more measure than Kansa's Queen. With her backing, the other tenets would fall in line, and Gladdring's position would be secure.
"I said stay here,"
the Queen snapped as they reached the outpost.
"You're daydreaming again."
"You can't expect me to listen to all this without considering what it means."
"What it means? I've told you. Vassal won't shut up. I can't wait to leave this miserable isle and its stupid games."
"Stay but a little longer, and you might find its games not all that stupid." The guards on station gave the pair nods as Gladdring and the Queen went beneath the stone arch, entered a tunnel lined on both sides with busts of circle leaders and aegises from years past. Torchlight, no lanterns here by tradition's writ, replaced daylight, the shadowed ceiling closing in around them, both dropping their voices to near whispers under the lifeless stone eyes.
"Don't tell me you're planning another party, Gladdring. It's gauche, with so many suffering."
The Queen dished off the words with a sigh. "A party? No. But your attendance will be required nonetheless."
"Do tell me more."
Gladdring slowed his walk, keeping them in the tunnel, alone. The Queen matched his dragging stride, her face as placid as ever. A read impossible without the scar in his pocket, finding the curiosity. So he sated it, asked for a partner in a fatal scheme. A bold request Gladdring might never have made, save for the night when Vassal broke his earlier moves, left Gladdring a breath away from death. Once you'd all but kissed that final goodbye, inviting doom from another dance came, if not easily, then without the sweats, the trembles, the doubts of another life that had visited him the first go-around. The game unfolded fine at first, the Tamas scar encouraging Gladdring to continue. The Queen was rapt, it said, and her eyes did indeed stay locked on his, taking in every word. He found his confidence, declared that once Vassal had been removed, his allies would put Gladdring on top, with her help, and together they could. A keen pain stopped Gladdring mid-sentence. Not a dart, a stab, but the scar, warning Gladdring the scenario had changed. The Queen's expression stayed the same, flitting now to a frown, as Gladdring fell quiet, but she was no longer a willing partner. Instead, the scar spoke of sadness, disappointment, and fear. "Did I say something wrong?" Gladdring asked, putting on his best funeral smile. ingratiating and yet sad. Wrong? The Queen's frown deepened, quizzical furrows forming on an otherwise perfect brow. A sniff, then, as she answered her own question. Of course, a scar. Nobody else could read me, and neither could you, without those damned gems. She tilted her head. Which one is it? What Isle's god gives you another's mind to read? My question first. The Queen held up a single hand, a single finger. The white glove wrapping it gave a golden glint against the torches, a signal. And Gladdring wasn't surprised when the tunnel's openings on either side found new shadows. Don't take it personally, Gladdring, the Queen said, as the shadows, purple and black Najan, advanced. Vassal promised he would leave my isle alone if I could prove your loyalty, one way or another. A hollow gesture, one proven by the note in his pocket. The Queen grasping at hope when there wasn't any to grab. Vassal won't keep his word, Gladdring sighed. He never does, unless it's best for him. For my isle and its people, I have to try. The guards neared. Another moment only. The Tamas scar continued to whisper its warnings and possibilities. The Queen hadn't yet closed herself off to him. The scar rasped her sadness, and Gladdring used it. Fell forward, as if slipping on the rubble, into the Queen. She gasped, tried to separate, and succeeded when the rushing guards dragged Gladdring off her. The rough and ready warriors gave Gladdring the traitor's sentence then and there, the Queen backing up their accusations, declaring she had ready testimony. But as the soldiers started Gladdring away towards what would be a cold, lonely cell, he caught the Queen reaching into her own pockets to find the letter and Gladdring's hope. Chapter 13. The First Act. She'd really walked only one time in her life, when Eujo first went to Vis, embarked off the storm's edge, and set foot onto Modeland's shores, under those towering cliffs and suspicious eyes. After their tradeless arrival prompted little more than derision, Wax would clarify later that the whole city was still sour at his renewal ascension. Then Eujo, her guards, and several hired hands bearing their packs walked up and through the mountain passes to the great sauna. That had been the only time her feet had earned blisters, her legs weighed down by fatigue, and every breath came in a lurching gasp after the one preceding. And yet, even then, the feelings were fleeting, knowing rest was close at hand, that she had supplies aplenty, and there was nothing to fear. Walking along the Tamas coast held none of those comforts to assuage the deadening load borne by Eujo, and more lightly by the others. The soft sand was at once mesmerizing and a struggle, the grain shifting under her weight and dragging her feet, a trick harder to handle with the Rana scar sapping her strength. When Eujo swapped with Wax, a change triggered when one or the other inevitably stumbled, her shoulders lightened, her feet sprang from one step to the next, and those heavy breaths became pleasant, sea breeze gulps. At first. By the day's end, her tired legs found little reprieve, even when the scars were quiet. By the time Bliss and Torny flicked up a small fire, with what frosted roots and branches they could cut, that Wax could power up with a scar, Eujo wanted nothing more than to sleep, or to eat, or to take a bath. 1,000 small luxuries the Tamas coast forbade them. Bliss and Torny agreed to split the watch, giving their renewals a night unbroken, and Eujo took it, walking as far up the beach as they could before laying down, winter's hollow dawn bringing with it aches forgotten in blissful dreams. What had those dreams been about? Eujo couldn't remember, but if they looked anything like what they saw in the afternoon of their second day, she wouldn't have been surprised. Torni acknowledged the shimmers ahead to the south, their arcs bounding over the brilliant bushes and their crimson-hued leaves. Spires, too, albeit ones with odd-angled points and stranger colors, yellows and blues to go with crimson dashes, pierced the clouded sky. Doubts, questions, hopes traveled with them after that, flagged energy restored at Salvation's site. The beach gave them some good fortune by running right up to the spire's edge, an unceremonious ending to the wilds coming with a carved clearing, voices, song, music, and smells so rich as to make Eujo's stomach snarl. They held hands, the four of them, each one helping the other along up the dark sand to the first of the bodies, the Watchers, the odd figures and outfits too foreign for Eujo to recognize. "Haven't you been to Tamas?" Torni muttered, as they closed on the half-dozen forms clustered around an ocean-going pier, one dotted with fishing spears, nets, and poles. "Does it always look like this?" "Only the southern coast," Eujo replied. "There it's not so different from Noctia. Better ale, more water, friendlier people. That's it." Friendly or not, the daylight cast the eclectic figures in a mystical glow. Despite the chill, as Eujo and the others approached, the squad turned their way and revealed fluttering outfits, bands of cloth strung about one another in dashing silk, in waved linen, sheer meeting with opaque, and all leading to sprawling or svelte shoes, all of which seemed to float on the sand. "New friends!" came the first welcome from the largest figure in the group's center, one whose yellow and cherry-red costume billowed up around him like a jellyfish's shroud. "From the north! It has been some time!" The man concluded his welcome with a deep bow, complete with an arm sweep, and the others mimicked the motion, all the while skittering along the sand in sideways steps. A distracting motion when mingled with their colors, and fast enough that Eujo didn't notice what they'd done until Bliss flashed her fingers. "We're surrounded." Torni responded first, hands dropping into her coat folds to find what Eujo suspected were dagger hilts. Eujo herself could have snagged her rapier, the sword hanging along her thigh, but instead put her left hand along the bracelet on her right. Unnecessary to summon the skars. They were always there, always whispering, but covering the stones might keep their secret a moment more, preserve surprise. Wax, with his necklace, matched his sister in hands-free appraisal. The Vis would talk in a moment, make some hackneyed introduction. Better not let that happen. "We crossed the ice floes between Tamas and Went," Eujo started, taking a half-step before Torni, Wax, and Bliss, establishing leadership. "Along the way, fiends attacked, so we are low on supplies, tired, and in need of food." "A trying tale, I'm sure," the man replied, rising to pull a short silver horn from some hidden place on his person. He put it to his lips, puffed several clear notes, loud and far, before dropping the instrument to reveal a showman's grin, the kind Eujo had seen far too often in the Sky Palace's court. "But we are a home for the needy, and often an absolution for the same. Be glad you've found our little corner of the Isles, for here you might find all you will ever need." "You give that speech to everyone who comes here?" Torni piped up, before Eujo could find a more diplomatic reply. "We're asking for some soup, not for you to save our souls." "Sometimes both can come together if you find the right place." The man's smile didn't falter. A shine in eyes ringed with black makeup caught the trailing sun and sparkled.
And you have most definitely found the right place, my friends.
He turned at his own words and beckoned up the beach, where those spires and swirling shimmers waited.
Come, follow, and you'll find what you need, and so much more besides.
Wait, Eujo said, as the man took his first step. Too much suspicion. Too many wrong turns made a blind walk, even here, even with her every bone wanting to lie down and devour dinner, an impossible choice. What is this place? And what were you doing?
Rehearsing, of course,
the man replied, and jingles bounced as the rest of the group nodded, clapped, or jumped a simple hop, various jewelry snatching sound and light.
What else would you do here at the day's end? The ocean, after all, is a most respectful audience.
Guys lost it, Torny muttered.
As for the Animus, it is the place where Tamas finds its purpose, the ritual of all rituals, the stage where the artist meets her maker and her meaning.
I vote we keep walking, Torny continued, the man either not hearing or not caring what she said. He continued up the beach, beckoning with both arms, while his friends remained where they stood, a shallow circle around the quartet. Guess we have a choice, Wax said, looking at the gleaming, all too quiet and all too happy faces around them. Either we follow that guy, or we find a way past these people. Find a way to where? Said one, a slim woman who nearly stood in the ocean's waves. There's nowhere else to go, not unless you travel the main road, continued a second, and Eujo closed her eyes, took a deep breath, as the obvious continued its way around. In alternating phrases, like, indeed, the few Tamas performances Eujo had seen on Kant's, the actors relayed the quartet's predicament. The beach would turn to crags in another few hours' march, while the only way through the snarling plants and bushes was right here. And, of course, should they choose to come into the Animus, then they would find warmth, possibility, happiness. Our throats cut and scars stolen, more likely, Torny said, as they followed the first man's footprints up the beach. Noctia has its share of spiders setting traps, but I'd prefer any of them to these nuts. A choice we don't have, Eujo said, and appreciated Wax's nod in agreement. We're starved, lost, and without friends. We take their offered meal, a bed, and try to go on our way in the morning. To that plan, the bandit, at last, had nothing to add. The Animus folded out much like its actors' outfits. If Eujo saw the spires first, their spindly tops rising high, then every step up the beach revealed both more and less. Sense stated how homes should be built, but the Animus eschewed that guidance, instead sending its buildings, framed by those same roots found everywhere else and separated by stiffened canvas, into manic shapes. The skeletal structures rose high, jutted out at angles, their root scaffolding painted in all colors, often a blend of several, but always with white connecting them. The skin between the bones. Ladders clung to various sides, steps big and small occupied by actors coming and going, sometimes other workers, their smiles just as large, carrying sets, props, and people from one place to the next. Tents and carts, carriages and cook fires spaced the grounds between the Animus's canvas buildings, showcasing a more understandable life, one of food, trade, survival amid the isles. Conversation traveled like it did in any other town, though its tones here differed, often carrying on in the flavor of memorized lines, speeches delivered, or witty comebacks proffered to applause. On the whole, like Torny, Eujo found herself increasingly on edge and had to tamp worry down with cold logic. Just because a place was different didn't mean it was deadly. Daclin, their guide, and the same man who'd given them the welcome on the beach, led the renewals and their guardians to a broad tent filled with bench-bordered tables. As they passed through the wide, whipping flaps, Eujo found the source of those shimmers. Carved glass tubes, wending their way up from small pits in the ground to soar into the tent and out beyond it, into the animus proper. "What are those?" Torny asked, again saving the queen from opening her mouth. "Some kind of decoration?" The tent's populace, more than thrice their number, sharing in the same early dinner Eujo wanted right that moment, all stopped their words and turned, listening in as Daclin gave a swift, proud explanation. Tamas, a sandy isle, offered glass aplenty, and in digging a little beneath its trembling surface, gases could be found and lit, sending heat around the animus to keep them warm when fires alone wouldn't suffice. "Do you see great trees here for burning?" Daclin asked, spinning around to take in the tent as he did so, head shaking at his sight. "Any noctia coal, so we could warm ourselves in its filth?" Again shaking heads, and Eujo found herself among them, much to her own annoyance. Still, the man had a way of speaking, of catching you in his turn that pushed you into his realm, to play his game. "Neither do we have furs like Went, lava like Fodi. Our God gave us the gas and the glass, and that is enough for us." Tamas apparently gave the animus enough food, too, with fish and tubers aplenty, cooked into a steaming broth and delivered to their table in ceramic bowls, each one painted with a figure series. When Wax asked, Daclin said the bowls played out scenes from one of their plays. "Because that is what we do here at the Animus," Daclin continued, that grin ever widening, even as his foppish cap sank over his bent head. "We entertain, we enlighten, and we bring people the happiness they deserve." "Great," Torny said, the soup vanishing quick with her rapid spoonfuls. "Good luck with all that. Sorry we won't be staying, though. Things to do, isles to save, and all that." The man nodded, seeming almost sad. "Your quest can wait until the morning. Tonight, at least, take in a show. See what you have found." Again that twinkle, that sparkle. "You may even decide you'd like to stay." Chapter 14. First Fires. Alone, walking through Vis's jungle had been a relaxing, almost transcendent experience. The music, even in the winter, of birds, bugs, and the breeze, took away the journey's effort and replaced it with a nourishing wonder. Annalise could have walked beneath those boughs for months, years, a lifetime in happiness. Running with Dashiva's hunters at dawn, after scant sleep, shared little with that trek, even though the trees remained the same. Even with a vis scar settled against her chest, the same one that had kept her alive through the assassin's poison, keeping Annalise energized, the sprint flagged her spirit, stole the enchantment. In part because of the spears, the feathers, the set faces flitting between branches around her. In part because they were running to war. The isles existed in a fragile balance with one another, each so reflective of the god that had made it that they relied on each other. Open warfare blocked trade, sentenced too many people to misery. So, aside from Rana raiders and occasional skirmishes from feisty bandits or broken souls, Annalise didn't hear of war. Now she was in one. The run lasted most of the morning, leading them east from the lake towards the Najan outpost. Even from afar, the great Sana rose above the horizon, caught in glimpses between leaves as Annalise ran through the trees, Always aware, Teshiva and her spear sprinted at her footsteps. The lead hunter didn't speak much, save when she showed up at Annalise's treehouse in the morning, demanding the inset armors and Annalise's participation. It hadn't been a question, just an order, and one the scientist followed without protest. Gladdring had taught her that much. No sense making enemies when there were no options. She almost struck the hunter ahead, stumbling to a stop through a thick fern just before his inked back. Orange and purple lines, forming fruits, animals, and sigils Annalise knew not, provided the last barrier before the cleared Najan fields. His outstretched hand, palm towards her, served as a catch, one Annalise didn't need. "You did well," Teshiva said, coming up behind Annalise, as silent as the rest of her band. "Most Vis would struggle on such a run." Teshiva, her own face marked, hair pulled tight to her head, nodded towards the stone. "Then again, most Vis run alone." "That's their problem, not mine." A slight smile. "Good. You'll need that spirit today." Teshiva nodded ahead. "Are you ready?" "For what? I'm not a fighter." "Today, you watch. Learn. Use what you see to make us better tomorrow." "What am I watching for?" Teshiva glanced to her right and left, bending to see around Annalise. The hunter to the scientist's right moved, stringing a narrow bow. The weapon's size said it wasn't built to fire long range, but then shooting far in a dense jungle likely wasn't needed. The slim quiver suggested, too, that the Vis rarely— "Study us later," Teshiva interrupted. "I need your eyes on the Najan. Tell me if you see anything strange. Otherwise, learn." Teshiva brought her fingers to her lips and blew. Not an outright human whistle, but a high-pitched, short noise, like a bird saying hello to the sun. Too quiet to carry far, but it didn't need to. Teshiva's signal found repeaters around, the whole jungle seeming to awaken with the peeps. Beyond, in the fields, animals, pigs, and cows imported from other isles perked up. Tamas chickens, their brown feathers fluttering, circled in their thin pens. Wood piles, neat in stacked rows, stood waiting for mealtime immolations. 4 or 5 Najan milled about the scene, doing the day's work with little look to the outskirts. Abundant order. Easy targets. Arrows flew, the bowstring thrums heralding the burning lines as they arced through the air and landed on those wood piles, on thatched sheds. Not many. Annalise would have dismissed the assault if the desire was Najan casualties. Only a couple arrows seemed to catch on wood dampened by winter rain. But the shots drew attention, and by Teshiva's grim nod, that was the goal. The Najan swarmed like slovenly bees, the sort Annalise used to see ambling about the wet tundra flowers in fall. Awkward shouts, astonishment, and stumbling from the outpost's central buildings. Armor clanked as Najan soldiers rushed to put it on. Someone found a horn and sounded a 3-bleat blast. Teshiva signaled a second volley, and now 3 wood piles burned, and with those sparks, the hunter began the next play. At a second whistle, 7 Vis hunters, clad in dark weaves, dashed from the jungle's edge towards the animal pens. All drew long knives, their curling ends showing original intent to butcher meat. This time, as the Najan formed their lines, the first few drawing volges, finding crossbows and the necessary quarrels, the Vis used those knives to sever ties holding fence gates closed. The hunters shouted, squawked, and slashed, scaring the animals from their pens in frenzied flight. As each one emptied, the hunters pursued their emancipated quarries, shuttling them towards the jungle, the road, away from the Najan. "Amused?" Teshiva asked, as the armored warriors finally gave some pursuit, firing fruitless shots at the hunters, sending lumbering soldiers in far too late defense. I've never seen a fight like this. When the Went warlords decided to struggle over territory, their battles were pitched, drunken clashes. Masses met on the plains and battered each other, till one side gave up, new kegs were tapped, and the losers accepted into their new fold without malice. One warlord would eventually gobble up most of the isle, as Hochi had done, until, old and frail, their small empire would splinter. With this on our side, nobody will die today, Teshiva said. We can persuade the Najan they have no hold here, and they'll leave in peace. If you believe that, Teshiva's sudden glare cut the words. Don't let your cynicism murder hope. I would call it reality. Then you need to change your reality. Annalise shook her head, watched the Najan slow and stop their fumbling pursuit. Nearly 30 armed and armored soldiers were in the field now, a narrow-faced captain barking them into formations. Teshiva gave another low whistle, repeated again through the trees, and the Vis forces sank deeper into the jungle, several strides. Annalise only tripped twice, an achievement. We're running? Annalise said, catching up to Teshiva and squatting next to the hunter. Bugs made friends with her hair. Ferns tickled her arms. A thorn caught her shoe. The jungle wasn't much for space. Already? It will be hard to prove this was more than thieves, Teshiva said, if they don't catch the rest of us. Yet, if they push after, we will surprise them. Straightforward? Again the frowning look. Are you so unversed in combat? Before Annalise could reply with the obvious, Teshiva squinted at the Najan, then cursed. The soldiers, harder to see this deep, but still unmistakable, had turned around, were marching back behind their palisades, forfeiting their fields and their creatures. Annalise would have cheered. A victory without a loss? Without a single wound? Teshiva, though, looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. The worst response, Teshiva said, as afternoon dwindled the day away, Annalise and several other leaders joining her around a clearing's cook fire. The Vis had withdrawn to a makeshift camp 30 minutes away from the Najan outpost. Hunter groups continued to gather up the freed livestock, meaning to get the animals back to the lake, where their former destiny could be restored. Those that they couldn't lead would be left to fend for themselves, likely Hanoko food. Why? Annalise waved her wooden soup spoon at the convivial camp. Nobody hurt? Objective achieved? The easiest victory, with the fewest benefits. We didn't test your skars to know if they'll work. We didn't really punish the Najan. And now they'll hide behind their walls until reinforcements arrive. Too many for us to fight at once. You don't know that, says the scientist. But Teshiva nodded as she spoke. You're right, however. I don't know what the Najan might do, what might happen. I can't control their actions, just like you cannot know when a Hanoko might pounce. Instead, we must focus on what we can control. Which is? Your skars. Annalise reached for the necklace on instinct. She had 4 on there now, a Vis, Vodi, Rana, and Tamas stone. Their murmurs bubbled. The Tamas one gave some clue to Teshiva's moods, but her pensive ambition was obvious, even without the whispered emotions. What about them? We'll need someone to get in a fight to see how they do. Annalise kicked up a smirk, noticing a circle forming where hunters seemed to be wrestling with one another. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky over there. Not the Vis skars. The others. Teshiva reached, pulled a stick off the ground, and stuck it into the cook fire, empty now with dinner depleted. The Najan are hiding behind their wooden walls. Your Vodi skars can break them. or destroy the one who tries. Another sharp look, and this time Annalise listened to the Tamas scar, bound into Shiva's severity a taut weariness, someone who'd been pressed for a long time, and who wasn't bound anymore by temerity. Shiva would press and press until she delivered victory for her isle. Your people could die, will die, and even if they succeed, what will you do then? Run back to the trees like we did today? The Najan will prepare the hole. But they will be scared. They will know we can do things they cannot. We? You mean your hunters? Right now, the skars are still mostly a secret to Shiva. For hundreds of years, only a few have tried to use them for anything other than the Aegis. You open that door here, the Najan will respond. They have more skars than you, and deadlier ones. The scientist again seeks to counsel me in ways of war, Shiva replied. Her stick caught fire, and she withdrew it, a torch in the dark. The Najan control us through order, but haven't you noticed? The fiends have stopped coming in high numbers. It's like the Aegis has been restored, but no new renewals won the wound. There's no reason to fear anymore, no reason to give the Najan their hold. If they want to take our most valuable resources, they will have to fight for it. Even if it means letting the Isles run wild? Shiva grinned. Unless those stones are more powerful than you've let on, Annalise. A simple spear will kill someone with a scar just as well as it will you and me. Justice will come about as it always has, through the strength of those delivering it. She cast the stick back into the fire. I've already sent runners to gather the rest of your skars. I'll have volunteers by morning. Tomorrow night, we put the fear of Vis into their black hearts. Chapter 15. Mystery. Living in Noctia, among the Najan, Ami could choose when to care about the fiends. Seeing Katya at the wound would bring the monsters and their lethal danger into fresh light, but that tension would dwindle as she returned to the food, fires, and culture amid a city comfortably defended. Going down through the dark below with Sawi had flipped that switch, put Ami on a constant guard, and finding Svard's dead-ridden city and Hochi's warband hadn't flipped it back. Goals weren't murky experiments, a bleak loyalty to an Aegis already surrounded by protectors. Here, the objective was clear. Find a way to destroy the firewalkers, then close the gates. Stop the fiends, save the Isles. She repeated that mantra to Sawi as they walked the tunnels to the south, following Olgata to the controlled outskirts. Hochi's engineers and soldiers, a grumbly, ale-swilling bunch, nonetheless claimed territory with enthusiasm, burrowing in checkpoints and slaying any monsters wandering by. Those fiends, so far, wouldn't help Svard link to their bodies, given that they'd been chopped up and added to the army's next meal. A couple of weeks ago, I'd have called that gross, Sawi said, as they passed the last one, taking their first steps without Olgata beside them. But consider my eyes opened. Some of them are even tasty. Ami licked her lips, a gesture lost given Sawi's straight-ahead stare and dim light from their gathered mosses. Her tongue also picked up the tang, the golden faceplate and the burn beneath, healed to a rough patch by her Vis scar. She fought off a threatened wince. No sense getting wrapped up in something she couldn't control, couldn't change. Without the skars and Annalise's quick thinking, she'd have died. A career fighting fiends and thieves ensured Ami already had enough damage to turn any beauty into a grim picture of lost possibility. Sawi stopped, and Ami jerked herself free from her own head. What? Ami whispered, lowering her voice as Sawi had a hunter's knife in her hand. She had a spear slung over her back, too, but this tunnel pressed in close enough to make a long weapon a fool's choice.
You didn't hear that? Listen.
A scratch. A scrabble. Not large, and heading their way. Ami tapped Sawi's shoulder, nodded down at the knife. The Vis returned the gesture, and Ami sank back several strides, kicking up some cave dirt and holding the torch low. Sawi peeled off her mosses and tossed them to the tunnel's far side, shading herself. A risk. The fiend could be able to see in utter blackness, but even then, Ami could charge in with her new went blade and offer a surprise strike. Besides, after this long, both of them were comfortable killing in the gloom. The skittering came on, picking up speed. Ami smiled. A predator, smelling food. What did it take to get through those gates, to swim from the pool and climb into these tunnels? Not light work, surely, and wanting for some reward. The kind that would get this fiend killed. Sawi struck without a sound. Ami only knew she swung at all because the creature announced its injury with a burbling yelp, like a bird getting punched mid-squawk. Ami darted forward, torch in her left and went blade in her right, to find her efforts unnecessary. Sawi had the fiend spitted on her knife, a dart more than enough, given the monster barely outran her blade in length. Nevertheless, the fiend captured its otherworldly origins, with a swirling skin seemingly made up of writhing pink worms. The mass shivered on Sawi's knife, held at arm's length by the frowning hunter. A lovely specimen, Ami said, wrinkling her nose up in a nasty smile. The gods truly do have awful imaginations. The gods? Of course, the gods. Who else would have created these things? Sawi shivered. I guess I hadn't thought about it. The fiends, the gods. You thought these monsters just appeared from the ether, ready to devour us? Ami knelt, gave the fiend a closer look, as its skin settled into cold death. The creature's blood, a pale blue, leaked down into a puddle at her feet. At least it had blood at all. Some fiends. Though I suppose, if you're feeling fanciful, you could say the fiends came from other gods looking to mess with ours. Does it matter? Sawi set the knife and its prize down, put her tossed moss back on her satchel. Either way, we still have to stop them. Doesn't make a difference how they were made. That way is less fun. You're a weird one, Ami. What clued you in? The faceplate? Ami straightened, stared on down the tunnel. But you might have a good idea in there. Wow, a compliment? From you? I'm already regretting it. Ami started off down the tunnel, not back towards Hochi's camp. Isn't that the wrong way? Depends on what you want. Sawi hissed, a noise telling Ami she'd done something right, and the guardian kept right on walking. When the Vis caught up, knife and its attendant fiend held behind her, very much like the torch Ami still carried, the guardian gave up their new destination, the big chamber and the gates inside it. The Vis pitched questions, as she liked to do, but this time Ami didn't shut her down with grim certainty. Instead, like Ami often had with Svard and Katya on their renewal journey, the guardian played Sawi's questions into her own plans, fleshing out the details and building confidence. Sawi herself just grew more bewildered, but that didn't matter. Ami would see the gates up close, do what neither Svard, the dead king now in Svard's thrall, or Hochi's scouts had. And when she saw those swirling lights clear and clean, Ami would figure out how to shut them down. Blind hope's not your usual speed, Sawi muttered when Ami batted away her latest question. You're risking us getting ambushed, cut off, or lost. You'd rather place your faith in Svard somehow raising an army of dead monsters to fight off other fiends, forever and ever? I mean, it's a start. The tunnel twisted and turned a while longer, with forks and small chambers splitting off here and there, though the right passage was always obvious. Fiend feet, claws, and who knew what else had ground down the way leading to the chamber, and Ami swerved that direction without stopping. Even if she performed a miracle and shut down the gates right now, the walk back would be long, and their legs were already heavy. Best to make it fast, get back to Svard's camp for some awful went ale and more bone meal and mushroom soup. Another wince. After she made it back to the surface, Ami would never have soup again. The chamber appeared without ceremony. The tunnel, dark and constant, stopped without preamble, throwing Ami and Sawi onto a broad gray rock cliff. Stones, same as the ones on Hochi's side, lay about in sizes ranging from pebble to boulder. Many bore scratches, stains of blood, and worse things. Bones. A natural graveyard, but without dirt for the burying. Black water lapped at the edges below them, a decent hike down, but nearer than the overlook they'd used to spy on the firewalkers yesterday. The reminder pushed Ami's eyes up, across the great chamber. A glow rose from what would have been the horizon on the surface, stretching its meager lines across the walls and ceiling in their direction. Too far to see anyone distinctly, too far to fire a shot, to patrol. At least we're alone, Sawi said, drawing her spear and holding it without much confidence. Ami had taught the Vis better than that. Maybe another lesson when they returned. No lapses now. Not here. Again, though, Sawi made a point. Without a fiend on the cliffs, it was time to inspect the gates. The swirling lights looked much the same from this side, as if their size and shape held no matter how Ami looked at them. As she walked down, Ami noted off their colors, their sparkling dots spinning, dashing, driving through the water. Hochi's watchers said they never changed, not even when fiends emerged. Beautiful constants, and one for each god. Fodi's orange-red burned on the chamber's left side, seemingly equidistant to the chamber's two shallower ends, the ones fiends tended to go for. Why, then, did the firewalkers always head towards Dreamhold? Why did most fiends choose that side? Ami glanced back the way they'd come, saw no hints near their small tunnel's entry. The narrow path might deter the larger monsters, though the dead king insisted the biggest passages lay beneath the waters. Even so, something must draw them. The wound, Sawi said, following Ami's eyes across the chamber. The wound's back where we are. Maybe that's why there are fewer fiends this way. How would that matter? You said this is all about the gods, right? All our stories say the monsters came when Vis and Noctia fought, when he stabbed her. If that's true, then that might be what created these gates and caused all this. Maybe, Sawi, you should write these ideas down. You're quite observant for someone destined to pick fruit all day. Sawi glowered. Ami laughed and made her way to the water's edge. She reached down, ran her fingers through the ripples. Cold, but otherwise the same as every other pond, lake, or river Ami had set foot in. Not salty, though. Not like the ocean. At least Ami wouldn't die if she drank a sip. At least Hochi's scouts could come here, gather more water to boil for the army. Her fingers, too, didn't burn. Didn't come away coated with some monster slime, or turn splotchy with some parasite. Ami stuck her whole arm in, soaking her linen shirt. Withdrew it, watched with the torch held near. Anything? Sawi asked. Like a clean bath, albeit a chilly one. When the water treated her arm like it had Ami's hand, she began taking off the rest of her clothes, save the barest beneath. Ami handed the torch to Sawi, who asked what Ami thought she was doing, and only sighed at Ami's response. But the vis didn't stop the guardian, as Ami, blade in her right hand, dove into the waters and kicked down towards those swirling lights and the only answers that mattered. Chapter 16. Reckoning and Reward. Fassel couldn't have asked for a better killing night. Clouds blocked Sichi's pink glow, driving snow-slicked stones and keeping people inside. Howling wind mingled with surf to cover any unfortunate screams. If the gods were alive, Gladdring might take the weather as a sign they'd turned against him. Indeed, he wore little more than a ragged shift, a bruised and battered body numbing fast as his assassins dragged him through narrow gaps between towers, down neglected stairs, and, slipping, bleeding, stumbling, towards a particular cliff. One Gladdring himself knew well, had used for this very purpose more than once. Among the tenets, certain advice circled, such as where and when it was easiest to dispose of an annoying scholar, a pesky soldier, or a merchant whose self-worth had grown too large. In better circumstances, Gladdring might have laughed, pointed out the coincidence to the mute murderers walking him down. Instead, he kept his mouth shut and his mind open. Fassel came to him quick after his guards tossed Gladdring in the tower cell, stripping the adept, though had he already lost that title, of his robes, regal ornaments, and the several skars secreted about his pockets. The shift had replaced them, and, in its sallow plainness, Gladdring couldn't muster up the glare Fassel deserved. "Spying on me already?" Gladdring asked first, denying Fassel the opening motion. The Najan leader stood beyond the bars and converted whatever he'd been about to say to a wordless sigh. Unlike Gladdring, the man kept on his raiments, looking as if he was about to pronounce some grand vision to an assembled mass, instead of skulking about a disheveled prison tower. And not the nice one either, reserved for those lucky souls the Najan would ransom for one deal or another from their home isles. "I never stopped," Fassel said, the voice settling its weasel bones amid the lanterns, the laughter and cries of guards and prisoners. "Would you let a dangerous animal roam free in your home?" "If it only bit my enemies, I would." Fassel laughed. "Gladdring, you are my only true enemy." "There are more knives at your neck than mine, some deadlier still." "Those will all be rooted out in turn." Fassel reached into his robes, drew out a ring, a familiar one. "I'm learning more every day, useful in ferreting out true intentions, both for me and a few I really do trust." Gladdring couldn't tear himself away from the scar. He knew the stone's ridges, how the pointed end would cut his finger if Gladdring grabbed it wrong. Years upon years, since the last renewal, they'd shared every minute. An easy lift from the Tamas outpost, where he'd been stationed. Those ale-addled people, his very own, easy to deceive, because they didn't care to, well, care. They might, if Fassel's purple and black forces stamped their order on every Tamas theater. "The scars don't tell you everything," Gladdring said, seeing as Fassel was waiting for him to speak, leaving a door open for Gladdring to spare his own life, or just fishing for more information? Did it matter?
They won't tell you why we want you gone. Then it's a good thing I'm here. I'd much prefer if you told me.
A glittering grin. Gladdring picked out dinner remnants, fishy bits in the man's teeth.
Is it just power that pushes you into these awful moves? Or something more grand? Delusions about saving the Isles?
It's your insufferable smell. Facile, taking a breath to launch into more rambling awful Gladdring didn't care to hear, stopped with a mix of gulp and growl. Then came the glare, one Gladdring met with settled exhaustion, retreating to rest on the thin bench at the cell's back. They hadn't bothered to cover it with a sheet. Meant Gladdring wouldn't be staying here long. Now, if Gladdring could guess, he'd just chosen how he'd leave this place.
That's it?
Facile asked through tight lips.
After all this, after I've given you one last chance at absolution, you offer a joke?
Not a joke. You're rotten, Facile. Can't breathe when I'm around you. Red rose in those sallow cheeks. A man withered by his own vanity, corrupted by endless sycophants and lack of challenge. Facile couldn't cope, had been lucky to make it this far. Gladdring would have loved to drive the dagger into the man's heart himself and clear the way to a better world. Now, somebody else would have to do it.
You won't be breathing at all in a few hours,
Facile hissed, sending some spit with it for good measure.
You could have been so much better, Gladdring. Instead, you'll die knowing I'll be reaping the rewards for all your work. The Najan will finally control all the Isles, and you'll see none of it.
Facile threw up one final sneer as the man turned, but for all his bluster, the clenched hands along his robes gave Gladdring the true grin. Facile might have thousands ready to wage his war, man his fortresses, and batter his enemies, but Gladdring had pierced the man's defenses nonetheless. That good feeling didn't do much against the cold. As they reached the cliff, Gladdring realized he'd lost all feeling along his arms and legs. His teeth clattered like some mad machine, spasms running along every muscle. His eyes hurt, seared by the snow, the wind. The fall and the swift end that had come with it almost seemed worth it.
Walk to the end and jump,
said the toneless voice, one of the killers. Gladdring looked, a slow turn, to see they'd both drawn 40 blades. One chance to keep your dignity, or we gut you and shove you off. One chance to make this look like his own choice. The man didn't say as much, but Gladdring knew what had happened when his body washed up near the port. Facile would put out a notice in the morning, declare Gladdring missing, and when his drowned corpse drifted in, there'd be all tragedy and no turmoil. Less pain, too, for him. At the end, why would Gladdring want to feel a sword through his skin? He took a step out onto the jutting rock, barely wider than Gladdring himself. Ice ran through, along the stone. Snow built up along those same lines, shifting as Gladdring planted his feet, the wind running the flakes along. Faster. Had he been delaying? Gladdring couldn't be sure. Ahead, he saw only swirling snow and darkness. Cold pierced his world. A thundering heart took over, and again Gladdring wished for his skars' whispers. His friend, with him at the last. 2 more shuddering steps, and Gladdring reached the edge. Looked over, saw the dimmest whorls where the waves bashed Noctia's stones. Reached, took one more frozen breath. "Stop right there," the executioner said. "Turn around. Slow, so you don't slip on your frozen toes." The odd request pierced Gladdring's numbing soul, and he managed a slow, shuffling twist, scraping his soles across the rock. At the end, both killers stood facing Gladdring, but not with crossbows or blades drawn. The lights behind gave their silhouettes a patient appearance, waiting, not driving the action. "Out with it," the same speaker said. "Yarvik wants to know how you'll be paying back your debts." Gladdring would have laughed, would have cried, save the thought of tears, of breathing in more frozen air, pitched too much horror to countenance. Instead, he only gaped, found a question, and asked it. "What debts?" "The ones you're incurring right this minute by still standing, all through his good graces." "Then Yarvik knows what I do, what I intend to. Intentions are all well and good, but they don't keep the fires lit. Don't get us any more scars, neither." The killer took one step towards Gladdring, hands dropping to folds within his cloak. "Yarvik's asking for more than a promise, Gladdring. One bought with your life." "Name it, then." Gladdring hated his teeth for chattering, his legs for twitching. "I'll pay it. I have no choice." "Not enough." The man matched Gladdring now, up to his chest, and the killer's breath stank of old fish and older ale. "After tonight, you're his. What he asks, you do. What he wants, you get. And when the time comes to give what you can't now imagine, you'll do it, because of tonight. Do you agree?" "What choice do I have?" "Say it. Promise it on your damn scar." "A scar I don't have." The words were barely a whisper. The wind snapped. Warmth, though, came from Gladdring's left hand, where his killer's gloved palm withdrew, leaving two tender stones. A topaz, glinting, familiar, and shorn of its ring. Next to it, a twinkling silver rock. Promise. Gladdring couldn't tear his eyes from the scar pair, but he said the word, gave the killer what he wanted. The word had barely left his lips before the killer gave Gladdring a hard shove, his numb feet slipping on hard stone. Gladdring fell back, the wind snatching at his shift, the cliff suddenly rushing by. Still, Gladdring felt no terror. His old friend had returned, and with company. Chapter 17. Theater Camp. The theater beat the performance. Benches grown over with soft black and blue mosses, globe lanterns lit with long poles hanging from rafters, musicians embracing the evening chill to play well enough to bring Eujo back to the Kant's court and its many, far too many, luxuries. All this for a small crowd, barely one section of 3 with any populace, and most of those offering little more than polite claps. Torny joined Eujo in caring less about what went on stage than what was around them, taking to their predicament like a prisoner, eyeing an escape. Because that's what they were, prisoners, and none of them counted anything different. Their swift dinner had ended when Daclin returned, somehow more made up than before, skin glistening with powders to go with an outfit more frills than not. He'd offered up a bow and a gesture, declaring the Animus's last show of the night to be starting in mere moments. This apparently amazing experience attracted no attention from the others in the meal tent, all of whom had spent time casting curious looks at the newcomers and offering nothing else. No introductions, only inquisitive stares turned away whenever Eujo met them. Daclin took Torny's excuse of exhaustion and tossed it aside, saying all they'd have to do was sit. And if they fell asleep, well, that was judgment enough on the entertainment. All declared with a grin covering iron beneath, hard enough for Eujo to overrule Torny's follow-up and get them moving. Neither Wax nor Bliss cared to protest, their international innocence giving them a blissful shot at enjoying the evening. "We'll have a window after the last act," Torny flashed, sitting to Eujo's right. The Kant's queen had the aisle, matted wood stairs descending towards the stage. Wax and Bliss sat on Torny's other side, by turns mesmerized and confused by the mishmash going on before them. "They'll be too busy congratulating each other to notice us." "And go where?" Eujo replied, fingers snapping in the adopted Vis sign language. "Run away into the night?" "We don't want to be here. It's not good." The way Torny bit at her lip suggested the bandit wasn't a total novice to Tamas traps. The Isle had its reputation as a floppy plaything, producing ale and good conversation, but nothing dangerous. What too few bothered asking, what Eujo had learned not long after ascending to royalty, was why nobody, not Went, Rana, Kantz, or even the Najan, had tried taking the Isle for their own ends. The murky truth was that people who went to Tamas with ill intent, or who earned the ire of its people, didn't tend to come back. Not as themselves, anyway. "They won't hurt renewals," Eujo said, flicking her attention back to the stage to gauge the time as scattered applause burst out to a few bows. Moving into the third act, then, if Eujo had it right. The play was a mistaken identity farce, but the actors weren't on their game, forcing lines and missing spots on the stage. The costumes carried the production, all feathered, filigreed versions of Najan armor. Someone must have spent innumerable hours plucking, dyeing, and stringing together the feathers, and the effect, as the shimmering bird-like forms danced and debated around the stage, should have been entrancing. But Daclin's constant presence put a damper on things. Their chaperone rarely left the bench 2 rows behind them. His grinning stare kept Eujo and Torny to the finger flashing, and even that done with their bodies in the way, blocking any downward spying. "You say that like we're renewals anymore. That's all over, remember? We're just bums looking for stones now." Torny winced as the third act opened, and an actor tripped over their absurd feather leggings. "We're nothing, and we have nothing. We have the skars." "Oh yeah? Going to have Wax burn this place down too?" Eujo turned her head away to buy herself time. Torny liked to spiral, wrap herself up in a dire cloak to justify some dumb, reckless act. At least, that's what Eujo saw, and what she'd have to prevent right now. She stood, twisted up from the bench, and walked the steps to Daclin's row. Her friends' eyes followed Eujo, but she ignored them as she nodded next to Daclin. Their guide flickered a frown, but scooted himself over, letting Eujo sit down with prim polish. A queen's ways weren't easily forgotten, despite their journey often preferring a peasant's posture. "Why are you keeping us here?" Eujo asked, slipping the whisper between lines in what appeared to be a hopelessly dramatic speech about the wound, the fiends, and destiny on the stage. "What are we to you?" Daclin didn't turn to look at her, said nothing as the speech died down to an anguished end. Some love lost some hope died. Eujo couldn't pretend to pay attention.
"You're an opportunity," Daclin whispered back. "Not just for us, but for yourselves." "Opportunity for what?" "You seek our scars, yes?" "It's what renewals do, Daclin." "Then this is your test. Work with me, and I'll grant you your souls." The word, like lightning, like the feel of a stiff breeze, triggered a memory. What the Tamas diplomats kept offering in trade for sky diamonds, for herbs and minerals needed for their wines, their endless play productions. An elite currency, proof you understood Tamas values. Get a soul, and you could get the best of the best. Doors would open, stages would be lit, and perhaps a scar could be obtained. The slant to Daclin's smile, the eyes and too smooth skin, spoke of a dangerous deal. A man used to getting his way, while making others think they were getting theirs. Eujo, back on Kant's, would have tossed the man out, had him watched. Here, with their purpose destroyed by the Najan, their possessions meager, and their knowledge even more so, Eujo only saw one way. "What do you need?" The lines came fast, thrown at Eujo for her to repeat back with the same tempo and tone. She and her partner, a squat woman calling herself Bayan, stood amid the gnarled roots and scragged trees beyond the Animus. They were rehearsing, as Bayan called it. The other three did the same, bantering their lines, learning their places, and trying to do something they'd never done before. At least Eujo and Torny could fall back a bit on their bandit pasts. Subterfuge was only a different sort of stage. For now, Eujo wore the same robe she'd carried with her from Went, though Bayan promised a costume would be coming. In 2 days' time, they'd start full rehearsals. In 4, a practice show. At 6, the first live performance to advertised audiences. Daclin had broken down the schedule that morning in a near-dawn wake-up, tea and bread practically thrown at the foursome in their shallow tent. After a night spent on clotted hay with her clothes for blankets, Eujo took the walk with Bayan to their rooted rehearsal spot to shake out her sore muscles, clear her head for what became one cringe-inducing line after the next. "I'm not much for a farce," Eujo said, after Bayan finished a slashing critique. "It's not my thing." "Oh, I'm sorry. We'll have them write another play just for you. That's your thing." Bayan spoke in quipped snaps, a bird squawking a few notes before clapping her beak shut. "Do it again. Lean into the character." A musician who'd broken her last lute string and on the hunt for more, prompting a bizarre quest where she joins up with 3 other misbegotten music lovers, all solo artists who come to realize that, together, they can form a band and be greater than any of them alone. Bayan had read the synopsis to Eujo on their walk out, and even in the early morning fog, Eujo had felt something die at the description. The best Tamas plays were a marvel, a departure from the Isles and their oft-miserable existence. This was that miserable existence, just put on a stage. Still, if it earned Eujo and Wax the souls to get the scar, she'd push through. The Kant's queen read the lines again, then again. Finally, on the 4th time through, Bayan, with a sigh and a shrug, declared them good enough. "How many more?" Eujo asked, reaching for the water skin and trying not to shiver. A cold and clear day. "That was only the first scene," Bayan replied, riffling through the stiff parchment. Another Tamas production. That paper, so rare and useful, was wasted on this.
Eujo fought off the grimace.
Another 5 in the first act. Be ready.
Steps came next. Motions across their gnarled grove. Bayan barking at Eujo to stand here, move there, add some flounce to the motion. A disgruntled artist didn't move like a queen, a thief. The audience had to believe.
I can't believe this myself,
Eujo said, the scars on her bracelet catching her frustration and muttering in her ear, suggesting something dangerous.
This isn't me.
Bayan softened, letting the script dangle at her side, and reaching a hand towards Eujo's shoulder, one the queen evaded with a backstep and a glare. If the wind didn't get colder, it certainly felt that way.
You're here, by chance or by fate,
Bayan started, her clipped tone sticking around.
You can walk away at any time. Declan won't put someone on the stage who won't try. We don't care if you can act. We care that you're willing to make the effort. All while people die across the aisles? While fiends rampage? You want us, Wax and I, to dance?
Last night, in the Animus, Eujo had accepted the grit, agreed with Declan's absurd offer. Cut the distance between those words and the actions they demanded, though, and Eujo found her patience lacking, pushed along by slim food and exhaustion. She hadn't left Kant's for games.
If you can't find joy in this, then why bother fighting the fiends at all?
I find joy in good wine and a warm fire.
Then think of that when you're on the stage, and you might find your soul. Don't, and I'll tell Declan to send you packing. Maybe another troupe will give you a better chance.
Unmoved by the plight of thousands. Typical for a Tamas. Eujo summoned up some spit, the Rana scar only too happy to pull water from the air, and shot it to the side, followed it with a Kant's curse.
Show me the steps again,
Eujo snapped,
and do it slow this time.
Chapter 18. Power Unleashed. Waking nightmares. A thing Annalise had never experienced until she spent the hours after Deshiva's raid lying down in a makeshift camp. Ropes tied the scientist to a thick branch, well above ground. Ropes that did nothing to ease her comfort, nestled between leaves and insects. Other Vis, those who'd spent the night running along as Annalise had, seemed to find sleep fast amid the ferns and bark. The sun's light splintered into dancing shadows. Those shadows spawned the horrors keeping Annalise tight, eyes flitting between closed and open as foreign sounds added their own surprises. A hoot might prompt a look at a rustling branch, a gloom behind those leaves where someone might lurk. Annalise kept one hand grasping the Vis scar worn on her necklace, its soothing whispers tending to the bug bite litany covering her. Too late, Deshiva had offered oils to ward off the bites, claiming after that she'd not realized Annalise didn't know how to protect herself on the Isle. A fugitive didn't have time to study. The runner swung in on vines early in the afternoon, satchel looped over his shoulder, holding the scars left behind on the expedition. A few from every isle, save the already incorporated Vis and missing Noctia stones. Annalise took the satchel and rebuffed another request from Deshiva to give her own warriors a lesson in the Whispering Rocks.
I'm not going to be responsible for killing them,
Annalise dished off in a reply. Instead, she sipped more Vis coffee, the bitterness keeping her awake around a forest floor fire. Her hands drifted from one Fodi scar to the next, catching its tones and comparing them. The scars weren't all the same, their personalities coming through in eager gushes or quiet sighs. Riven from the same god, Annalise wasn't sure how the scars had those differences, relegating it to future research. Assuming she lived that long. When Teshiva brought over an evening meal, fresh mango and fresher meat from some jungle beast Annalise didn't know, the hunter confirmed the Najan hadn't left their self-imposed palisade prison. "They're waiting behind those spears for us," Teshiva said. "Time to give them a reason to leave." "It's been a single day, Teshiva. Can't we wait a little longer?" If Annalise had asked a question Teshiva didn't anticipate, the scientist hadn't seen it yet. Instead, the hunter, wearing a darker weave, her spear bereft of feathers, kept her patient look, her solid stance. A negotiation where one side wouldn't give. "The Najan aren't trying to decide," Teshiva said. "They're waiting for reinforcements. Once they arrive from the ringed city, with their armor, their vulges and chakrams, we'll lose any chance. I'm not asking a question, Annalise. I'm making a request." Gladdring had done the same after he'd pulled Annalise to Noctia. Polite inquiries turned into suggestions, turned into directives, many given in the same tone Teshiva had just used, presented as a choice, in reality, an order. "I'll do it, but I've never done something like this before." Teshiva nodded at herself. "That's why I'm going with you." The explosive risk with 40 skars put Annalise and Teshiva on the nighttime mission alone. Again, Annalise found herself at the jungle's edge, looking across empty pens and half-burned sheds towards the Najan outpost. Sichi shone clear, the soft pink coating everything. Other hunters climbed the trees around them, settling with bows, darts, and eager spears in case the Najan decided to do something rash. Whether any counter would be able to save her, Annalise didn't wonder. She focused on little else save the 40 skar in her left hand, the most reasonable of the bunch, and still urging the scientist onward. Destruction, fire, and fury thudded along with her thoughts. Teshiva tapped Annalise's elbow. The signal. The hunter started first, crouched and creeping with her spear in her left hand, her right clearing ferns as she moved. Annalise followed, the fresh, dark weave clinging tight, all to minimize shapes and shadows. Special shoes, ones Teshiva claimed belonged to Vis's Lyra, whomever they were, melded to Annalise's feet, letting her bounce off the leafy floor with little more than a rustle. Sneaking narrowed things. Thoughts of Noctia went. The skars and her research disappeared as the scientist focused on planting her feet in Teshiva's trail. The hunter moved like an animal, every stride leading into the next, slanting to one side or the other to stay among the tallest grasses, to weave behind fence posts or into a shed's shadow. When Sichi struck them full on, Teshiva sped up, forcing Annalise to do the same. Her toes struck a tangle, some weed forcing Annalise into a stumble. Her right hand flung out, ready to catch her, only for Teshiva's spear to slide in her path instead. Annalise caught her chest on the haft, looked up to see Teshiva already pulling her along into the next pen's shadow. The hunter's look carried not judgment, but a calm acceptance. There would be mistakes. They would not be fatal. The last dash up to the palisade was a clear run, a dirt path offering a few scant stones and nothing else. Lantern glows rose over the wood wall this close. Annalise couldn't make out a watch from where they sat, tucked in behind a storage shack stuffed with feed for winter. The thatched roof had been singed the day before, its charred scent mingling with the bright air. Conversation, too muffled to parse, drifted along the breeze. "They haven't seen us," Teshiva said, the words barely a whisper. "It's time." The 40 skar heard as well as Annalise, and responded with a roar, demanding the scientist let the fire god's power flow. Annalise closed her eyes, pushed back, in much the same way she might resist a stomachache, a bad cramp. After a long moment, the scar subsided, dwindled to a merely boiling anger. "All right?" Teshiva asked, and Annalise nodded. "Ready?" Another nod. Annalise's heart picked up this time, its beating outpacing the scar in speed, thunder. When Teshiva broke cover, the scientist came right behind. They padded along the dirt, the two dark dots on the move. Annalise expected a shout, but none came. Blind hubris, not to set a watch the day after an attack? Were the Najans so confident in themselves? The Foti scar threw an edge at that, one Annalise agreed with. The ringed city would pay for its arrogance. Hopefully, though, not in lives lost. Never that. Never death. Teshiva reached the gate first, turning her back to the wall and settling her spear's base into the ground. Annalise came up beside her, stayed facing those sturdy logs bound by rope and metal. A gate that must have stood for years upon years. Hers now to destroy. The scar begged her for the chance. "It will be quick," Annalise muttered. "Back away." Teshiva gave her one step, twisted and angled the spear, ready to skewer any sudden charge. Annalise put her right hand out, pressed her palm flat against the wood. The scar snarled, almost barked its nonsense. The scientist breathed in deep. It had all happened so fast, so quiet, no resistance. Now the world would know what a scar could do in war. Annalise guided the scar, spoke to the stone in impressions, imagined visions, and straight-up desires, just the way she, Ami, and Sawi had all those days beneath Gladdring's tower. The Foti scar didn't ask for clarification, didn't reply, save to unleash itself. Like a bad flush, Annalise went warm from head to toe, the feeling swimming to her fingertips and out into the wood. In the pink, the dark log sizzled, an orange spreading as the first outer bits caught the scar's energy. Annalise wanted it to burn a hole, set the gate afire, and in the first seconds, with the first lick, the scar seemed to be doing just that. But a taste does not make a meal, and the scar lunged. The first lick blew outward, one flaring ring after another pulsing from Annalise's hand and flying over the gate. Blazing ripples, ones earning shouts from inside as they crested the gate's top and kept right on going, leaving flames in their wake. Annalise wanted to move her hand back, but the scar pressed her to the wood, demanded she keep the connection, that the scar would do what she wanted, if only Annalise could give it everything in return. What choice did she have? "Annalise!" Teshiva's voice, loud, over the shouts. The scientist felt a hand on her shoulder, felt the scar run over her last resistance. The gate burst, exploded inward, those ripples tightening until they became a solid rush, boiling and burning away the barrier into a scalding rush. Annalise pressed her eyes shut against that nova, opened them to see shadows lit aflame. 4 Najan soldiers, those sad, curious souls, ran, stumbled, fell as the metal cloaking their bodies blazed, melted, green and blue pyres. Others, not so close, merely caught searing shards to faces, arms, legs. Dry winter grasses and the tents near them lit, completing the chaos. Teshiva's hand pulled Annalise away, twisting the scientist from the fire. Teshiva's grip only tightened, as Annalise tried to keep her balance, tried to find a thought, words beyond the Fodi's scar's pulse for power. The stone wanted more. The scar, as if Annalise was sprinting, was lifting something far too heavy, sapped her, and sent energy running through the stone, through her fingers and feet, the fire now without direction, burning gouts flaring up into the night. To Shiva, a halo behind Annalise's flame-shrouded eyes, let go, wringing burning bits off her own hand. Annalise wanted to scream, tried, but found her throat and voice as missing as the rest of her. Without Deshiva's hand, the scientist fell to the ground, the impact launching sparks in all directions. The smell of burning hair, dying screams, and Deshiva's shadow, all overcome by the scar's fury. She reached, tipped what little of that scar power she could into her right hand, and held it towards Deshiva. The hunter's dancing shadow darted, leaping and ducking flames, a black line twisting into Shiva's hands. "Help me." The words, if Annalise said them at all, vanished in the scar's crackle. What didn't, what held steady to the last, was Deshiva's black line, snapping towards her. Chapter 19. The Other Side. Swimming was better with Rana's scars. Ami knew that before she stepped into the cool water. Not cold. The whole dark below seemed to gain some constant warmth this far down. And Ami knew it after she'd submerged her head, her golden face, and her battered body beneath the calm, vast pool. On Fodi, only sailors bothered to treat the water as a place to be. Everywhere else, you were more likely to dive into lava or a stream so sizzling as to sear yourself a tasty medium rare. Ami hadn't learned otherwise till they reached Rana, when Katya, who'd grown up in Smythe and splashed among the rocks, declared she wouldn't lose a guardian to a river's current. They'd spent the long raft ride north, dipping into the summer waters every night, learning the strokes, kicks, and held breath that brought Ami, now, towards the swirling moats. Beneath the water, the 7 clusters spread. Their sizes all seemed similar, the moats swinging in and out on crazy orbits around central objects Ami couldn't see. They sprawled across the chamber, keeping space between them, as if placed in their precise points by some caretaker. Noctia, the goddess? The dead goddess, Ami reminded herself, as she kept up the kicks, diving deeper for the dazzle closest to her. Teal moats danced, their color like Rana raider gear, sticking out amid the gloomy water. No mushrooms, no glowing moss beneath. Her lungs issued their first pang. A warning, nothing more. The first moat neared as Ami kept her feet kicking. The guardian struck out with her went blade, angling to stab the light, and the moat dodged the stab, flitting beneath it like a small insect might evade a haphazard swat. Intelligent, then, or instinctual? Either meant alive, or more so than a torch's glow, a fire's spark, the closest things Ami could put next to these swirling lights. She kept on. The moats surrounded Ami fast. They slid around the guardian, across her eyes, above and below her body, stopping not the slightest as they kept along their speedy circles. Ami stabbed again at one, then another, trying to see if she could catch them, but her experience was no match for their smooth ease. Until she went for the deepest one, closest to the center the lights rotated around. Ami missed the moat. Her lungs ached again, a harder stress this time, But the blade bit into something else. The teal lights gave Ami vision, the pool's water clean enough to let the guardian keep her eyes open, and she saw the sword's point disappear into a fold. No, not a fold. Skin. Ami pulled, found the sword stuck, her yank only bringing the guardian deeper still. This close, Ami expected to see a body, see, perhaps, some strange, fiend-belching creature waiting beneath the waters, ready to summon forth more horrors. Instead, nothing save murk found her eyes. The weapon's target held to its invisibility, but it couldn't hide from her touch. Shifting the blade to her left hand, Ami reached out towards the pierced point, felt a ribbed, threaded surface. Not a ferrite's rock skin, but not far from a less molten lizard's. Felt, too, her fingers press in, like on an old fruit. Almost without trying, her hand disappeared into the scales, sinking through with little pressure. Her lungs ached now. She'd have to kick up soon if... The skin parted, peeling away around Ami's wrist like a blossoming flower. The sword swung free from her grip, wheeling away as the dark waters vanished before her. What had been black and blurred morphed in a single instant to a foggy gray, shapes resolving as best they could through a watery sheen into things Ami recognized. Hills, dotted with odd-looking trees, a clouded sky, a muddy plain stretching before her. And it was under attack. The sky wasn't just cloudy. It split and shattered with lightning strikes. The bolts rained across the ground and darted between the clouds. Those odd trees looked so different because they were bent almost in half with some driving wind. What rocks Ami could see, smoothed and large, shook and split, the earth shaking. Some smoke in the distance suggested a fire, even as clear blue water stormed over the mud. A world in ruin, a world at war with itself. Spots blotted her vision, Ami's breath running out. She tried to pull her hand back, found it tight. Ami crossed her left hand over, grabbed her right, pulled. This time, her hand budged. This time, as pain split her skull, as her lungs demanded air right this minute, her hand came free, threads of that blasted world coming with. The line spilled into the black water, dissipating around the moats. Ami kicked once, found the move hard, found her eyes still drawn to the madness beyond the liquid curtain. Saw a new shadow find its way, smearing across the view. Yellow eyes, embedded in some deep skull, matched Ami's. In a rush, like a friend diving in, Ami felt the water buffet her aside. She was drowning, her kicks weak, her heart thudding, her lungs screaming, and she was no longer alone. The pebbled pool's edge cut Ami's skin. Glorious scrapes and grit, none of it associated with the coughing, gasping pain bracketing her lungs. She fluttered her eyes open, blinking away the black to see not her expected savior, Sawi, but a slithering, snapping thing. Webbed claws, wide, spotted and faded and white, scurried up the pebbles. Ami felt herself move with the creature, realized then the fiend had her left leg scooped into a crescent-like mouth. A leg, Ami realized, that wasn't bleeding, wasn't broken. Ami! The call, both relieved and far too late, came from Sawi, just coming to her feet further up the stones. What is that? Ami tried to answer, a spitting curse that would have shown Sawi just how much the Guardian appreciated being left to drown. That this was all a consequence of Ami's own actions was all too easy to shove aside, and wound up spitting up more water. Her head knocked a larger pebble on its journey up the chamber slope, a splitting flash interrupted by familiar whispers. The skars, unwilling to quit. Neither would she. Ami tugged on her pinched leg, felt it shift inside the monster's mouth. The fiend stopped its rush, the 6 webbed claws freezing, jutting out longer, sharper talons to secure the fiend's place. Those yellow eyes tilted Ami's way, revealing a full-scaled face, albeit one with ochre hair tufting out at the joints. The Guardian didn't see malice in that stare, only curiosity mingling with fear, panic's leftovers fading slow. Beyond the fiend's visage, Ami caught Sawi shifting, picking up a sharp stone and lofting it for a strike. A welcome move, except the damn fiend didn't seem to be killing Ami right then, and a rock whack might change its mood. "Stop!" Ami gurgled, the pool's quiet helping the watered words to carry. Sawi hesitated, her frown little more than a fuzzed line, as Ami's eyes continued coming back from near death. "It's not hurting me." She did, though, tug on that leg again, hard enough to yank the fiend's head a little more back towards her. "Let go," Ami said, trying to put what force her sputtering self could muster, while also trying so hard not to seem threatening. "Please." The fiend shivered, a running shrug sending water spraying off its scaled form. The leering eyes blinked, and as they did, Ami saw they split through the middle, separating into 8 pupils, each angling a different direction. Now they all focused on the Guardian, her battered form naked on the stones, bleeding, matted. Perhaps it found pity. Perhaps it decided Ami wasn't the food it needed. Perhaps it only wanted to leave, and dragging a human with it wasn't a good idea. But the fiend found its reason, and opened its massive, bulbous mouth. Ami had her leg back in a jerk, had herself kicked by a web claw in the next moment, the fiend scrambling up past her, past Sawi, and, banging its broad body into the tunnel's side, gone. Explaining what she saw was the easy part. Answering what it meant came harder, but Ami and Sawi had time during the long, slow tunnel walk towards Dreamhold. They had enough bandages, enough food to bring Ami back to some comfort, while the skars did the rest. Those little miracle stones stole Ami's energy, forcing Sawi to again let the Guardian lean on her shoulders as they traveled. "Is this becoming a habit?" Sawi asked when Ami fell against her the first time, a question breaking the silence that had fallen after Ami's tale. "Just enjoy being useful." "I will." Sawi wrapped her arm around Ami's waist, the two falling into a matched stride. "I'd enjoy it more if you weren't an ass all the time." "You want me to be happy? Find an answer for what I just saw." "Sounds like a dream to me. You were close to drowning. Started imagining." Ami cursed, cut Sawi off. "No, that fiend didn't come from a dream. I've never seen a place like that before either, and I've been to every aisle. It was somewhere else, and it was in trouble. This gets bad storms sometimes, like what you described." "No, not like this. Not earthquakes, floods, lightning, all rolled into one. Sawi, this was annihilation. Apocalypse." Sawi laughed, a hopeless, confused chuckle that Ami found herself matching. "Ami, I don't know," Sawi said as the laughter died. its echoes bouncing away before and behind them. I don't know what's going on anymore. All I can do, all I am doing, is trying to survive, and maybe keep my friends alive too. For now, that might be enough. Ami, though, replayed what she'd seen, again and again, as the deep hours passed. The fiend coming through had been scared, had grabbed Ami in what might have been pure panic, and, given what Ami had seen, the monster had every right to feel that way. Destroy somebody's home, and they would run any way they could. Chapter 20. Tying the Strings. Shadows fished Gladdring out, sopping, soaked, and surely dead, save for the Rana scar. His old Tamas topaz was there too, crushed into his palm, a numbed grip, and the only thing Gladdring was sure of, the only thing he focused on, as oars slapped the sea, keeping the slim boat near enough to the rocks to evade onlookers. Not that there'd be any on such a cold, scoured night like this one. Gladdring didn't try to talk, and the shadows, he counted 3, didn't change his mind. They didn't speak between themselves either. Silent couriers for the damned. Their route brought Gladdring north, around the Najan quarter, and away from the ringed city, away from any watching eyes. The shadows did, though, offer Gladdring a small flask, the stiff liquid inside bringing a welcome fire to his trembling lips. Another debt Yarvik would add to the list, would call upon. Though what Gladdring could offer now seemed an open question. Yarvik, though, would know that. The thought brought Gladdring no comfort. At length, at shivering, frigid length, the boat glided into a narrow gap between cliffs. Jagged enough to have natural origins, the gap nonetheless bore signs of Yarvik's touch. Outcroppings where spies could keep watch. Cages and boxes floating just beyond sight from outside, waiting to be picked up and carried off. Jobs done, prizes won, and deals fulfilled. All in all, not that different from Gladdring's own, and with much the same risks. Still, both professions had another thing in common. Being bold was key to success. Gladdring spent the last minutes in the boat wringing out his robes, smoothing out his gnarled hair, and gathering what confidence he could. A normally sturdy spire shaken when the shadows helped him, in little more than candlelight, onto a thin pier. Rocks curled up and around them, the grotto washed out by waves striking stone. "Walk," said a shadow. Gladdring tried to pick out some details, some features in the gloom, but the trio always seemed to evade the light, tilt their heads in such a way as to leave only their eyes bright. Where to walk, at least, was clear. The pier gave way to a narrow line running along the rocky wall. Wet and treacherous, Gladdring took every step slow, balancing with one hand on the stone. The darkness deepened. Hearing the oars slap behind him, Gladdring risked a glance and saw the boat shoving off, all 3 shadows aboard. Alone, with only one place to go. Yarvik certainly had a flair for these things. Musing on the bandit lord and his nimble fingers kept Gladdring company during the freezing walk. Yarvik had simply always been there, a presence looming across the ringed city since Gladdring arrived on some balmy day in a smeared youth. They'd met by accident, Gladdring tagging along as a promising scholar with his predecessor at the trade tenet. His former master had planned to engage the nimble fingers to make off with some rare Tamas wine from the latest shipment. The move would weaken a Tamas merchant enough to force complying with the tenet's demands. Gladdring watched his mentor negotiate a price with an ale-swilling shamble in a tavern corner, every moment more surreal than the last, until the tenant tried too hard to demand a cheaper trade. A point jabbed against Gladdring's gut when the tenant finished, Gladdring's own gasp signaling the change in status. When Yarvik sauntered over from the bar a moment later, his bandits had both Gladdring and the tenant under lethal control. The tenant accepted Yarvik's price then, hoping, no doubt, Gladdring would forget the sweat, the fear, the stutter in that moment. Gladdring never did, yet he'd wound up, now, in the same place as his former master. How merciful would Yarvik be? Slipping, cursing, and altogether making clear to any observer that Gladdring belonged in warm, comfortable halls, the former tenant reached the line's end to find a scalloped rock wall. The water ran beneath it, gurgling forth from some deep wellspring to meet the ocean's waves. Gladdring looked, but the muted pink glow gave no clues. Was this the trick, then? A cruel joke meant to leave Gladdring here, abandoned, only to rot away? The idea spawned 1,000 others, paths where Yarvik's cunning could prop up an escaped Gladdring, manipulate Fassel to think his adversary lived, was still plotting against him, and in some mercurial future cause Fassel to go insane.
You look about as dead as anyone I've ever seen.
Yarvik's harsh voice, all rot gut and whiskey, came from behind. Gladdring turned slow, keeping his footing and getting his back against the rock. There, standing on the line he'd just walked, was Yarvik. The bandit leader had a better get-up for a freezing night than Gladdring, and appeared dry, almost buried in the great went-furred coat and leather boots. Yarvik held a merry torch in one hand, the other stuffed inside the coat's pocket. Where Gladdring had to keep an eye on his feet, Yarvik stood like he might on solid, dry cobblestones. If he lived, Gladdring promised, he'd try to reacquaint himself with some physical prowess. This whole thing was too great a weakness to let stand.
All part of the plan,
Gladdring blustered, drawing up to his straightest stand.
What plan?
The one I'm making up as I go along. Yarvik scoffed a single laugh.
That much is obvious. You've fallen too far for it to be intentional, especially for a luxury lover like yourself.
I prefer to think I have good taste.
How'd that sea taste, then? You're free to drink some more.
The Tamas scar sparked a whisper. Gladdring agreed. They were in the game now, he and Yarvik. The delicate dance of words. You saved me. Why? Best to set the stage, settle on facts, so those same truths could be bartered back and forth.
I'm trying to figure that out.
Yarvik took a step closer. The torch bobbed with the move. The water shadows writhed around them.
Here I thought I'd made a bargain with someone useful. A bargain I don't believe you can fulfill anymore.
For the moment. Up close, Yarvik's splotchy, scattered gray and black beard sprang forth like a spider's legs from his withered chin. The skin around his eyes and face lacked slack, taut and discolored. Gladdring would have thought the man nearly dead. The reason why he wasn't, so some, including Gladdring, believed, lay in Yarvik's left eye, a black stone, a noctia scar. The goddess of death could be generous.
Then tell me how you see this moment ending,
Yarvik said,
and I will tell you whether I agree.
Talent. Gladdring and Yarvik both survived by having it, and knowing whether others had it as well. The bandit lord wouldn't go through all this for nothing, and now Yarvik was playing a particular game. He could simply order Gladdring to do his bidding, strike some life debt promise here on the fractured edge. But Yarvik wanted more. The Tamas scar fluttered, warm. Agreement, and with it, a leap to the only thing Yarvik might want, but not yet, have. A puppet, Gladdring said, not hating the words as much as he expected. You want a puppet running the Najan, and you want that puppet to be me. Yarvik answered with a slight grin, a short nod. Silent still. Gladdring had started off down the right track. Could he continue? Vassals refused your offers, and he keeps catching your thieves. Gladdring spoke with measure, balancing every assertion with the Tamas scar's clues, with Yarvik's narrow hints. The former Tenet ran along Yarvik's hopes, his foul schemes and darker dreams, all possible with an ally controlling the circle. And when it's done, when every Tenet, the adepts, the advisors are yours, what then? Yarvik kept his sallow smile. Yours to wonder, mine to know, puppet. You know the terms. You spoke them yourself. Do you accept? Is there any alternative? Yarvik flicked a hand towards the water. You swam in those waves once. You can do it again. No rescue boat this time. Then you'll have your puppet. Gladdring bowed, low. What comes first? Your rebellion, of course. Time to get you cleaned up and ready to spark some chaos. Yarvik laughed, dry. The Isles need some new blood running things. Today, we cut out the old. With that, at least, the puppet agreed. Chapter 21. Thieves Together. It was a truth accepted by 3 of the 4. Acting was a torture to be inflicted on their worst enemies. Only Wax disagreed, lounging at the table as the evening after their 3rd day rehearsing wore on. They'd watched another trial performance, this one open to the public, and grimaced through another group similar to themselves botching lines, flopping about the stage, and turning a tragedy into a farce. That inspired Wax to declare he and his friends could do better. Eujo wasn't so sure. 3 days burned beating herself with the script, muttering and screaming lines in turn, being told to whisper that, smooth over this, to wave her hands not at all, or like she was trying to flag down a passing ship. Whatever experience she'd learned hiding her emotions in the Khan's court fell away amid the roots and her teacher's hard stares. Some people lived for the stage. Eujo preferred the cheap seats. Oh, it's not that bad, Wax said. You just gotta relax, that's all. Get into the role. Be who the script says you are. Don't take it so seriously. Says the man who's never been serious in his life. Bliss, already 2 mugs deep in the admittedly fine Tamas ale, signed. You know what they have me doing? Comedy. I'm supposed to fall over or point at people and pretend to laugh. What, you'd rather give a speech? Bliss delivered the well-earned glare. At least you don't have to try the stupid accents, Torny said. She spun a knife in the table, the blade's point making a small hole as it whirled. I've never talked like a Rana, and I'm not going to start now. The thief's defiant claim seemed challenged by the vocal medley around them, the various troops taking their dinner amid the table swath. Most recited lines or critiqued the same. Ribbons had been thrown up around the place, bringing in a festive air for the guests witnessing the shows. There'd be a new one every day, culminating with Eujo, Wax, and their guardian's performance. Spread flyers advertised a rare dual renewal event. That Eujo and Wax's pictures on the parched tan paper looked little like them seemed of no concern to Daclin, who cared only that, at last, art would have a big audience. Get through the one show, we get our passes, then we never have to do it again, Eujo said. She'd barely touched her own ale, the chill mug taunting her with a fun evening and a miserable tomorrow. Reading lines with a hangover ranked up among the worst realities. If I can do it, so can you. You're the renewal. It's your job. I fail to see where it says guardians have to join in the nonsense. Wax smirked. A good guardian supports their renewal in all things. Torny waggled her own mug, as if she was about to douse Wax with its contents. This guardian might reconsider her oath. Too late for that. Wax let his smile die. Considering the Najan and Eujo's Kant's killers want our guts, I don't think it'd be good to split up anyway. Think they'll kill us on stage? Eujo and Wax had both protested the flyers, the publicity, which Daclin shot down without a second's debate. The audience would be checked for crossbows, and besides, interrupting a performance was a serious crime on Tamas. Any murders and assaults would wait until after the show, when the foursome, souls received, was no longer part of the Animus's group. Hardly a comfort, but Daclin again refused to budge. Threats on their lives weren't his problem, so long as the show went on. Daclin assured us no, Eujo said. Ah, yeah, let's believe the actor. Torny spun the knife again. What good is it getting these souls if we're kidnapped and killed right after? Not getting those souls means we're stuck, Wax replied. It's a bad deal, I know, but we got away before. We can do it again. But they'll know where we're going this time. They'll follow us right to the Tamas scar, then to Kant's. We can't outrun them forever. Wax reached into his frilly tunic. The outfits they wore were all flamboyant, absurd things, covering up warming wool underclothes, and shifted his scar necklace. The wild yellows, oranges, and reds on the lace, the oversized sleeves, marked them as Animus actors, and were, so Daclin said, a requirement while the public shows ran. We might, with these, the Vis said. The scars only give for so long, Eujo said, mulling as she spoke. Torny has a point. If we wait, we're stuck. If, though, we leave now, we might get a head start. Torny nodded. They'll come in a few days, expecting a performance, but we could be long gone by then. But we wouldn't have the souls? Eujo caught Torny's flashing eyes, the thief's slight grin. What can be given can be stolen. Wax and Bliss didn't protest much at the idea, especially when Torny smoothed it over, said she and Eujo would only take a look. If the souls, whatever they were, couldn't be snagged, then they'd find another way. Slipping from the dining tent brought the thieving pair into the chilly Tamas night. Far from a soundless or lightless one, with glimmering lanterns hanging from poles giving light to practicing musicians, rehearsing actors, or the audiences taking all of it in with ale and stiffer stuff in hands or pipes. A hazy glow spread off encroaching roots and stumpy trees. Late falling leaves searched for homes on the breeze. Any idea where Daclin's at? Torny said as they meandered towards the largest theater, an easy target sitting at the Animus's center. Or should we just start asking? Doesn't matter where he is. Eujo nodded at the big theater. It's where they'll keep the most important things they own. In the theater? As good a place to start as any, The guess wasn't as random as Eujo made it sound. For one, the big theaters had rooms, hallways, levels unseen from the stage and the seats. Plenty of places to store things. Two, if the living quarters where Eujo and the others had been stashed were any indication, turnover was frequent and security lax. Neither she nor Wax had taken off the scars since arriving, and Eujo damn sure wouldn't be leaving the bracelet anywhere off her wrist till they left this odd place far behind. The Animus's main theater rose up from the dirt like some fabulous dream, its several entry arches spaced by carved stone sent over from Went and patched with thick mortar. Active murals covered the blocks, some painted over in a blended way to combine new scenes with old ones. Bright dancers darting through stilted shadows, animal costumes cavorting with faded kings and queens. During the day, with all the action, the art disappeared. Now, with a lantern light and little else nearby, Eujo slowed, took it in. "Not bad," Tony said next to her. "It's beautiful." "You like this stuff?" The bandit sniffed. "Never had time for it." "A luxury I learned to appreciate." Eujo found herself drawn to a forlorn woman sitting off to the side, staring at some unseen floor, coated in an off-white raiment. She reached out, ran a finger along the solemn face. "When you're locked into a role all day, you start searching for the truth where you can find it." "And the truth is this sad lady?" "I think she's trying to figure out what to do." Another sniff. "Trying to tell me you're confused, Eujo? Because I thought we had a pretty clear plan here." Eujo drew back, nodded towards the closest arch, a big, faux gold 3 plastered over the middle. "We do. Get this scar, get Wax's Kant stone, and then march right to Noctia and get arrested. Executed. Whatever." "Well, you put it that way, maybe we should reevaluate." Tony fished her knife free, tossed and caught it. "Bet Yarvik would take us all in, since I have the diary. Could all be thieves then." "I'm never going back to that." They walked beneath the arch, a short tunnel splitting at the sides to wrap around the building. Going left, the lanterns more sporadic beneath a theater not expecting wanderers, the two glanced at hung playbills. Names they'd never heard of dominated in splashy flavor. Like the art outside, the credits had an air of useless immortality. "Ah, so you'll go back to the queen that wants to kill you then," Tony quipped after a few seconds' silence, the bandit perhaps waiting for Eujo to deliver a better answer that she simply didn't have. "Or are you stuck on your original idea, rotting in a Najan cell till someone decides to hang you?" "We'll find another way." "Hope's a bad plan, Eujo. Better than planning to fail." Tony flinched, again fell quiet. Had Eujo delivered a personal stab with that last line? Either way, it didn't matter. They'd reached the tunnel's end, a door marked with the Animus's smiling sigil, noting backstage lay beyond. Tony tested the simple handle, found the door stuck. Barred, likely. "Another way?" the thief asked. The longer they slinked around the theater, the more likely someone would catch them. Eujo stepped up to the door, delivered several sharp knocks, and almost fell over. With every touch, the Went scar leapt up in her mind, a shout demanding Eujo let it loose. "You okay?" Tony offered. "Don't think anyone's answering." "Then it's safe to go in." "Not sure I—" Tony stopped as Eujo put her palm flat against the door. The scars were dangerous, but if she could massage this one just the right way— The door shook. At first, a rattling tremor that shrank to a tight, cracking buzz right near the handle. Tony felt the scar's warmth rush through her fingers into the door's wood. trace a line to the bolt, keeping the portal locked, and, with a sharp snap, one that echoed more than Eujo liked down the stone hall behind them, the bolt severed. With a whine, the door creaked towards them. "Now that's a good trick," Torny said, easing the door open further and peeking inside. "Would have been real crap if you'd brought the place down on us." Eujo, breathing hard, like she'd been sprinting, found her voice. "It listened to me. Just enough." "Must feel good having someone listen to you." Torny pushed the door open. "Lucky us. I think you're right." At first, Eujo didn't see what Torny meant. The backstage area sprawled before them, crowded with sets and hanging costumes. Trinkets and fakery lay piled here and there, some mysterious system, or none at all, used to guide their placement. Eujo followed the bandit into the room, Torny striding with purpose, and after 3 careful steps, Eujo saw where the bandit headed. Another door, this one tucked away, a glaring, dusty purple and gold sign declaring it off limits. A true keyhole lock, moldering from black to green, topped the knob. Eujo didn't even have time to suggest the scar again before Torny had her tools out, plying at the keyhole with a thin metal file and a thicker partner. "Just keep watch," Torny muttered as Eujo looked over her shoulder. "This isn't anything to get worked up about." "What?" "The lock. It's cheap. Same kinds used all over Noctia, too. And I can guess why." Before Eujo could get Torny to elaborate, the door clicked. Beyond wasn't so much a room as a closet, only with a single chest, left open on the floor. In it sat stacked black tablets, each one with a smiling theater mask chiseled on, then filled in with golden dye. The souls. What else could they be? For the first time since drinking to a stupor on the Went sledge, both the bandit and the queen shared an honest smile, a dishonest victory. Chapter 22. Wrought by Fire. Dirt seared her mouth. Grains burned her teeth. The first and only sensation Annalise felt as she snapped awake, the pain gradually letting in the rest of her. Arms and legs both there, flat on the ground, along with her chest and head. Face down. A hard fall, going by the tangy wet smearing across her forehead, joining the sand on her lips. The whispers in her mind. The scars were frantic. Vis, as ever, scrabbling about spouting nonsense, her wounds itching as the god of life sent its essence after them. Fody, still in Annalise's left hand, raged, hunting for targets and frustrated with the black earth before them. The ruby murmured satisfaction between the thrashing, too, at a task more than completed. What that was, Annalise didn't have to remember. The sounds, the ones not whispered in her mind, told that story well enough. Crackles, snaps, and screams told a story about a burning fort. Whistles, the flash-fresh kind as fletching and wood shot past her ear, said a fight was still underway. Clashing metal confirmed it, as did Najan barking as they ordered their troops about a battlefield. Living in Noctia had given Annalise enough exposure to those exercises that she recognized the short, clipped commands. The armored rulers of the 7 Isles weren't doing so well. With a press, Annalise brought her head up, torn and matted hair falling across her eyes as she took her first real look up the soft hill. There'd been a gate once, now only a charred ruin, one door hanging by splintered thread, the other no more than snowy ash upon the ground. Through the opening and above it, arrows flew in scattered flashes, their tiny forms catching Sichi's pink in instants. Their targets lay beyond, hidden in smoke. Annalise watched for a long second, but heard no crossbow clips, no return fire. Either the Najan were already dead, or they didn't see the Vis arrows as a threat. Annalise pushed away the strategies, the theories. She wasn't a player in the fight, not anymore. Deshiva's orders had been to blow the gate and run. The scientist twisted, the reason for her dirt kiss flaring through an exhausted haze. There, not more than a stride or two down the hill, lay the Vis leader. The cause wasn't hard to identify, as a burning ring marked the site, a blasted black line leading right from Annalise to the hunter. Deshiva's long spear, the haft of which must have cracked Annalise to the ground, lay in pieces, all but the stone point simmering. "No," Annalise coughed, scrambling to Deshiva's side. She planted palms in hot grass, kicked away smoldering sticks. The Vis scar protested. And Deshiva lived. The hunter's eyes were shut, but her chest rose and fell. Her open mouth breathed when Annalise held her hand against it. A minor miracle, one Annalise could credit to the Vis scar on Deshiva's bracelet. They were both alive then, for the moment. Annalise slowed her own breathing, let the panic fade. The arrows weren't for her. The Najan orders, coming faster now, louder, weren't for her. Battlefield tactics, a required subject for anyone climbing Went's academic ladder, Rana raiders and factious warlords demanded such things, said she and Deshiva, already casualties, would be ignored till the fight's aftermath. Which, if the Najan triumphed, would mean dark things for them both. Annalise looked over Deshiva, down the long hill and its haphazard pens, burnt sheds, all the way to the jungle line. Shadows flitted. Vis hunters stopping to stretch bows and launch arrows over the burning palisade. They couldn't possibly see any Najan target, the arrows more likely to land in the dirt. So why? The second part of the plan. Cover the retreat, if necessary. Deshiva hadn't told Annalise that, but the move made sense. Don't go for kills, but keep the Najan back. Scare them, slow them down until Deshiva and Annalise could get back home. Battlefield tactics. Deshiva hissed, her eyes still closed, her body too heavy for Annalise to haul. Not without help. Annalise raised her head, waved an arm. Against the fire's light, she'd appear a black smear, but the Vis hunters were sharp. Hopefully, they'd understand. "Getting us help," Annalise said to Deshiva. Who knew whether the words would penetrate, but maybe. Even if they didn't, just speaking, her rasped voice gashing the words, helped keep the scientist in her place, focused on the plan. "The Najan aren't coming out. We'll be fine, Deshiva." The hunter didn't move. Najan voices rose again, a single word repeated. Its meaning was no mystery. Annalise bent down, slid her arms against Deshiva's side, tried to ignore the heat radiating from the hunter's skin, the charred armor, and pushed. Deshiva, equipment and honed muscle, didn't budge. A second try gave no different result, save Annalise cursing a life largely led among academic confines. A few years out in the Vis jungles, and she might have been able to... There! Annalise shot her hand up again as a shadow, a hunter, dashed closer. Well within bowshot and moving fast towards them. Between the two, Annalise figured they could at least drag. Wait. The shadow slowed, started pulling a bow over their back. Annalise frowned, waved her arm. "No time for that!" the scientist tried to yell, a croaking noise that might have carried to Deshiva's ears and no farther. Well, if they weren't going to help, then Annalise would have to do it herself. Reaching up to her necklace, Annalise popped the vis scar free, dropping it from trembling hands. Aches, stings, and a very, very dry throat raced to her nerves, catching her breath. They abated for a moment, the vis scar's whispers lighting up, when Annalise picked the teal stone off the dirt, only to return when Annalise pressed the gem into Deshiva's scalded left hand. Their research on Noctia had been abundantly clear on this point. Scars would amplify one another, and two vis stones together could do far more than one alone. An arrow whistled over Annalise's shoulder, close enough to move her burned hair. The sound made her twitch. The one that followed made her move. A sharp metal clank, so close as to be right on top of them. Annalise tried to dive, and more fell to her side, another breeze lighting on her skin as a Volge's curling spear stuck the space where she'd been. Wielding it, black and purple armor carrying a fire's white ash flakes, face hidden behind a metal visor, stood a Najan soldier. Behind them, more fanned out, breaking into three-man units in rambling runs into the grass. If the Najan was interested in surrender, the soldier said not a word, only drew the Volge back, this time for a free skewer. Annalise had no shield, no weapon. At least, not one the Najan could see. The 40 scar bellowed, and Annalise let it loose. The right hand she'd stuck out as a useless ward, serving as a conduit. The air between the scientist and the soldier shimmered before breaking free in a sparking dazzle. Heat struck her, slammed into the soldier, throwing the skewer aside and sending the Najan stumbling back. But no frying flame followed, no devastating inferno, even though Annalise willed it. The scar seemed to gasp, as if for breath, and in its struggle, Annalise felt her own exhaustion. She'd been burned, wounded, ran out, and spent her energy letting the 40 scar torch a whole outpost. Any more would mean a long rest, food, and time. She had none of those. The Najan recovered their balance. They brought the Volge up, but didn't close. "Take another step, and you'll die in that armor," Annalise said, the rasp again losing itself on the wind. "You know what happens to metal when it gets hot?" "Know what happens to a body when a Volge strikes home?" the soldier replied, the helmet warping the words, telling Annalise that inside the armor waited a woman, a tired and scared one at that. "I've seen it. Your friends are seeing it right now. The curved point makes a hook, and when I pull, you come with." She settled the Volge into a two-handed grip. "Surrender, or you die like the others." Annalise hadn't noticed, hadn't been able to focus beyond the right then, right there. But the Najan's threat, like a curtain pulling aside, brought in the rest of the battle that wasn't supposed to be fought. Screams still sounded, but their tone changed. Less the agony of the burned, more the sharp, short shouts of ended lives. At the Najan's nod, Annalise looked back, saw the shadows meeting the soldiers. The Vis had spears and arrows, weapons able to fell most enemies, most fiends. The Najan marching against them had bulk, had metal, and had trained for war. Chakrams, those bladed discs, slipped off backs and launched into the night, slicing into the path of fleeing or charging hunters. Even missed throws caught edges and flipped, rolled into the wrong paths. Any Vis making it past the discs found themselves facing volges as long as their spears, and Ajan trios working in unison to divide, trap, and destroy. Annalise didn't need more than a few seconds to see the direction Deshiva's band would take if the fight continued. Didn't need more than a few seconds to know the swift end she'd be facing if she did anything other than surrender. "Put down the scar," the Najan ordered when Annalise turned back, shoulders slumping. "I assume there's more in that pouch?" Annalise nodded. Behind her, Deshiva murmured again, a pained groan. "Then they'll buy your life. Hers too." The Najan tapped the ground at her feet with a volge. "Throw the scars here." "You'll kill me when I do." Gladdring had taught Annalise that much. Never give up your only edge. "This isn't a negotiation." The Najan took one step closer, shifted the volge across her chest. The screams beyond continued. Whistles, at last, called for a retreat. "Do it, or you die, and I take them anyway." Annalise glanced at Deshiva. The hunter's eyes closed tight, mouth in a fierce grimace. No help coming. She reached for the pouch. In death, she and Deshiva saved nobody. In life, there was always a chance. Chapter 23. Speak Across Worlds. The fiend's corpse didn't move. Hadn't in the whole time Ami had been standing there, nursing a bland mushroom tea. All the teas down here were bland. She watched as Svard paced around his stone chair amid the temple's great room. Light filtered in from above, so far distant, leaking through the wound all the way to this spot. Sometimes Ami would look up to the tiny gap and wonder how long it'd take, if she set one hand after another, to climb the whole way back to Katya. A day? 2? 3? And how close would Ami make it before a chakram or crossbow bolt knocked her off?
"Still no connection," Svard grumbled. "It's not all invisible. Like my foot, my finger's asleep. It's there, but won't respond."
"Try harder," Ami suggested.
Svard grunted. "This isn't something you try harder. Either it works or it doesn't. I tell those bones out there to move, and they do."
"Maybe you're not speaking its language."
"Oh? Care to tell me how to talk to a dead rat like this, then?"
"Have to learn that one on your own." Ami swirled her tea, blew away the steam. Better, at least, to have the brew hot. Kept it smooth so the tea would wash the constant dirt and dust down here off her throat. The rest of her wasn't too filthy, at least. Cave streams and springs made convenient bathing and refreshing options. Hochi's army didn't even bother with latrines, a blessing keeping the army's stench to a bearable level. On the whole, Ami had to admit the Went did a campaign right. Hochi's supply lines ran steady, with fresh ale, food, and equipment shuttling down from the surface every day. Outposts expanded, fortified, and plotted further growth into underground cities with every passing hour. To hear Hochi tell it, messengers had already been sent to every isle advertising cheap living and protection for work. Winter's ice would slow any migration, but Ami figured more than a few gutter grubbers would take Hochi's offer. A few generations from now, the dark below might just be another land to travel, like all the rest. Towns, inns, and industry toiling away. If, that is, the fiends didn't destroy it all.
"Look at us, Ami.
Svard said, returning to his throne and sitting on it. By Ami's eye, the chair lacked any comfort with its hard seat, stiff back, and sharp edges. Svard, though, hadn't asked for a change.
By rights, we should both be dead. I'm a fated thing, dependent on this damn sword, and you've half a face, exiled from everywhere. Not the way I expected us to go.
If you'd called this, Svard, I'd have drank a lot more ale.
We had enough as it was.
Truth. That first year with Katya on the throne had been a drunken blur. Sure, the Isles celebrated a new Aegis, as they ought, but Ami and Svard took it to another level, indulging their celebrity and utter lack of responsibility with one revel after another. At the time, Ami rode the accolades, woke up in 100 different beds, and remembered few of them. Svard did the same, both often stumbling into the same Najan cafe a mess, not meeting the other's eye as they groaned through a breakfast, a day avoiding what Katya really meant to either of them.
She had it the worst,
Ami said.
From the start, Svard agreed. She always pretended to be so stoic, but you could see it. Every time we visited, you could tell she hated being stuck on that chair.
It was worse after you left.
Svard didn't answer that. Didn't make Ami describe how Katya withdrew further and further over the years. Began enduring the entertainments instead of enjoying them. More than once, Najan guards would have to pull Katya back from the wound, from a step over the edge. Ami would get a message telling her to come quick, and by the time she arrived, Katya would be placid again, plied to sanity by Noctia's best drugs, ale and various plants that'd send the Aegis into a numbing happiness.
When I saw her last, she seemed herself, Svard said. In her mind, at least.
Because she gave up 2 years ago,
Ami replied.
She told me any chance at a normal life, at a normal death, was gone. That she wanted to feel everything now until the end.
She's strong.
No. She's weak, just like you and me. Like everyone.
Ami downed her tea, made to throw the cup, until she remembered there weren't an infinite number of the damn things down here.
Katya couldn't make the effort to change her life, and so she's going to die on that chair. We haven't been able to save her either, and the rest of the Isles aren't even trying.
Svard eyed Ami.
You're more dire than usual today.
Have a reason I shouldn't be? Don't know if you've looked around, Svard, but we're stuck underground, surrounded by a bunch of fiends and corpses.
You're forgetting Hochi.
The warlord? Even if he finds a way to close those gates, he'll just take over, pave the way for his empire.
My empire?
The Went warlord, flanked by the man's ever-present bodyguards in their hulking leathers and seemingly endless beards, stood in the temple's entry. The warlord had his hands clasped, a patient smile. Neither guard matched his expression, giving a better hint to the man's real mood.
A worry for another time,
Svard said, knowing enough not to give Ami a warning look. She could be nice, for a minute or two.
Good, because I have a worry for now.
Hochi stepped into the room, gave Ami a nod.
Our friends continue to fortify themselves, but they've had a setback. A large fiend emerged, a thing I'm glad we did not need to face, and that caused enough damage that I believe we have an opening.
The clasped hands released, opened with their palms to Svard.
With your bodies and my soldiers, a strong offense now might be enough to drive the burning fiends back. Maybe destroy them.
Back to where? Ami asked. The water?
Their home. Those gates.
The whirling storm, the quaking earth, swimming seas, a collapsing world. Do we know if they can go back? Ami didn't expect an answer, and received none. Only a furrowed brow from Hochi, and a slight grin from Svard. The barbarian had found a new patience in his weird death life, one Ami might investigate later. Do we know why they're coming here at all? At Hochi's continued confusion, Ami relayed what she'd seen. The obvious conclusion, that the fiends were fleeing a shattered home, was met with a shrug by the Went warlord.
What matters is that they're here, and they're fighting us, Hochi said. We need to destroy them.
Or, Svard suggested.
Or what? Negotiate?
Hochi laughed.
Try to talk them into peace?
The dead king says they've been down here for centuries, fighting all the while. These fiends aren't animals. They might be as exhausted as we are. If we can find a way past this, if we can
welcome them into our home? Burning monsters?
Hochi set his face into a mask, looked at both Ami and Svard as he spoke.
Even if they find some way to an agreement, how could they live among us? Where would they go? Which isle would give up land to them?
Ami sniffed. Fodi would welcome them. Bet that heat could go a long way towards keeping the forges hot. It wouldn't be without challenges, but we would save lives, Svard added.
A barbarian and a guardian suggesting peace?
Hochi spoke, then stopped.
I'm waiting for you to say this is a joke, but you're not.
A deep breath.
We can't afford to fight down here. If you want to try to talk to these damned creatures, then do so. I won't stop you. But when they decide to roast you on a spit, I won't save you either.
Ami spent the tunnel walk heading towards the fiends, with Svard and the dead king walking by her side, wondering why she'd done the dumb thing and traded her blade for her mouth. Aside from Svard's sword, they didn't even have any weapons. Didn't have a plan either, except to try. When she told Sawi, the Vis had laughed, just like Hochi, wished Ami good luck. Sawi said she was spending more time with the scouts, trying to find the best path back towards her jungle isle through the tunnels. Ami wanted to call Sawi a coward when the Vis spoke, but instead she'd told Sawi to do it, to get out while she still could. The tunnel's ending, its wide opening loomed like a dawning sun. Blasted metal of a makeup Ami didn't know hung around the edges, drilled into the rock to form a grate, supports for the ceiling and plates for the ground. Easier, maybe, to move those constructs. No lanterns, no torches, save for the one the dead king carried. Unnecessary for the burning fiends. The heat rose, sweat already drenching Ami, though she noticed neither Svard nor the dead king dripped. Death's perk. Let me lead, Svard said, when only a few strides remained. They know me. They'll respect me. Or they'll kill you on sight. Ami put a hand on Svard's left arm. I'm the one who should go first. They've never seen me before. I'm neutral. You're the only one of us who can die. That means I have stakes. Svard's frown said he didn't buy that argument, but Ami didn't wait. Moving faster, Keeping her hands from touching the scalding metal on all sides, Ami went to the tunnel's edge, looked out, and shaded her eyes. As the sheer brightness faded, Hochi's news of devastation proved an undersell. The odd iron homes the fiends had built along the chamber's banks lay in ruins, bars bent or outright shattered. The monstrous constructs had abandoned the tunnel, aiming their ballista and fire-spitting turrets towards the pool, towards the bigger threat. Cold, ash-white bodies lay in clumps, while other fiends hacked at the gravel sides, trying to dig holes in ground too hard for it. Still more huddled around makeshift forges, heating and shaping new metal to replace the damaged old. A frantic pulse underlined the heat-blurred motion. Yet one stood as Ami approached. A larger fiend stood on the jutting cliff, holding a flail in one of its 4 arms. A damaged coat of chains cloaked its chest and legs. Nothing crowned its obsidian skull, the triangle shape seeming to float on an endless flame. The monster raised the flail as if to strike, then must have noticed Ami's outstretched and empty arms, her lack of a following army. Instead, the creature faced Ami square, though it stood near double her height. The black stone began to spark, and Ami realized she had no idea what to say. Chapter 24. Ales and Alliances. The Najan prisons held several key advantages over Yarvik's bandit hideout. Warmth and a reasonable bed being the first 2, sanitation being a key third. While Gladdring figured the nimble fingers used the ocean as their personal toilet, like everyone on every isle, showers and laundry options seemed non-existent. The smell permeating the cave network on the city's southern end dominated Gladdring's exhausted perception as he arrived, guided at first by Yarvik, and then, after the bandit lord disappeared, several underlings through side alleys, further caves, and warehouses with trap doors to wind up here. "Sleep," said the thin thief, who dropped Gladdring off at some damp straw well, away from the cave's simmering fires. "You won't get much." Dreams came faster than Gladdring would have expected, owed, he supposed later, to the night's long and dire adventures, and the bandit cave's odd quiet. The latter mystery resolved itself with a shaking wake-up, sometime near mid-morning. Gladdring and his ragged robes rolled off the straw with a bleary shake to find all the empty alcoves housing sleeping thieves. Of course, an industry best done in the dark would have early morning as its most active hours. Not Gladdring, though. While Yarvik himself didn't present a mission or drip any clues as to his ultimate objective, lackeys took the Lord's place and tasked Gladdring with a simple start to his new puppet life. Sit, drink, and call in debts. The Tenet found himself guided to an old favorite restaurant, well within the ringed city's upper-crust quarters. High on the cliffs and flaunting winter's cold with well-shoveled streets, bright flags with house emblems, and the constant clatter of deliveries making rounds, the whirlwind shift from Yarvik's squalid camp, and only some few hours distant from a dip in the icy seas, put Gladdring in a blended, surreal miasma. If someone were to tell him now that this was the true dream, Gladdring would not have argued. Instead, the restaurant honored his appearance and request, helpfully submitted on his behalf by Yarvik's assigned bandit bodyguard, a weathered woman with a Rana's sharp tongue, to take over a back room, normally reserved for special, small parties. Most Noctia restaurants in this wealthy level had similar spaces, where secrets could be shared, privacy protected.
Never before had Gladdring used one to undermine the very force ruling the city. Yet, with fresh coffee and an omelet steaming before him, Gladdring found himself recounting who owed him what and how much to the bodyguard, who asked here and there for a repeat, but otherwise wrote nothing down. When he finished, the bandit let slip a slight grin.
"Think that ought to be enough for one day," she said. "I'll get you another coffee."
He'd only taken a sip and was about to ask what she meant by one day when the bandit left the room. The door out didn't have a lock, but Gladdring didn't try to rise. The chair had a nice cushion, and Yarvik had ordered new robes, a fresh shave for the former Tenet that had Gladdring feeling some measure of his prior self. The Tamas scar, the Rana one had been gone when Gladdring awoke, added its own warmth, its ready whispers. The game, so the bandit said upon her return some minutes later, well after Gladdring had cleared the omelet and started in on his second coffee mug, was simple. Gladdring would call in those debts, and when each person bent to his command, Gladdring would offer up a simple plan. When Fassel fell, their towers, their businesses, their families would pledge loyalty to him. "That's too brazen to work," Gladdring said when the bandit finished. "Nobody talks that openly about treason."
"You do now."
Gladdring squinted at the bandit, trying to decide if she was too inexperienced in the ways of power politics, or had some other reason to believe Gladdring could get away with declaring the circle's end. The Tamas scar whispered only confidence on her part, suggesting the latter. "Yarvik believes it'll be that easy?" Gladdring asked.
"Not belief. Fact. Fassel's time is coming to a swift end. You will ensure you're ready to take his place."
"If Yarvik could topple Fassel so easily, why wait till now?" Again the bandit's grin.
"Not my place to say. Yours to learn, I'd expect, if you don't muck this up."
Mucking up would have been hard. The bandit's prior absence must have been to send runners throughout the city, gathering up Gladdring's debtors like the Najan found would-be soldiers. Each one, from industry captains to Najan scholars, ambassadors, and admirals, found themselves across from Gladdring. Most looked at Gladdring like he was a ghost returned to life, a mystery clarified when one mentioned Fassel himself had proclaimed Gladdring's unfortunate demise. Gladdring treated the surprise as anyone ought to, a tool. Shock and subtle manipulation, courtesy of the Tamas scar, turned skeptics into subdued subordinates, each one accepting Gladdring's commandment with a mixture of doubt and relief. If Gladdring wondered about Fassel's support throughout the Najan, the day's meetings confirmed the circle's leader was overstepping his bounds. Most Najan came from isles beyond Noctia, and hearing their supposed leader declare an effective occupation of their homes damaged once pristine loyalties. Fassel might think rounding up all the scars, ending the renewals, would help stem the fiend tide, but the move seemed to be eroding Najan support instead. More than one volunteered they would have left already, were it not winter, were the isles without any other means of defeating large fiend attacks. Through each and every meeting, too, Gladdring noticed the bandit watching him. She never moved, didn't smile, cough, or offer any commentary, only opened the door to let one cowed form out and escort the next one in. Yarvik didn't trust his puppet. Not all the way. Gladdring wouldn't either. By day's end, reached with more coffee than Gladdring cared to contemplate, the former tenant's head pulsed with a sharp ache. His throat ran dry from all the talking, and he'd started pacing around the table to nudge some life into stiff muscles. When the bandit announced the end of the parade, Gladdring could only nod,
mutter and ask about what came next.
"That's up to you," the bandit said. "You did well today, based on what Yarvik told me to look for. Because you did, you get a treat."
Gladdring sent a skeptical eye her way.
"A treat?"
"Pick a place. This one works, but I bet you've seen enough of the food here to last a day. A tavern. We'll go. Drinks on me till you get sloppy. Then we go back to the caves. Do it again tomorrow till your list's done."
"That's my fate?"
The bandit folded her arms.
"Hardly a fate to be complaining about. Sitting here, eating, drinking, blabbing all day long. You've a life of luxury."
"With a knife at my throat."
"How are we any different? I make one wrong step, and it's an Ajan's cell or a fiend's claw. Make your choice. If I've got to babysit you, I'd rather do it with a pint in my hand."
Any ringed city resident assembled their own list of establishments according to their moral code. You could visit only the cleanest spots, the ones that hid the filth in the back, and offered up a bright, fancy bliss to soak yourself in. The middle pack, restaurants and pubs that paid attention to their food, were dominated by those just getting up the ladder and wanting to prove it to themselves, their partners, their parents. Gladdring preferred the bottom, the places that hid nothing and charged only a little more. His bandit escort slapped down some loose jewelry on the counter, and they had ale, dark and fresh, before them in a moment. Anchor's Rest, despite the name, wasn't close to the port. Instead, it catered to the seafarers who'd given up the trade for the desk, but didn't want to lose the spirit. Literal anchors hung about the place, used as stands for tables, lanterns, and seats. Everything on offer came via import, and all the drinks from Tamas. The bandit didn't use the booze as an excuse to talk. She brushed off Gladdring's attempts to chat, leaving him to listen to a lonely strummer peel off mournful sailing tunes over muttered conversations, more subdued than usual. Vassal's proclamation, or just seasonal slowness? Either way, Gladdring let the bandit ply them both with rounds. She drained every mug, wanting to match Gladdring, who must have been 3 times her size. A bold play, and one that wound up with Gladdring, not the bandit, leading the pair outside. Nearing midnight, a clear sky letting Sichi drown the city in pink. Gladdring let the cold shake off the drink's fuzz, the bandit leaning on his shoulder, muttering something about how Yarvik would be so peeved they'd both stayed out so late.
"Don't worry, he won't mind,"
Gladdring said, then steered the bandit onto a nearby barrel. He turned the thief so her head could rest on another, the stacked empties waiting for a ship to bring them home.
"I'll be right back. Need to take care of myself before we walk."
The bandit might have replied, but any words vanished as her head buried itself against her arm. The Tamas scar whispered its greasy confirmation that the thief wasn't faking. Good thing, as when Gladdring turned down the alley alongside the Anchor's Rest, 2 people were waiting.
"You received my message,"
Gladdring stated flat to the clear-eyed queen of Kants. Beside her, looking no less confused, was a burly Vis hunter, a man Gladdring had never met till right that moment.
"As I'm still alive, I assume you agree?"
The queen glanced at the Vis.
"He tells me you held him captive in a cage, that you ran experiments on him."
"I would have killed the queen tonight,"
the Vis said, discarding the queen's comments,
"for what she tried to do to my brother and our friends. Would have, except your warning promised something more important. So talk, and save her life."
The Vis's scowl matched his hard eyes.
Gladdring doused them both with a smile.
Those experiments will save the Isles. More important than your useless revenge. Annalise spoke highly of you, and I hope she was right.
Gladdring gave the Vis a nod, then turned to the Queen.
Your royal squabbles are equally pointless in the face of what we can do together. Call off your hounds, if they still hunt.
He clasped his hands before him.
Fassel is going to fall. We need to make sure I take his place. The alternative, I assure you, is far, far worse.
When neither one made a move to flee, to call for the guards, or gut Gladdring like a fish, the revolution truly began. Chapter 25. Exit Stage Left. Victory spawned momentum. Slipping away from the Animus with souls in hand, out into a later, yet more buzzy encampment, Torny and Eujo kept success off their faces with spoken lines. The two dished nonsense back and forth, delivering memorized quips whenever someone wandered close. An unnecessary precaution? Perhaps, but neither the current thief nor the former one wanted to risk anything. Not now, not with escape so close. Sichi's high location meant time ticked closer to midnight, the tenor changing from one of frivolity to drunken antics, as attendees from far away and relieved actors took to ales, to herbs, to each other, to indulge a day well done. Impromptu songs trailed their walk, cheers and happy chatter bouncing between groups dressed from costumes to florid thick coats. The whole scene had such a delighted air that Eujo almost doubted their reasons for running. If Eujo stayed, she could have a few flagons and maybe catch some of this same fun. If Eujo stayed, she'd find a dagger between her ribs or a poison drop in her drink. Easy enough to ignore the blissful idiots then. Returning to their barracked tent, Eujo and Torny pushed through the flap to find the place nearly empty. Dinner tables cleaned off and abandoned, none of the slim cots occupied. A night to oneself was not an option, apparently, save for Wax and Bliss. The siblings didn't even notice the arrivals at first. Wax deep in a rambling scene, his character boasting about some amazing achievement. Eujo recognized it. She'd be entering in another minute, ready to cut Wax's character down to proper size. Might as well play the part. "I see you're ready to go," Eujo said, both direct and without the force she'd normally add. Keeping plans quiet had to be the game here. "Did you get the souls?" Bliss flashed back fast as Wax broke off his speech. From the hope in the Vis girl's eyes, she didn't share her brother's passion for the stage. "Please say yes. His accent is terrible." "Hey," Wax protested, swapping to a whistle when Torny opened her own coat, revealed the 4 tablets stuffed inside. "Nice work." "Told you, I'm good at this," Torny said, heading towards her cot and the pack leaning against it. "Let's move. There's a big enough party out there, they won't even notice us leaving." Reminded purpose shoved the foursome into quick action. Wax and Bliss hadn't been useless while Eujo and Torny were off pilfering the passes. They'd filled water skins, sneaked away snacks into the packs. Spare clothes, courtesy of their costumes, stuffed into the remaining space. Seeing the frilly absurdities tickled a wish in the Kant's queen for her better adventuring outfits, most waiting for her on the storm's edge, wherever Dew had the ship these days. Would he return to Kant's, give up the game if Eujo couldn't get word to him soon? Another worry to cast aside. She couldn't do anything about it now. They left after a few minutes, Wax leading the way from the tent. With the packs looped over their shoulders, the party didn't look ready for the revel, and looks found them fast. Curious stares put doubt right into the plan, dismantling the idea they'd slink away unnoticed within a few seconds. A passing trading cart, pulled by two shaggy Tamas ponies, even slowed as its driver gave the crew a long look. "Well, this was stupid," Torny said, as Wax started for the huge camp's southern edge. "Dacklin's going to be on us before we get past his tent." An exaggeration, but not by much. Time for something different, an idea inspired by those clopping ponies. "Drop the packs," Eujo said. "Now." "But," Wax started, only for Eujo to hiss the repeated command. "Fine." 4 packs hit the floor, Torny forcing a laugh into the air. "Told you these would be too heavy to wear on stage, Wax, you moron." Throwing her arms up, shaking her head, Torny turned towards Eujo, fingers flashing. "Tell me you have a better idea." "Think it's time to celebrate that bad idea with a better drink," Eujo said, while her hand spoke something different. "We distract. You and Bliss get a cart." Torny's head slanted, while Wax dashed off for flagons. Ale barrels and piled cups lay everywhere, ensuring no matter where you might step, inebriation was at hand. While he went, Torny, Eujo, and Bliss dashed off a plan in finger snaps. One Eujo hated, even though it was her own idea. These people wanted a show, might as well give them one. Wax returned with 4 filled mugs to find only Eujo standing around the packs. Despite the strange start, no real action bored the makeshift audience, who'd returned to their groups, their rehearsing, singing, and all the things one might do when they weren't trying for a desperate getaway. "So what's the plan now?" Wax said. "Drink these? Act like idiots?" "That'd be too easy for you." "Ouch." Eujo just smiled at him. "No, here's the real plan. We start our scene, just like rehearsal, only better. Act like you mean it." "Like I mean it? I'm never faking, Eujo. Never." Wax took the first flagon, gulped down the contents, offered the second to Eujo, who did the same. "You know the scene. Ready?" The ale took on a different taste, spiced with anticipation, with urgency, with dread of doing something she'd never imagined, and the belief, the sheer damn certainty, she'd do it well. Eujo was a Kant's queen. She'd risen from the gutters to the throne room, and would go farther still. She'd save the Isles. She'd... "Give me the other one," Eujo said, grabbing the third and downing it. Wax laughed, emptied the fourth, and wiped some splatter down his chin. "Okay, now I'm ready." Despite her declaration, few wandering eyes found the pair in their satchels. Instruments continued to spar with conversation, song, and happy shouts over the chill night. Enough to make Eujo wonder if she and Wax even needed to draw attention. Maybe they could slink away with a cart without needing to... "Aha!" Wax announced, stepping back from Eujo, wide eyes, open mouth, and waving arms, doing everything to destroy Eujo's stealthy dreams. "I've found you alone at last." Wax pantomimed to look around, holding a hand up over his eyes. "No servants about? No listening ears waiting to catch us?" Eujo fumbled for the line. Remember the place, the plot, the point. A few curious folks turned their way, and their stares drove her right into the words. "Not this time," Eujo said. "They've been misled. They think I'm preparing for the wedding." "Ah, clever as ever." "If only you were as well." Wax tilted his head, put a hand to his chin. The vis really did commit, throwing his every verve into the motions. Eujo fought off a blush, found an iron frown instead. "Whatever do you mean?"
Isn't this what you wanted? Wax asked. This is it, where we decide the plot to put us in power. Us? Oh, my dear, I think you've let hope go to your head again. Eujo began a slow walk around Wax, shaking her head towards the growing audience all the while. The looks heading back her way were mostly confused. Not surprising, given they had started in the play's middle. I'll have the power, and you get the pleasure of waiting on me. Wax flashed a grump scowl for a moment, then shrugged and smiled. There are worse fates. So how should we do it? Poison? A bump on the head? A knife between the ribs? All too obvious. Eujo again looked towards their audience, rolled her eyes, earned a few chuckles. She tried to see beyond, find where Torny and Bliss would be coming with the cart to save her from this nonsense, and saw a shape drifting by in the back. Someone shouted, but their audience didn't pay much attention. Instead, Eujo said, putting a hand on Wax's shoulder and spinning him to face her, I think we ought to go with an accident. A little shove out a little window. What window? And when? Summoning up a power-hungry grin didn't take much. That, at least, Eujo had done aplenty in the Khan's throne room, one of the first lessons delivered after her ascension. Always make traders, visitors from other isles, think you would do anything to keep your position and its benefits. Nevertheless, their lines would be drawing to a close soon. Have you ever worn a dress? Eujo asked, to more chuckles. A dress? Because I have just the one, and I think you look great in white. Wax dropped his jaw. The crowd chuckled. Eujo let her manic smile slip at the soft patter of approaching hooves on the dirt. Rolling cartwheels. She risked a glance, saw exactly what she hoped for. Time to close this one off with some improvising. Now, time to get back. We both have some dressing to do, Eujo said. Another few seconds. The cart, 2 ponies, and the 2 guardians driving it, coming in fast. Eujo needed to hold the crowd, keep them from getting in the cart's way, from wondering. It'll all work out, Eujo said, then leaned in, gave a bewildered Wax a sudden smooch. The move came as instinct, and it earned more laughs, covering the approaching cart as Torny and Bliss rambled near. Some cursed as the cart pushed them aside. A few more wondered questions as Torny and Bliss jumped off, grabbed the packs, and threw them in the cart's back. But those pieces blurred against the kiss. Against Wax's return, the Vis not shying away, him holding the moment. Just as his character ought to, just as the scene demanded. Let's go, Torny snapped, pushing Eujo and Wax apart. If they see you, you're both dead. A line. Her line. The play. Eujo, the blush harder to fight off this time, spun on her worn boot heel and dove into the cart. Wax pulled himself up afterward, and Bliss cracked the reins. The crowd clapped, a few dozen hands, and one's quickly overwhelmed by angrier calls. As the cart rumbled forward, some ragtag merchant more in night clothes than not came barging through, knocking costumed, drunken revelers to the side. The man pointed, shouted for help. The cart rolled on. Eujo waved. Wax laughed. Amazing, Wax said, as Bliss picked up their pace, breaking for the camp's edge. Never knew you had it in you, Eujo. I'm the best actress you'll ever see, Wax. Just need a couple ales in me first.
This time, they both laughed, Sichi's pink light washing down from above as the cart rolled along. Up front, Torny pointed out hazards. Bliss steered, and the chill seemed plenty distant. They had the Tamas souls. They dodged the play and the assassins that had come with it. Now, all they needed was the scar. And then, Eujo's elation died a quick death. Wax had settled into the satchels, still grinning. He even put a finger to his lips, glanced Eujo's way, lifted an eyebrow. The Vis didn't have a Kant scar, but he didn't need it. She had one. Eujo could be the next Aegis. She couldn't go home. Not now. Not again. Chapter 26. What Blood Brings. The Went pits had a smell all their own. Blood, sweat, and beer, all coming together to create a stench, best conquered by the same ale that made it. Annalise had endured that particular blend once before, on what her father intended to make an annual trip. A vacation of sorts. That plan ended when Annalise found the weapons, the fighting, the fiends, a little too fascinating. The bodies before her, the Najan around her, smelled much the same, but Annalise was only disgusted, defeated, drained. Fascination had no place in a suddenly brutal world. They'd set her, hands tied, on a log to watch. The entertainment, the grim business, happened in chunks, as Najan pairs and trios, most no longer wearing the bulky armor, dragged one body after the next into the roaring bonfire. A countdown, a toss, and another Vis vanished into the flames. Annalise hadn't bothered to start counting. As she understood it, in the dim hours since the battle wound down and the cleanup began, the Vis hunters had lost their cohesion when Teshiva fell. Some tried to attack the Najan, others broke to run, and still more did neither, waiting for a signal that never came. Crossbows and chakrams took their brutal toll on any hunter that left the trees for a better look, a clearer shot. The Najan didn't bother with prisoners, not that Annalise saw. Save her and Teshiva, the ones that could be useful, the ones that begged for their lives with a little bit of knowledge. Well, Annalise had, anyway. Teshiva had mostly glared, cursed, and spat, while the Najan shoved her in a makeshift room and locked the door. The scientist, though, could use the scars. That made her valuable. Veritress, the Najan commander, and bearing the absurd formal names Noctia's upper crust liked to lay upon their children like regal cloaks, sat on the log next to Annalise. Barely room for two, the man bumped her, jangling the metal cuffs holding her hands together before her. He handed over a simple stone cup. "Water, nothing else," Veritress said. Narrow-faced and severe, the voice had all of logic's strength and no compassion. "Drink it." She did. Teshiva had chosen defiance, and look what it had earned her. "Will they come back?" Veritress asked. "I already told you what I know." To a degree, anyway. That she could use the scars, yes. That Teshiva and the Vis had essentially forced her to help them. That Annalise, a Went, held no loyalty to Vis, and would be happy to work with the Najan instead. It had earned her the log, the water, and 0 beatings. She wasn't on the pyre either. "So you say," Veritress replied. "But subterfuge is not your game, Annalise. Your eyes flinch away when you approach a lie. Your hands tremble. You put more effort into your voice when you talk. as if by trying you can perhaps force the truth. Relax and speak. You're safe here.
What a thing to say.
Annalise nodded at the pyre.
I thought the Najan were above brutality.
And I thought the Isles were too, yet here we are, attacked by fiends every day, and now by Vis hunters at night. We protect these people, and they raise their hands against us. Why?
Ask the Circle.
Veritress nodded. They both stared at the flames. Two Najan tossed another body on top. Nobody cheered. Nobody sang. Nothing like a Went victory. Vassal's decision pits us against the fiends in a direct war, Veritress said. Not Vis. Not these jungle hunters. They could have listened and lived. Annalise could have countered that, but stopped herself. When Quick had helped her get on the boat to Vis, he'd advised lying low, keeping herself unnoticed while continuing her research. Puzzle out the skars and their mysteries at Svard's abandoned cabin. She could still do that now. Get out of this messy war and use her talents as she wanted to. Problem was, she'd need to get her skars back for that.
Deshiva's the one you want to talk to,
Annalise said.
You want to change their minds? You'll need her help.
The one who spat in my face. Veritress smiled, thin and small, unused to it. Doesn't seem likely.
That's not my problem.
A sharp glance. That smile died fast. It is absolutely your problem, Rockbiter. She came with you, and even if you were a hostage, as you claim, you destroyed my gate and burned half my outpost. You owe a debt.
You took my skars. Give them back. I'll show you how to use your own as payment.
What satisfies the debt is mine to decide. Veritress reached over, plucked the water cup from her hands. You can start tonight. We have wounded, and you will teach them how to heal with the Vis skars. Do that, and we can see how else you can repay us for your actions. Veritress didn't give Annalise a choice. As he finished speaking, the man raised a hand, and two heavy grips landed on Annalise's shoulders. Orders came after, stern, direct, and without question. At least, where they took her, Annalise couldn't see, couldn't smell the pyre anymore. Breakfast came late, came slim, and Annalise ate it outside. A cool and cloudy morning, misting with what would have been snow back home. Nevertheless, the fruit and fresh meat from some jungle game helped banish the bad memories of the night before. She'd spent several hours going from one wounded Najan to the next, helping them clasp the skars, to accept the Vis whispers. Not a one had died. Not a single Vis received the same mercy. At least the chains were gone. Apparently, Veritress didn't think Annalise likely to run off or take a knife to one of his soldiers, an assessment Annalise agreed with. Eating, drinking without the cuffs weighing her down was a magical experience. A short torture it had been, but long enough. We've had a visitor, Veritress announced. He ditched his armor for clean robes, the man's face no longer holding a day's grime, a battle's grit. He stood while Annalise sat, studying with her hands by his sides. One that would have killed you already if I hadn't forbidden it. Annalise's enemy list ran short. Nobody on Went cared enough to see her dead, despite some possible jealousies at her inventive prowess. Nobody on Vis knew her, save Deshiva, still locked away. Which left Noctia, and in particular, a scar-stealing assassin.
Where are they?
Annalise asked.
They have some skars of mine I would like back.
Veritress laughed, genuine, so Annalise believed. You want to speak with them? Really?
Either you're braver than I took you for, or just as oblivious.
I'm determined.
Foolish, more like.
Veritress tapped his left hand against his thigh, the robe shifting.
Do you know why my soldiers fought instead of running, after you destroyed our gate?
Because running's hard and all that armor?
A sigh.
Because we believe, Annalise. We believe in the Najan cause, in our duty to defend the Isles. Even if the Vis throw every man, woman, and child in their jungle cities at us, we will stay, and we will defend, because we are right.
His hand rose, pointed at her.
The person who asked to take your life says that you don't believe that.
You can lose a war in more than one way, Veritress.
The captain nodded, understood.
Then help me again. Convince Deshiva to assist us, to make peace.
What can you offer?
Lives.
The assassin wriggled, spat both a curse and a wet line across Veritress's boots. Shorn of his cowl, his third-hand robes, the thin man seemed less threatening than a street pickpocket. Annalise didn't look as two soldiers held him fast, Deshiva herself wielding her old spear. With a single thrust, the deed was done. Blood for blood, and Veritress quick to give up the killer in his own midst.
Here,
Veritress said, turning to Annalise, not a feeling on his face.
These are yours, I take it?
3 black stones, the Noctia skars, warm and whispering their odd, nonsense poems when they landed in Annalise's hands. Death takers, or so Ami had called them. Imperfect ones, from what Annalise had seen. The animals they'd tested, inflicted a mortal wound with the scars attached, seemed divorced from their instincts, wandering around a world they no longer inhabited.
You're not taking them?
Annalise asked.
There are some stones I plan to use. Vis foremost among them. The goddess of death does not need a place among my soldiers.
But they have power.
Veritress closed Annalise's hand over the stones.
As you said, there is more than one way to lose a war.
He looked at Deshiva.
Satisfied?
Hardly.
The hunter strode up to Veritress, planted her bloody spear in the ground.
But I don't need more bodies. Not dead ones. Get going.
Not much for patience, are you?
When I'm hunting something, I take all the time I need. When I'm kicking the Jean off my isle, I want it done fast.
As you will.
Veritress eyed Annalise.
I hope you understand the terms must be held. Otherwise, Fassel will not be content, and everyone on your isle will die, one by one, until you surrender.
Annalise expected Deshiva to offer up a counter, some brave threat, but the huntmaster only scowled. An admission of truth, and perhaps of Deshiva's willingness to honor the pact they'd made that same morning. Equally truthful, obvious first to Veritress and later to both Annalise and Deshiva, was that the Najan had nowhere to stay. The Foti Skar's blaze had decimated grain stores, barracks, and the outpost walls, rendering the settlement an easy target for fiends and vis assaults alike. Belief in the Najan mission or no, the soldiers had to leave or find themselves joining the bodies in the pits. Veritress had known all that, and still pressed for concessions, ones he earned at a Volge's edge. The vis skars would flow to the Najan, and Annalise would ensure it. In turn, Veritress would guarantee her research, her safety from the third hand. Peace, independence, and a chance at saving the Isles, all rolled into one. So perfect, but as Annalise watched the Najan column march north, with Deshiva's whistled calls for her hunters to clean out the leftover loot, peace was far from her mind. The Noctia skars and their hungry whispers, growing louder with every passing hour, pushed that hope far away. Chapter 27. Hope's Bargain. What do you say to a scorching demon? Technically, Ami kept her mouth shut. Technically, she let the fiends talk for themselves by pointing past the monster and its flail to the disaster behind it, the flimsy ruins scattered about the rocky chamber. Damaged, destroyed, dampened spirits seemed obvious. So obvious, Ami wasn't sure how she'd missed it earlier when spying from Hochi's cave. These burning beasts might be dangerous, sure, but they didn't look like marauders from here. Her counterpart, along several strides away and still just about burning Ami's breath with its proximity, didn't follow Ami's gesture. Or, at least, it didn't turn. Did they need to? To see? To hear? Did these things even operate on the concepts Ami was considering? The ideas of running, making war, invading a new home? "Give it a chance," came a call behind her. A woman Ami hadn't met much, who struck the Guardian as a bit lost. Mena, the Rana captain. "They'll understand you. Watch the flashes." As if Mena's advice proved a lost key, the obsidian triangle capping the fiend's burning body sparked up. A popping blue line rippled along the edges, snapping towards the center at random, until one jolt caught. The indigo flame formed a circle as big around as Ami's hand. On the triangle's opposite side, an orange burn lit, jumped, made a similar circle. The two shapes sat near another for one smoldering second before the orange one flickered, the circle fracturing upon itself. Sparks shot free. Just as the shapes seemed to disappear into a single fiery gout, another line lashed out, snaking into the dark obsidian several times before finding the blue circle. Ami had learned bar games tougher to parse than that. She nodded, touched her head. And then what? Her heart? Would the fiends even know what that meant? Ferrites. Think back to those. When Svard had first found Kivi, the rock lizard had been as young and untamed as any wild creature. The barbarian, with Ami helping along as they, with Katya, ventured from isle to isle, taught with patience, with hands and encouraging tones, until Kivi understood. So Ami knelt, touched the dirty stone at her feet, grabbed some of the dirt, and held it towards the fiend. Sure, if the monster tried to touch her, Ami would roast, but if it understood... For a moment, only the indigo circle remained on the obsidian, as the fiend regarded her. "We can share," Ami said. "Together." The fiend watched for another long moment. The indigo fire faded. It bent to a single massive knee, scraped its right mid-arm against the rock cliff, throwing up sparks, held the charred dust out towards Ami. The obsidian flashed once, gold, bright.
"As introductions go, that was magnificent,"
Hochi said, back in the Dreamhold's temple. The warlord paced, while Svard sat in the massive throne. The dead king stood off the side in his armor, showing no sign of offense at Svard's usurpation. Ami, arms and face salved with cooling lotions made by Went physicians, leaned against the wall near the entry. While Hochi and Svard plumbed Ami's fiend conversation for clues, The gold-plated guardian marveled at the moment. Mena sat on the floor, sharpening a crude knife taken from some old corpse. She'd had a real conversation with a fiend. A short one, sure, one broken off after the flash by Ami's realization her clothes were starting to sizzle. She'd begged off, the band retreating. No weapons drawn, no strikes fired. A door cracked open.
Ami, I know we've said this already, but you did well,
Svard said, his formal tone making Ami twitch. She preferred him more as a reckless warrior than a king, but fate loved to play jokes.
Don't need the compliments. I'd prefer a plan.
Oh, that's obvious,
Hochi replied, the man's bearded grin doing everything it could to make Ami doubt the words that'd follow.
We send a delegation to Noctia. Explain what's happening. Meanwhile, we keep these fiends here. Help them set up camp right where they are.
Around the pool? Svard asked.
Where they'll do the killing,
Mena added, ending with a sharp ting as she rang the knife along a whetstone.
Right, Hochi?
The Rana has it. Loath as I am to give credit to a river rotter,
Hochi said.
The fiends are our new Aegis. They'll hold the wall against any new monsters because they'll have to. We'll provide any provisions they need, of course. Weapons, what have you, but otherwise we get the best result. Enemies killing enemies.
They're not our enemies,
Ami said. Mena laughed.
You didn't see what they did to that Went city. Burnt half of it to the ground. Nearly killed Svard and I. They didn't come in peace, Fodi. They came to take. Because their own world is dying.
Mena jumped to her feet, pointed the knife at Ami.
Ours is too, if you haven't noticed. Monsters everywhere. The Isles at each other's throats. All because the fiends won't stop coming. Hochi's right. This is the answer. Make 'em fight each other till their homes collapse. Problem solved.
Cruel. Hochi shook his head once.
Ami, I'm disappointed. I would have thought you would know real cruelty. We could drive these fiends back to the water. We're giving them a chance.
Ami narrowed her eyes at the man, visions of swift decapitations running through her mind. Then looked to Svard.
What do you think, Svard? You think forcing these fiends to fight for us is the right move?
Svard turned to both Hochi and Mena, one after the other, and nodded out of the temple.
Give us a minute. There's words need sharing you don't need to hear.
That the warlord and Rana captain didn't fight Svard's order said more about the barbarian's power than anything Ami had seen so far. Apparently, staving off death and having battle-broken corpses at your beck and call could get you far in life. Far enough to forget where you started.
You want to go back and offer them what, Ami?
Svard asked.
Ale? A patch of land on Went?
There's plenty of caves down here that aren't.
They'll start with what we give them, then take the rest. You've seen their machines. Better than anything we have. They're almost twice our size, can burn us to death without a touch. We unleash them into our world, and we'll deserve what happens.
So you'll condemn them instead?
Svard brought his hands together, the glittering black blade interrupting the clasped fingers.
What changed, Ami? Not 2 days ago, you wanted to get me a dead fiend to control, so we could drive these monsters away. Now?
Because I saw what they're running from, Svard. This isn't a choice for them. It's desperation. It's fleeing something more terrible than anything we've ever seen.
And?
Damn Svard for knowing her too well. We already did this to Katya. Ami strode right up to Svard. We gave her up for the good of these rotten isles. Did that feel right to you? Was it worth it? To put her on that throne and watch her wither? Svard, withered enough now himself, met Ami's stare and gave her nothing. The man's eyes, so rich with battle, lust, and bravado in the years she'd known him, flashed no clues, no life. Infinity's trap.
I ask you again, Ami, what do you think happens?
I don't give a damn what happens, Svard. I give a damn that we tried to make up for all the bad choices, for all the death, with something better.
And what'll you do if Hochi refuses?
I'll kill the bastard, and the next, until we get a Went that understands.
Svard, at least, laughed at that. You would, wouldn't you?
Ami found a smirk, folded her arms, and backed off a step. Violence has always been our answer, Svard. For once, I'm trying peace. Another long stare. What Svard was searching for in that look, Ami wasn't sure. If he wanted the old Ami, the fiery, cocky swordsman ready for adventure, Svard wouldn't find her. That one's time had passed. As for who'd replaced it, Ami wasn't so sure of that herself.
All right.
Svard said the words, as if convincing himself.
Get the fiends to pick an ambassador. Only one. In the meantime, we'll get those Went engineers working on something for the monster to wear.
To wear?
If we're going to bring a fiend to the people, Ami, they can't look like a fiend.
Svard chuckled.
I can't imagine Fassel taking it kindly if those floppy robes of his catch fire after he says hello.
What if Hochi says no? Ami threw Svard's own question back at him. Or Mena.
As you said, we can just keep killing the rockbiters till we find one that says yes.
Svard's quick smile faded.
As for Mena, she's too busy dealing with her own problems. Today she's against it. Tomorrow she might be your biggest advocate. Don't worry about her.
2 wins in a day. Ami would have to temper her ego. The best way she knew to do that was by finding ale, in large amounts, and indulging till the next morning's hangover torqued her back to sanity. She descended the temple's stone steps, angling towards Dreamhold's one resuscitated tavern, only to stop at the bottom, a familiar face waiting for her. Heard about your chat, Sawi said, the Vis looking refreshed. Good move, making friends with the Firewalkers. Firewalkers? Gotta call them something other than fiends, right? If they're going to be hanging around? That's no sure thing. Ami started towards the tavern, and Sawi fell in beside her. A lot of people need convincing. I'm sure you can handle it. That gold face of yours is pretty intimidating. Ami sniffed, threw a side glance at Sawi. Why are you so chipper? Sleep all day? Almost. Does wonders. I'll take your word for it. Yet Ami didn't quite. A longer look confirmed Sawi's strong shape. New clothes, boots, a belt with places for a blade, knife, and several pouches. One made for a journey. I like your new outfit. Thanks. Hope you don't mind. I traded off your harpoon for most of it. I'd be angry if the thing wasn't a crap fiend killer. The tavern loomed before them, noisy jeers rippling out. Mugs clanking. Ale's soft malt in the air. Why, though? Because I'm leaving tomorrow, Ami. going home.
Sawi explained the rest over several rounds. Wentz scouts had gone far enough to gauge a good route underground all the way to Vis. Hochi had given leave for several to make the journey, and Sawi would be joining them. She'd been away too long, needed the sun, the vines, the peach wine.
Went ale's not good enough for you?
Ami joked.
It suits the dark, I suppose,
Sawi replied, their two-person table socked away in a back corner, beneath a burning lantern. Slate walls, smoothed by dead labor, cast the whole place in a grim cheer.
I've had enough of that, though.
Me too, Sawi. Me too. Chapter 28. Nightmare Food. Carrying a drunk was much easier with Satisfaction's strength. It had been a rough and raw couple days for Gladdring, but the curves seemed to be swinging around. So many idioms and axioms about waiting for luck to turn. And here it was, his moment. Too bad he had to share it with vomit on his robes. A lurching step down, as Gladdring left Noctia's more luxurious quarters for its better ones, had the woman in his arms eject a fair bit of her ale, an event that only had him laugh. All the better to keep the Najan guards patrolling the streets off his scent. What Tenet would allow such an awful coating? Not that the Najan patrols were thick, the night now nudging into early morning. As Gladdring walked down swept cobblestones, the descending sides slotted with ridges to break up the slope, the city hung in that precarious interval between sober social hours and belligerent bar fights. Merry flakes spiraled down. A constant sea breeze threatened to whisk away the remaining warmth from Gladdring's ales. Burning wood and Fody-mined coal singed his nose. Gladdring's adopted city telling its tale across his senses. One he could listen to forever. One that faded as Gladdring reached the switchback stairs down to the deserted southern beach. The lanterns sputtering here spread farther apart, a few flickering as their oil dwindled. Noctia not so concerned with lighting the way for the huddled poorest, stuffing themselves in crannies carved along the slick steps. The conversations, what few there were, held a different glint. Desperation's edge, stress, hunger, fear. And, speckled in the replies echoing out to Gladdring between the crashing waves below, hope's hint. The Tamas scar picked it up, distracting Gladdring. He'd put the woman down some blocks earlier, now pushing her along as she muttered nonsense. The scar's whispers muted the blathering, instead passing along, like a leaf tickling his ear, those bright bits. Gladdring glanced once or twice as he scuffed by the caves, each time meeting cautious eyes, ratty blankets swept over sleeping forms. A watch, he realized. They kept watches here, in the Isles' greatest city. The troubling idea stuck with him as Gladdring and his cargo reached the sand. So preoccupied they all were with the fiends, the skars, with their grand ambitions, that Gladdring had missed all those so far below. Not as charity cases, no. That way would lead to weakness, to betrayals, to distraction. But as tools. Levers to deploy for his own position that would, in turn, elevate their own. A revolution from the top might force change. A revolution from the bottom would guarantee it.
Not the arrival I was expecting.
Yarvik and his attendant Rasp met Gladdring as he and his intoxicated charge reached the nimble fingers' entry. Gladdring didn't for a second think Yarvik had been waiting there. More likely, some lookout had glommed their approach some ways back, allowed the bandit leader to ready a trap. If Yarvik had seen Gladdring's meeting with the Kant's queen and Vis Hunter, That trap would likely be a fatal one. The Tamas scar whispered no panic, so Gladdring refused to show any.
"We all have nights that get away from us," Gladdring replied, continuing to hold the bandit up against his shoulder. "No harm done." "No?" Yarvik asked. "Perhaps not to you, but to me, a great grievance."
Yarvik stepped full into the falling flakes, the snow building as the night slipped towards dawn. A narrow gray hat spilled into Yarvik's tangled, greasy locks before catching a broad cloak. No furs, only innumerable pockets, from which Yarvik pulled a small blade, not longer than Gladdring's finger.
"The nimble fingers are built, as strange as it may seem, on trust. A thief must know he can depend on his partners in all things."
Yarvik, with his free hand, grabbed the drunk bandit and threw her into the sand. She landed with a grunt, a groan, and little else. While lantern light and Sichi's clouded pink gave only a gloomy view, Gladdring picked up Yarvik's tight eyes, crisp frown. The Tamas scar didn't find sadness, just disappointment. The blade glittered as Yarvik stared. What would come next wasn't hard to discern.
"Mistakes are only that, Yarvik. Errors to be learned from."
Gladdring kept his arms folded. No aggression. Advice offered, but Yarvik's to act upon. Manipulation was stronger, the more invisible the strings.
"If that's your attitude, the answer to why the Najan are so pathetic is now clear."
Yarvik turned his glare on Gladdring, tossed the blade, and caught the end by its point.
"A mistake is a slip on a slick stair, a lockpick breaking in a tumbler. Unless you tell me that you forced her, held her down and poured the drink in her mouth, her state was her own doing."
That the Tamas scar might have nudged the bandit towards indulging herself, Gladdring kept quiet.
"Still, you're suggesting death," Gladdring began. "I'm here, unharmed. She can learn from this, and your fingers can see you're reasonable." "That's your line? Bad choices cost nothing?"
Yarvik spat to the side.
"It's good you're going to be under my direction. These isles couldn't afford someone so weak."
He thrust the blade handle towards Gladdring.
"Take it. A single cut across the throat should suffice. With all that ale, she might not even feel it. As merciful a death as exists on these damned rocks."
Gladdring let the knife hang, kept his hands in his robes.
"I will not."
Yarvik let the blade linger for another breath, then withdrew it, slotted it back into his coat. The bandit lord squatted down near the drunk thief's head, patted it once, then slipped his fingers to her exposed ear. Pinched, pulled up. With a yelp, the bandit's eyes fluttered open.
"Understand this,"
Yarvik said, dead logic his tone.
"This man has spared your life, but not your place here. You will find a way off of Noctia today. By tomorrow, all the nimble fingers will know to slip a point between your ribs, some poison in your drink, or a wire across your throat. Noctia is your home no longer."
You could not push people beyond a certain point, and Gladdring figured he'd reached the end of this road, so held his tongue. The bandit seemed to sober up enough to grasp something of the situation, slobbered out begs and apologies. The words died when Yarvik turned his look back towards the cave, waved a single cross-cut with a single hand. 2 shadows materialized, swept towards the sobbing thief, and picked her up. The trio headed towards the stairs up, where Gladdring had little doubt she'd be dumped with nothing more than the clothes on her back and a desperate life before her.
"Is that better, you think?"
Yarvik asked after the group disappeared, a watch done otherwise in wave-crashed silence.
"Exile? She'll have to be worse, do worse, to survive now. The knife would have been a kinder end."
Yarvik inspected Gladdring.
"You seem awake enough. Care to come with me, puppet? There's something you should see."
"What's worth seeing at this hour?" Yarvik didn't answer. He walked, and Gladdring accepted the quiet hike back up the stairs. Halfway along, the 2 shadows, their faces wrapped in matted scarves, passed going back the other way. Of the drunken thief, there was no sign. When they reached the street level, Yarvik kept going to the east, along the ringed city's southern quarter. Modest houses scaled the terraces here, some claiming small farmland in addition to their steep slopes and rain-catching gutters. Gladdring expected deserted streets, but more haunted the icy avenues. They walked alone or in pairs, few words and fewer stumbles among them. Not drunks or revelers, then, but people moving with purpose. Yarvik gave them no notice, and Gladdring followed his lead. They took the leftward forks when the road split, always angling higher. Their destination emerged from tumbling, thick snow. Built into the cliffside like a Najan tower, the wide building had a purposeful cast to it. Little regard paid to finery, to impression. It sprawled, swallowing the road's end and stretching beyond, stone supports and retaining walls serving to keep its several stories and all their weight locked in place. No sign declared its name, its reason.
"Don't say a thing,"
Yarvik noted, skipping the main entrance, a wide, barred wooden door, for a smaller single offering on the building's far end. Gladdring kept quiet, though when they stepped inside, he wanted to retch. A short room, cluttered with desks, themselves cluttered with thick paper volumes, lost any cozy charm with the monstrous stink suffusing its air. Yarvik didn't react, walking right on through and drawing no attention from the sole man etching numbers onto one yellowed paper book. Scrawny, smoking a pipe, the man's pallor put him as daylight's enemy. Gladdring had known more than a few of these nightmen, and all had their reasons for dodging the sun. This one's were easy to grasp, as easy as the smell. Through the room, Yarvik led Gladdring out to an overlook, a lip spreading away from their exit, and over, on flat, rough stones, towards the large entrance. Wide stairs swept down from both, leading towards a massive pit. There, Gladdring saw the source of the smell, the curdling in his gut. Hacking, chopping, skinning, and stripping were hundreds, possibly thousands of people. They sat, stood, and moved between massive stone tables. Bodies occupied those slabs, but not human ones. Strange beasts, with scales, feathers, tentacles, and parts Gladdring couldn't name. All dead, though not about to be buried or burned. Instead, as pieces were cleaned, other workers clad in filthy aprons brought black buckets around, pushed the meat inside. Others wheeled wooden carts, shoveling in the viscera and departing with it far back beyond Gladdring's sight. Those same carts, sometimes several tied together in a line, would emerge minutes later with a new body ready to be carved.
"How your city feeds,"
Yarvik said.
"What? I know where our food comes from. I know what we trade. Your food. Your Najan luxuries."
Yarvik scrunched up his face, as if he'd bitten a lemon.
"Noctia is a blasted isle, Gladdring. There's not enough fish and crops to feed most of its people. So we use what we can, what the other isles give up on the cheap."
"Our people eat fiends?"
"The ones we can cook."
A slight smile found Yarvik's pallid lips.
"We test them all first on the petty criminals your Najan don't catch. A suitable punishment, don't you think? To risk illness, death, to keep so many from starvation?"
Again, Gladdring gulped down the remnants of the ale, threatening to make its way free.
"Why did you bring me here, Yarvik?" "So you understand, Gladdring. Fassel's war to eliminate the fiends will starve his own city. Thousands upon thousands will perish."
Yarvik trailed off as someone cursed below, some acid or other spouting free to coat a now ruined arm.
"Yet this awful can't stay. Fassel's blind war, these terrible pits, the isles, need to be remade. When we destroy the Najan, Gladdring, we'll use the skars to stop all this, to bring about a new idol."
"With you at its helm?"
"Yes."
Yarvik ended his speech there, but Gladdring heard it continue as he watched the working poor below. Lives calling for change, needing it. They would get it, and soon, as would Yarvik.